Hi, Nance. I thought long and hard before I sent this in to you. You see, the story isn't mine, as in, I am not the one who lived it. But I guess you could say it's my story now, as the person who did live it is long gone, and they left these stories to me, you might say. These stories, were my Grandpa Mort's stories, and he's the one that lived through it. Here's the rundown on my Grandpa Mort. He was actually my great-grandfather. He was born in 1884. The story, or stories, happened between 1907 and 1910, when he was still a young man. I first heard these stories when I was a young boy, in the late 1960s and the 1970s. In 1983, I was 20 years old, and I was already married and expecting my first child to be born later that year. My Grandpa Mort chuckled at the thought of getting to see a great-great-grandchild. I loved that thought. I mean, how many people get the privilege of seeing a second great-grandchild be born? So one night in 1983, while my wife was heavily pregnant and just wanted peace and quiet, I left the house, picked up some beer, and I stopped by my Grandpa Mort's house only a few minutes away from where I lived. And yes, the old man loved him some beer right up to the very last day. We sat outside and we sipped our beer, and like I knew he would, we began to walk down memory lane, and I got to hear all the stories once again, and I loved that. Here is the main body of what he told me. He had gone up to Alberta, Canada as a young man. He had already done the whole go west, young man thing down in the United States, which, I should say, the United States is where he was born, though I don't know exactly where. He never said. He said that he had found that the western United States were already overrun, trapped out, hunted out, gold panned out. It had run out and run over in every way you could think of. Somehow, he heard about Alberta. Someone said all the things he had been looking for were up there just waiting to be found. So he packed up. He headed straight north, and he went to go follow his love of the wilderness and all wild things. While there, he fell in love with the land, the air, the mountains, the people, the sky, the water, everything. He said his first night on Canadian soil that he felt more at home there than he had anywhere else in his whole life, and he knew he would never leave. And to my knowledge, he never again left Canada. He did a lot of different things when he got to Canada. For a while, he worked logging over in British Columbia. He had also done a fair bit of trapping and some gold panning all over between Alberta and British Columbia. But the first time that he ran into what we call a Sasquatch, which he called hairy forest giants, that happened in Alberta. I don't recall him ever saying where the first incident happened exactly. I don't know if he knew where it was exactly, but it was somewhere in the mountains in Alberta. He was in the mountains on his own, and he made camp at an elevation higher than he would have preferred. But he said storms were rolling in, and he did not want to keep moving in a storm. He said the storm turned out to be more of a non-event, and it mostly blew by with just high winds and a few sprinkles. But by that time, it had gotten dark, so he stayed put. He had a fire as there was no rain, but he said he woke up because his horse was pawing, pulling on its tether, snorting, and whinnying. He knew that meant there was likely a predator nearby. So he went out, and he built up the fire outside the tent, and he pulled the horse in closer. He was very fond of that horse. He said it was a real good horse. He had named it Ace because, well, it was a trio of aces that made him win the poker game, which meant he walked away with that horse. So Ace was the name. So he sat up outside, and he kept that fire going, listening for anything to give away its position or to give him a clue as to what it was out there. He didn't smell any predator scent at all, which he said was odd, because by that time he usually could when the wind was moving like that at night. He said predators often smelled really bad. He kept a watch on which way Asa's eyes were pointing and which way the horse kept trying to position itself. He said horses will try to face a predator to keep an eye on it. I have no idea. I have ridden a horse only a few times in my life, and I have never owned one. I don't know what their habits are. But he said that Asa's eyes were wide, and his nostrils were quivering and blowing constantly. Grandpa Mort said he figured that there was something out there circling their camp, but try as he might, he couldn't see it or figure out what it was. This wasn't the first time that he'd encountered something at night that was stalking him or Ace, but he said this stuck out because it was the first time that he had ever felt like something was watching him, something intelligent. He said that was the best way he could say it. This wasn't like just some animal stalking you. This had a different feel to it. It was so different that he forever remembered it. He said once or twice the stories that he had heard while working in British Columbia came to mind to him that night while he sat at the fire. He couldn't say why, just they kept coming up in the back of his mind. It was the tales of the giants that had walked through the forest. He had never believed those stories, but the way things were happening out there, they sounded a bit like what he remembered hearing. It was a restless and sleepless night for both him and Ace. But come morning, they both made tracks out of there with no hesitation. They never did see what it was that had bothered them almost until dawn. But it was so strong that it stayed with him. Even years later, he said he believed that was the first run-in with one of those forest giants. He believed that it was getting his scent, he said. That will make sense later. Later that same year, this would have been about 1908, he was sluicing for gold. He said it was summertime, and he kept moving his location on the river every couple days because if he hadn't found anything, the best thing he could do was move. He was sleeping under a stretched canvas tent. He still had Ace, who stayed right outside his tent. And it happened, the same thing again. He woke up to Ace kicking up a noise. He was outside of the tent right away. First thing he did was check Ace. Then he started stoking the fire that was down low to bring up the embers and get a fire going again. He said he had a very uneasy feeling come over him when he started to stoke up the fire. He thought maybe he was about to have a confrontation with another man or perhaps a group of men. Now, that wasn't uncommon back then, especially along rivers where men were known to be getting gold. Those men, they would kill you, and they would either take the gold they thought you had, or they would take your spot if they thought it was a good spot. So he made a big show of looking all around, told Ace to stop being all jumpy over nothing, then quickly went back into his tent like he thought nothing was wrong, just in case they were watching. But then he rolled to the back edge of the tent, lifted up the edge, and crawled out where it was dark. He stayed there in the dark, thinking maybe he could spot whoever it was before they made their move on him. He heard Ace still pawing, snorting, and making small noises, so he knew that whoever it was, they were still around somewhere. I asked him, how did he know that it wasn't a bear or some other dangerous animal? He just said that when you're out there like that for a long time, you just get to knowing things when you feel them or when you smell them. He waited a while, and he saw a person moving, coming out of the shadows of the trees, slowly getting closer and closer to Ace, who was becoming very agitated. But it was a really big person. A really big person. He was already pretty spooked, but he said that he trusted Ace, who had started to really kick up a big fit. And he said that if Ace was this spooked by this person, no matter what size they were, They had to be really bad. As soon as that person stepped close enough to be shown in the firelight, Grandpa Mort said he about crapped his trousers. He was looking at what he knew was one of the forest giants that he had heard them talk about over in British Columbia. He knew it right away, he said. He said it was smart. He could tell. It had slowly stepped forward and gauged just where it could come up to before stopping, or just out of reach of Ace's hooves when he would rear up and paw the air and come back down. It stood there and it looked around very carefully, he said. At one point, he thought it was sniffing the air while it turned its body and looked all around the camp. It seemed very deliberate with what it was doing, like it knew that Grandpa Mort could be nearby and could cause it some trouble. The big forest giant stepped to one side of where Ace was, and now it had a straight shot of looking at the tent. It squatted down like it could see into the tent, which Grandpa said it couldn't. But the low firelight right down there glowed up at it, and he could see it was sniffing the air. Grandpa Mort said when he saw that, he shuddered. He couldn't say why at the time, but it made him shudder. That thing was sniffing the air down low, the air coming from the tent's direction. It seemed puzzled, he said. Then it stood back up, and it stared at the tent for 2 or 3 seconds more. Then it focused on Ace again. That's when Grandpa Mort knew it wanted Ace. One time, a First Nations man, I think he said the man was Cree, well, that man had once told a story in a town that Grandpa Mort had stopped in. He said he was in a public house having a drink, trying to get into a card game, when he overheard this man who was not allowed inside the public house at the time. Well, this man was standing right outside, and he was telling a story to another man. The man said that one of the hairy forest giants had attacked his horse, broke its neck, then ripped it in half and walked away with the back end of the horse. The man said he tried to save the horse, but the giant had crept in at night, stole his gun, broke it, and he would not be driven off when the man woke up. No one believed that man. Now that story came to mind when Grandpa Mort saw what was making Ace so upset. And unlike that Cree man, Grandpa Mort had his rifle in his hand. He couldn't shoot right at the giant because Ace was dancing around nervously, and he kept crossing back and forth right where he would have to shoot to hit the giant. So Grandpa Mort stood up and walked right around the tent to let that giant see him. He was hoping it would spook off. It looked his way for a long second, like it didn't care that he was there. Then it moved to keep Ace between him and Grandpa Mort. Now right away, 2 things became clear to Grandpa Mort. It was not afraid of him, and it was also a thinking and reasoning thing. Because it wanted the horse, yes, but it knew enough to keep the horse between him and Grandpa Mort. That meant it knew what a rifle was, or it wouldn't have bothered to keep the horse between them, because it was no contest in just size and strength if it came to a fight between the 2 of them. That scared Grandpa Mort. This was not some dumb animal he was facing. Now, every time that Grandpa Mort told me this story when I was a kid, I was always on the edge of my seat. I was asking, "What'd you do? What happened next?" And every time, Grandpa Mort would draw out the telling, making me nervous and jumpy. I loved it and hated it all at once. I knew where the story was going to go, but I still loved to hear him tell it. I'm not going to do that to you, though. So here's what happened. He reached forward and grabbed Ace's reins with his left hand, stepped to his side of Ace's broadside body, put his rifle over Ace's back, and pointed it at the forest giant. Ace was still stepping and moving around, but Grandpa said he was able to keep the rifle up and clear of him. He said the forest giant took one long look at that rifle, and then he knew he was right. That giant knew what a rifle was. because its face changed from being passive and contemplative to angry. He said its face got bunched up, then the mouth opened to let out a howling scream that was louder than any bear's roar and echoed farther up and down than any elk bugle he had ever heard. Ace heard that sound and reared up, almost knocking Grandpa Mort to the ground. But he managed to steady himself, and when Ace came down on all four hooves again, he looked over the horse's back, but he could not see the forest giant. It had fled. Grandpa Mort said he made up a great big fire and sat up all night. But Ace was calmed down within a few minutes, which meant the giant was probably gone, but he wasn't going to take any chances. They did not see it again that night. He said he spent the whole night trying to remember anything and everything that he had ever heard about forest giants. The next trip into town for supplies, he deliberately lingered and tried to listen to all the talk, but the subject of the forest giants did not come up, which irritated him to no end because every other time before, when he didn't care at all about the topic, it seemed to be mentioned at some point on every trip into town. Now that he wanted to hear the information or find a way to ask about it, no one was talking. He eventually found another First Nations man just outside of town who was selling this and that, all kinds of things on a blanket that he had spread out near the trail's road. He bought some buttons from the man. He really didn't need them. He said it was just a way to start talking to him. Eventually, he found a way to get on to the topic of the forest giants. And the First Nations man said, yes, they do like horse meat, and they would take a horse if they could. He proceeded to ask the man many questions, and the man answered a few of them. Then he looked at Grandpa Mort and he said, you have met with one. Grandpa Mort said, yes, he had, and he briefly told him the story. The man told Grandpa Mort to always trust his horse, which Grandpa Mort already knew to do that. But the next things the man said, he did not know. The man told him they do not like burning cedar, and to always throw cedar branches on the fire at night. That sounded odd to him, but he put it away in his memory. The man also told him that if he finds many of them living where he is, in his area, and he wants rid of them, to feed them anything made from flour, because it is not a food they have eaten in their history. It will bind up their insides, and they will slowly die. That was another odd-sounding thing, but Grandpa said he remembered it, just in case. I asked him if he had ever done that. Did he feed them things made of flour deliberately? And he said no, never intentionally, though he had food things that disappeared a few times, but he admitted that anything could have taken them. And he said that in those days, he hardly ever had real flour, and that he was usually lucky to have some buckwheat flour. Real flour was just too expensive for a man like him. The other things he said that the First Nations man told him was to never, ever trust them, and that they worked often like a pack of wolves. One would make eye contact with you. That's the one trying to keep your attention, while the others are moving in closer to attack. He said they are always violent, though at first they will seem friendly. They are known to be takers of men, women, children, horses, livestock, dogs, and anything they can take. He said one thing to know and understand about them is they are known to eat their prey before killing them. Grandpa Mort said, what does that mean? He said they will eat their prey, and they will eat it alive. They do not kill it first. They will find the animal or the human, break legs or arms, whatever they must to disable it. Then they start eating their prey alive. Their victim dies from blood loss and shock, typically not a broken neck. They will sometimes kill very large animals, only because it is harder for them to hold down and control while they eat it alive, things large like a cow or a horse. Then they will try to snap its neck. The more he talked and the more he listened to that man, the more Grandpa Mort said he shuddered when he remembered that night that the thing came into his camp. Then, the next thing that the Cree man told my grandpa scared him very, very badly. The First Nations man said that sometimes, once they get the scent of a particular man, if they are successful at getting something from that man, whether it's food, an animal, or a shiny object, or if that man has something they want to take, they will keep that man's scent and they will follow him to the ends of the earth. Grandpa Mort was thinking maybe he should sell Ace, though he really didn't want to. He didn't want them coming back, though. So he asked the man, would they bother with a man if he had no horse or much at all to take? Would he follow them then? He said the man looked at him for a moment longer than he needed to. Then he simply said, sometimes they just want the man. Grandpa was taken aback. He asked, what does that mean? Are you saying they want to kidnap or eat him or what? But the man was done talking. He began picking up all the things off his blanket, rolled them up, and put it all on the horse's back. Then he was gone. Grandpa Mort said that when he next went back to the river to sluice for more gold, he did not enjoy it as he had before. He found that he was always looking up into the trees behind him all around, and at night he was only half sleeping. He made sure to keep Ace very close, and the thought that he, himself, might be what smelled good to one of those beasts, that unnerved him. And while he didn't say it, I gathered not much unnerved him in his younger days. But nothing happened for a while, and he went on with his days looking for gold. Sadly, he had to put Ace out of his pain one day later that autumn. He was leading him down a rocky incline. He said the going was steep, and there was no other way except to go back a very long way to double back around another way. So he got off, and he was leading Ace on foot. But somehow, Ace lost his footing on the rocks. He started sliding, and he almost took Grandpa Mort down with him, but he managed to get out of the way just in time before the horse barreled him down. But he couldn't stop what happened. Ace had gone down sliding, and then was down on his belly. And when that happened, Grandpa Mort said he heard the scream, and at the same time, he heard the leg snap. Yes, Ace had broken a front leg when he went down. A rifle shot later, and he had to send Ace on to the sweetest pastures that all good horses go to. Now, I'd heard that story many, many times, and each time my old tough Grandpa Mort would tear up while telling it. He said it was only one of 2 times in his whole life that he had to kill an animal that was neither about to attack him, nor was it about to be his dinner. And for the record, he never got over either of them. Now, things were much harder for Grandpa Mort not having a horse. He could not afford to get another horse right away either, but he did, however, manage to get a mule between a little bit of bartering, some work, and some cash he had saved up. She was a spotted Molly mare named Missy. Missy was a tough mule, he said, and she didn't brook any nonsense from other people or other creatures that they happened to meet on their travels. He said she could be mean as a snake, and she was the epitome of being mule stubborn. But within a couple months, she was right sweet to him, but no one else, he said. And sure enough, there came the day they ran into those big forest giants again. I asked him, was it the same one? Did it follow his scent? Grandpa Mort said that he didn't really know, but something about how he said it made me think he believed it was. This occurred along the Athabasca River. He had moved further in several times into the river area. He had found a few traces of gold, but not enough to get excited about. Now, in his experience, he said, It was best to keep going upriver when you found a trace of gold. You tend to find the bigger deposits that way. So he was moving upriver. They were following the river, he said. Missy was packed heavy, so he was walking and leading her on foot. They often had to go into the timberline to follow the river, because the river banks were sometimes unwalkable, and other times they would climb up and suddenly be overlooking the river by many feet. He said it was late in the morning by the look of the sun. It was summer again, and the day was fine and blue. Missy suddenly stopped walking and would not budge. He tugged on the lead, but she made it clear she was not moving. She actually took a few steps backwards. Her ears suddenly laid back. Her nostrils were fluttering. He thought they were about to walk up on a bear or something else semi-dangerous. So he walked around and pulled his rifle out of the pack and got ready just in case. Then Missy suddenly backed up even further and turned, and when she did, she almost hit him with her head as she swung around. She was now backed up with her rear to the river, and she was looking directly at the trees. He said Missy didn't usually make hardly any sound at all, not at all like the horses he had had, but she scared him good right then because she let loose a braying, whinny sound that he had never heard from her. Her eyes were large, and her nostrils were working hard to breathe. She had the scent of something, and in the many months that he had had her, she had never been like this, not even when they literally almost walked right into a big brown bear. He kept trying to put her with her broadside facing the trees so he could stand on the other broadside of her and use her to steady the rifle. He explained that it was something they always did back then, not about steadying the rifle, but for another reason. If it was a human out there, more than likely than not, they wanted what you had, and more likely than not, that something they wanted included your horse or pack animal, so they didn't usually want to risk shooting it. So if you stood on the other side of your animal, it made it harder for them to shoot you. And as he had not hurt a horse at all, he assumed if it's a human out there, they were on foot, and they would very much like to take Missy as a prize. But no, it was not a man. It was a large male forest giant, or as we know them, a Sasquatch. He came right out to the last tree before the open river bank. He made sure that Grandpa Mort saw him, but he kept most of himself hidden behind a tree. He said this was the first time that he had ever gotten a daylight look at one of them, and he said they were a fearsome thing to look at. Timber tall, he said. He never gave me a measurement on how tall he thought they were. He just said they were timber tall. Black, thick hair everywhere he could see, he said. And they always had an angry face, large eyes, muscular jaws that jutted forward. I looked at Grandpa Mort and I said, "You must have been very close to see that." He stopped and he said, "Yes, too close." It was giving him a very hard stare. He suddenly remembered what the old First Nations man outside of town had told him. One will keep your attention while the others circle to attack. Realizing that, he immediately broke eye contact with the big male. It took a second for his eyes to readjust, but he was able to look around through the dark timbers, and to his shock he saw two more large, dark shapes there. As soon as he looked away, the big male started to make a vocal sound. I asked him what kind of sound, and he said he couldn't describe it. It was not human. It was like a talking screech sound. He said he didn't know if the male was trying to get his attention so he would look back at him, or if he was telling the other two the jig was up. Suddenly, a clump of dirt, or some kind of plant with dirt still attached to it, hit Grandpa Mort on the side of his face, and now he had dirt in his eyes. So, they played dirty. He was shaking off the dirt and trying to clear his eyes when Missy started kicking up and dancing around and ended up knocking him and his rifle into the river. He hit the water and he lost the grip on his rifle. The current was already moving him off from the bank by the time he got his head above the water. Missy now had 3 of them around her. She was turning, kicking, and braying. He said, "Did you know mules kick sideways?" I said, "No." He said, "Yes. She was kicking and bucking, and she was kicking sideways." One of them, the big male, had gotten his arms around her neck, while the other 2 were trying to grab her kicking back legs. Grandpa Mort caught some of the brush that had gotten caught up around the riverbank, sticking out into the water. He used it to pull himself closer to the bank and then pulled himself out of the river. There were a lot of rocks there at the river bank, and he started to pick up as many big ones as he could carry as he ran towards Missy and the 3 of those forest giants that had her surrounded. He was throwing rocks the whole way as he ran. He said he didn't have a plan as to what he would do. He had no gun. He didn't know what he was going to do when he got close to Missy and the giants. But he was running, and he was picking up rocks while he was running, and he kept throwing with all the strength he had. Then suddenly he was close enough that he actually hit one. He caught it on the side of its head. It didn't hurt it, he didn't think, but it made him turn and look at him. With its head turning to look at my Grandpa Mort, it did not see the next kick that came from Missy, who was making a terrible noise the entire time, turning and desperately trying to kick and shake her attackers loose. The back one, the one who had turned to look at Grandpa Mort, they took that vicious kick right to the side of its face. He said it was a female, and not as large as the male that was trying to close in on Missy's neck. When that back hind leg caught her, he was sure it at least broke her jaw. He said he wouldn't have been surprised if it had killed her. She went down immediately. The other hairy giant that was by her at the hindquarter let out a weird kind of howl and dropped to the female on the ground to check on her, I guess. The male saw what was happening, and he let go of Missy, who immediately took off like a streak. He said he could see blood all over the riverbank where Missy had been, and his heart sank. But as he came to a stop from running, he now realized that he was in a really bad spot. He was very close to those forest giants. Missy was gone. All his supplies were gone. He had lost his rifle in the river. He had no weapons other than rocks. And now a very angry one of those forest giants was standing up, looking at him, and it started running towards him. Grandpa Mort said he did the only thing he knew to do. He jumped right back in the river, and he started swimming as fast as he could. His heart sank, he said, when he heard a big splash behind him. He looked back, and he was right. The big male had come in right after him. He just knew he was going to meet his maker that very day. He kept swimming. Then he was hearing the howling from the riverbank where the injured one was. He looked back now, just to check how close the male was to him, and to his surprise, he saw that the male was getting back out of the river and was going back to the other 2 on the river bank. Now previously, Grandpa always stopped telling the story right there. Then he would talk about how scared and how thankful he was that he was alive. I always would ask him, "What about Missy? Did you find Missy?" When I was younger, he always said, "Nope, I'm sorry, I never found her. I bet somebody found her and made a good mule out of her." But he never looked me in the eye when he said it. So that very last time, there I am, 20 years old, about to become a father for the first time, and there he was, 99 years old, expectantly looking forward to his second great-grandchild. I asked him again between sips of beer. And I guess he thought it was okay for me to hear the truth now. He slowly said, "Yes, he found Missy later that afternoon." He had waited until the creatures left. They carried the injured one out. He followed the blood along the banks, through the trees, and he found her quite a ways away. He no longer had his rifle, but he did have a large knife that he used for skinning animals. It was still in the pack that was still tied to Missy. He found her. She was lying down, her sides heaving. She lifted her head when she heard him, and she tried to get up, but she couldn't. He looked her over, and he saw there were huge chunks missing from her rump, on her face and on her neck. There were bite marks all over her nose and her face. He said it looked like most of her nose had been bitten off. He cried, and he said he apologized to her, cried some more, got his skinning knife out of the pack, and slit her throat. She was almost gone from blood loss anyway, he said. He just wanted to help her along, to ease it for her, no more suffering. He said that he stood up, and he told the trees all around him that she was the best darn mule Alberta had ever seen. And at 99 years old, he looked over at me and he said he believed that was still true. Now, while all this was happening, he thought the male was trying to break her neck, but no, he had been taking chunks off her. There's at least one other animal out there in the world that does that. I mean, eat its prey alive without necessarily killing them first, and that's a hyena. People think hyenas are hated because they're scavengers, but no. Talk to the African tribesmen. They'll tell you. They hate them because they are known to eat their prey alive until it dies of shock and blood loss. Just like that man had told Grandpa Mort the forest giants are known to do. After that, Grandpa Mort said that he spent almost a week going on foot to get back to a town. He wasn't able to carry much off of Missy, and he left her and the pack and everything there. He made sure to take that knife, his hatchet, and what little food he could carry on his own. He got out of the mountains for a while, and he gave up gold prospecting for good. For a while, he said he wandered around. He worked on some logging crews, and then he said he met and married the prettiest woman Alberta had ever seen in 1912. And he said, at 99 years old, he believed that was still true. I never knew my great-grandmother. She died in childbirth with her sixth child in 1921, who was my grandmother, who in turn gave birth to my mother during the Second World War. Grandpa Mort raised those kids himself, and he never remarried. It ended up that he sadly outlived all of his children but one, and he outlived one of his grandchildren that died in an accident. I guess you could say he really lived the width and the breadth of life, and he saw an awful lot in his time. My best memories are sitting with him, inside or outside of his run-down little house. He didn't have much, but he always said that was okay. He didn't need much. But we had talked one time about the better-known Bigfoot cases, the one where the miners were trapped, the one where Bauman got kidnapped. He said he believed those stories. Now, no one ever believed his stories, though, except a few of the First Nations peoples he knew. He saw the Patterson-Gimlin film once on television, and he said that was dead on what he saw that day at the river, but the male stood up straighter, taller, and he looked meaner. In my life, I heard 1,000 more stories from him, stories that have nothing at all to do with Sasquatch, stories of gold hunting, big fights with brown bears, how he about froze to death a couple different winters, what he thought the first time he saw an automobile, and electricity, and living through the wars, and then sometimes he would muse about being born under the light of an oil lamp and living to see men walk on the moon. Then he would get all excited, and he would add he couldn't wait to see his great-great-grandchild. But that was not to be. I started this email by telling you about a night that I stopped by with some beer with him to sit and talk. That was the last time that I got to hear those stories from him. I didn't know it that night when I went home. But he did not live to see his great-great-grandchild after all. I went home that night not knowing any of it, and I would never have believed that within just a few short weeks I would be standing graveside at his service. I remember one time he looked at me with something that I now think was a little bit of sadness, and he said, "My boy, when I'm gone, you'll remember nothing of the stories and very little of me. Time will march on. You'll see. We're all just flashes in the pan. Our time on earth here is short. Then it's gone. That's all." Well, here's to you, Grandpa Mort. If I have forgotten anything you ever told me, it was very little. After his grave service, I went home and I started to write down everything I could ever remember that he ever told me. I did that for the next few weeks. Every day I was remembering something else, or I remembered another story he told me. I would talk with the other people in the family, and sometimes they would remember something I had forgotten or never knew, and I would run home and I would write it down in that notebook. In time, it turned out that I was writing less and less in that notebook because there wasn't as much new that I or anyone else remembered. We were writing it all down. I can't tell you how thankful I am that I did that. I had not pulled that notebook out for many, many years, yet I did so during the time of the pandemic. I reread it all, and I was stunned at everything that was there. I had forgotten a lot of it, and as soon as I read it all, I remembered every bit of it. But if I hadn't written it down, it would have been gone forever. He would have been right. So here I am, Nance. I'm 59 years old now, and now my grandbabies are crowding around me, wanting to hear a story. But I don't have many stories. I did not lead an amazing life like Grandpa Mort did. I mean, how exciting is it to tell my kids that I got up and I went to work every day for an accounting firm. Then I got my own title, a desk, and an office. I got another ratchet up on the ladder and a nicer car. What is any of that compared to a life like Grandpa Mort's? So one time I got bold and I told a couple of Grandpa Mort's stories to my 2 oldest grandsons. None of the gory ones, I promise you. Not long after they got home, I got a call from a very unhappy daughter-in-law because now her sons were having nightmares about hairy giants. Well, that was many years ago, and I never again told any of my grandbabies any of those stories. But I'm getting older, and while I'm not as old as Grandpa Mort lived to be, and I reckon I got more than a few years left, I'm beginning to feel my own mortality. I think about him saying that we're all just a flash in the pan, and everything is soon forgotten. I do not want him forgotten, or any of his incredible stories. I believe every single one is true. I know very few people who had the privilege of knowing their great-grandparents, and of those, none of them still had a great-grandparent at 20-something years old. I thank my stars every day that I had him. He walked me through a life that most of us could never dream of. He was, and still is, my hero. Signed, James Fournier, Edmonton, Canada.
Some people are lucky and have good role models around them growing up. Others grow up with walking, talking illustrations of what kind of human not to be when you grow up. I had the latter kind for parents. Now, don't get me wrong. I loved them. They were my mom and dad. But the truth is, they just weren't good parents. When I was 14, we lived in a mobile home park a couple miles outside of the center of Calcutta, Ohio. Given my parents' preference to drink and use other substances, I was usually left unsupervised, which, believe me, as a teenager, I was okay with. I had become rather resourceful and self-sufficient in my time as their son, so it suited me just fine. Now, whereas most teens would probably use that unsupervised time to get into some trouble, I didn't. I spent my time wandering the wooded land behind the mobile home park or walking through it and on down to Little Beaver Creek to do a little fishing. With all the chaos inside my home, I found I much preferred being anywhere but there, and having no money and no friends, well, that meant that I tended to spend my time in the great outdoors whenever I could. I had gotten pretty comfortable with the wooded area behind us in the time since we'd moved there. Now, as an adult, I am certain I was probably trespassing on someone's land, but I had no notion of that at the age of 14. I had a few particular favorite spots deep in those woods, but my favorite was the improvised tree stand someone had built. It was primitive and built from lots of mismatched scrap wood. The ladder up to the platform consisted of 2 vertical boards with horizontal slats nailed to them. Now, the platform itself was roughly 2 feet square, really just enough to sit or stand on, and it was strengthened with bracing pieces of wood underneath connecting to the tree. And there was something that was supposed to resemble a railing that ran around the edges. As an adult who has now learned to hunt, I now know that the tree stand was much lower than was probably useful. I would guess it was maybe 12 feet off the ground, and maybe that's why it had been abandoned. Anyway, it was toward the end of June, and the fighting at home was heating up. It usually did by the 3rd week or so of the month, when the money they got from the beginning of the month started to run out. They were like animals that turned on each other when resources got low. They would start bickering over who drank up all the beer or who smoked up all the cigarettes. I had come to understand the correlation between the calendar and their fights when I was still pretty young, and I had begun to prepare for them the best that I could, and I kept a small backpack with a few things squirreled away in it for day trips out of the house ready to go at any time. Well, as much as I could with my limited means, anyway. So when the fighting did begin that afternoon, I quietly picked up my backpack and headed out the back door, leaving the chaos behind, and headed out into the woods and my little perch. Climbing up and sitting on the small platform, I relaxed and watched the colors in the sky change as the sun began to sink low. It was peaceful and quiet. I got a can of ravioli, my can opener, my spoon, and a bag of Fritos out of my backpack, and had my dinner with just the quiet of the forest around me and the brilliant colors above the trees. It was wonderful. After eating, I put the bag of Fritos and the empty can of ravioli back in a little white grocery sack, tied up the ends, and put all of that back in my backpack, which I then fastened around the makeshift wood railing so it wouldn't fall. The sun had now been down for hours, and I knew it was getting late. And while experience had also taught me that my parents had probably found a way to get some more booze and cigarettes, or were probably already passed out. But I wasn't ready to go home yet. I had leaned back against a tree, and my legs and feet were dangling over the edge of the wooden platform as I watched the starry sky above me. It was beautiful, and again, it was peaceful, and I felt so relaxed. And I didn't mean to, but I fell asleep. Now, the next thing I know, my dad was tugging on my foot to get me up for school, and I kind of came to a half-wakeful state. I think I mumbled to him that I was already awake. Go away, leave me alone. The tugging stopped. For a fraction of a second, I felt myself falling back to sleep when my subconscious mind began ringing loud klaxon alerts, screaming at me that I wasn't at home in my bed and that it was not my dad tugging on my foot. My eyes popped open to inky blackness all around me. Now fully wide awake, I reflexively jerked my legs back up onto the platform, pulling my knees close to my chest. I tried to calm my hard breathing so I could listen, and unmistakably, I did hear movement directly under me. I replayed the moment in my head of something tugging on my foot, and I thought maybe it was a bear that had reached up and was swatting my foot. But no, it was a hand wrapped around my foot, tugging. It wasn't a slap, and I hadn't felt any claws. And black bears can't reach this high, can they? I was thinking about all of that as my eyes were adjusting to the darkness. I couldn't see clearly, but I could make out movement in the darkness below. Chancing it, I reached into my still half-unzipped backpack hanging on the rail and felt around until I found the small flashlight. I shifted up to a kneeling position, took a deep breath, and cautiously leaned over, peering off the edge of the platform, and flipped on my flashlight. Now, I didn't understand what I was seeing for maybe a half-second or so. Below me, illuminated in the small spread of the weak yellow light from my small flashlight, was something large and covered in fur and very tall. At first, I did think it was a bear standing on its back legs, maybe. Maybe because that's what I was expecting to see. I was looking down directly on top of its head, which was only a few feet below the platform. The fur was dark and brown in the light. Quickly, it looked up at me, and then I knew it was not a bear. There were no ears, no snout, but it had a wide face with dark eyes that glinted in my flashlight. It made a grunting noise and looked away from the light quickly. I scrambled backwards, bewildered, and then suddenly I felt a thump on the right side of the platform. I turned my flashlight in that direction, and I saw a long arm reaching up, trying to go over the thin railing on that side of the platform. Terrified, I shimmied up to a standing position and tried to make myself flatter against a tree as I shrank to the far edge as much as I could safely go, which wasn't far. Watching the arm reaching up to feel around in the air, I had a ridiculous image of my head, of myself reaching blindly over the shelf in the top of my closet not too long ago, looking for the shoebox I had hidden some things from my parents in. Now, I couldn't see up there with no light in the closet. I was just blindly groping around in the darkness, searching by feel. That's what it looked like with that arm in the air reaching up. Anyway, that's the thought that came into my head. And even as frightened as I was, I realized there wasn't any force in the arm. And by that I mean something that size could have easily broken the small pieces of the wood railing like tiny matchsticks. But it didn't. It was searching. And I realized suddenly that there was a harsh, barking noise in my ears. And then I realized it was me making that noise. I couldn't stay quiet. My breathing was combining with some noise that I was making, I guess, out of fear. I remember slapping a hand over my mouth, trying to stay quiet. But even then, I could still hear my own muffled sound under my hand. I kept thinking, if I'm quiet, it won't hear me, right? It will go away. And briefly it did. It went away. I saw the arm disappear from that side of the tree stand. I was shining my light all around in the darkness when I felt a tug on the railing that I was leaning against. Quickly, I pressed back against the tree and pointed my flashlight in that direction, just in time to see the little thin railing give way and my backpack that had been hanging on it disappear below. I was almost hyperventilating at this point, I think. I expected to feel the entire platform give way any second, or see a hand reach out and grab my foot and pull me down. But seconds went by, and that didn't happen. I waited, and I tried to listen, but all I could hear at first was my own erratic heartbeat and rough breathing. And then I heard something that I recognized. I heard what sounded like fabric ripping, and then I heard the sound of things smacking leaves. And then I heard the sound of plastic crinkling. Tentatively, I leaned forward and flashed my light below. A few feet to the side of the tree stood the creature. My backpack lay at its feet like a deflated football, and I caught sight of a few of my items strewn about. I watched as the creature turned the grocery shopping bag over and over in its hands. A few times it brought it close to its face, and I think it was sniffing it. But it seemed puzzled how to get into the bag, which seemed odd to me, since it had no problem ripping the backpack apart. I watched as it put the tied ends of the grocery bag in its mouth, maybe giving one or two tentative chews, and then pulled it right back out. In a few moments, though, it did figure out how to tear into the slippery plastic bag, and I watched as it figured out how to unroll the top of the Fritos bag and then dump them on the ground. It then squatted and began picking up the Fritos and eating them, dirt and all. Now, once before the weak batteries gave out in my flashlight, it looked back up at me as I peered over from the side of the wood platform. It looked at me for a half second or so before returning to picking up Fritos from the dirt and eating them. I would like to add, so that everyone knows, that Bigfoot has really bad manners and eats with his mouth open. Now, satisfied he had gotten whatever there was to eat, I watched as he threw everything down and, after meandering about for a bit, slowly moved away and out of sight of my light. All of this experience had only taken a few minutes, but to me it felt like an eternity. Maybe 10 minutes or so after the Bigfoot had walked out of my sight, the batteries in my flashlight finally gave out, leaving me in darkness with only the stars above. I sat on the platform with my knees drawn up tight, waiting for dawn. Now, I had plenty of time to think during those dark hours until dawn about what had happened, and I knew a few things for certain, most notably being that if it had wanted me out of that stand, it could have done so easily and quickly. I also thought about how it didn't seem very interested in me, and that the real interest had only been in my Fritos. With the sun now coming up strong, I surveyed the area as much as I could, and then slowly made my descent onto the forest floor. I left the torn backpack and all my things lying around before cautiously making my way home. Now, when I walked in, I saw that my parents were passed out in the living room. Nearby were fresh bottles and full ashtrays. I stood there and realized they hadn't even noticed that I had been gone all night. Later, while taking a shower, I had another realization that broke my heart. That if something had happened to me out there, no one would have known and no one would have came looking for me because they hadn't even known I was gone. Now, I made myself two promises right there as I stood crying and naked in the shower that was covered in soap scum and mildew. First, from that point forward, I was going to be much more careful about the circumstances in which I put myself into in the future. And secondly, that I would be a better parent than my parents were when I had children. I'm 39 now, and I know that I have kept the first promise. And according to my children, I've kept the second one too. Okay, guys, what do you think? Do you think that Bigfoot happened to smell those Fritos and that's what he was after? I mean, it sounds crazy, doesn't it? Bigfoot after Fritos? But, you know, Fritos are kind of pungent, I think. And what about how he just kept sniffing things? And don't you think it was odd that it knew how to rip open a backpack? But yet a thin plastic grocery bag seemed to confuse it? I don't know. What do you guys think? Let me know in the comments below. If you like what you've heard, hit the like and subscribe button, then hit the bell to get notifications. Okay, everyone, that's it for tonight. I'll be back tomorrow with the fourth and last Bigfoot Palooza encounter. Also, I want to know, do you like these Bigfoot Paloozas? How do you like them on the long holiday weekends? Would you like another one maybe for, say, Labor Day? I don't know. Let me know how you liked it in the comments below. And maybe we can do another Palooza. Yeah, that'd be good. Okay, and before you go, always remember, absence of proof is not proof of absence. Thanks for listening, everyone. Until we meet up again on the Bigfoot Game Trail tomorrow night, have a wonderful Sasquatchy Saturday night.
Dear Nance, I hope this message finds you and yours well in all aspects of life. Thanks for providing this platform for us to tell our truths and testimonials with no judgment or ridicule. This means a lot to me, someone whose own mother said I was weird and she couldn't believe that I would lie and make up bull spit like this all about her daddy. I'll go by Rusty for this story. A little background about my family and I. I'm a city boy, born and raised in Detroit, Michigan, 3 doors down from my grandparents, who had moved to Detroit from North Carolina in the late 1940s after my granddad's discharge from the Navy and serving in World War II. My granddad kept his family's land in North Carolina, close to the South Carolina border. Without getting too particular about the exact location, the closest town would be Green Creek, which is a very small town. The area is rocky, no really high peaks, but plenty of creeks and caves. Through the years, my granddad would visit his land frequently and also acquired any neighboring plots that he could. By the time I was born in 1980, he had over 300 acres, a small trailer, barn, and a metal shed where he kept his tractor, side-by-side, and 3 four-wheelers he had bought for me and my cousins to ride when we would go with him down south in the summers. Grandad was a country boy to the core. He enjoyed hunting, fishing, and this I learned later in life, making moonshine. I was born in the spring of 1980, 2 months earlier than expected, but also the same day that my granddad had his first surgery for prostate cancer, which he lived with for 22 years until he finally lost his battle. But he also officially retired from his construction job the spring of 1980. So he and my grandma, being 3 doors away, well, they were naturally the only babysitters I ever knew, and both my parents worked full-time. My granddad told me, whatever the cancer had taken from him, it had been given to me because he still needed it. So I was known as his right-hand man, and my grandma's sugar boy. She even had the other older ladies that lived on our street calling me sugar boy. It was embarrassing while young, but as I got older, I didn't mind as much. From the time I was 6 years old, I was going down south with my granddad a few weeks every summer. We would hunt squirrels and rabbits, even though it wasn't hunting season. It was allowed as long as we stayed on our land and only took what we ate. Squirrel dumplings for breakfast and rabbit stew for dinner. When we had more than we could eat, or extra food of any kind, Grandpa would tell me, "Stay at the trailer," and he was going to go take the extra food to his forest buddy. As a kid, I thought he had a friend that actually lived in the woods, like a drinking buddy, because he wouldn't drink in front of the kids. He never did. But he would get on his side-by-side and head toward the trees. By 15 and after middle school, I was done with school, even though I was always on the honor roll. It just wasn't for me. So, Grandad, now 79 years old, had lost a step. But he was still sturdy, and even me at 15, I was full of piss and vinegar, and I didn't want to get on his bad side. He started letting me go on his fall hunting trips down south. We did some hunting, but mainly we made moonshine. He had a 1-room cabin, an outhouse, a chicken coop, and a still that was deep in the woods. It was a good 20-minute ride on the side-by-side from the trailer. Once we got there, he loudly announced, "Hello, buddy. It's me. I've brought some goodies, and I have my right-hand man with me. He's a good one." He had brought some pheasants that had been in the deep freezer he hunted in Michigan, and 5 gallons of wine he made from the wild grapes that grew in our backyards in Detroit. Oh yeah, I forgot to add the salt. He would give them big 10-pound bags of table salt. I don't know what they do with it, but they do love salt. So we set out the gifts, checked the stills, made a fire, and went to work making his mash for the shine. He told me, "This is what my buddies love, the spent mash from the process of making the shine." There were chickens in the chicken coop. They looked healthy and had relatively clean water. I asked him, "Who feeds the chickens?" He said his buddies take care of them. So I was convinced at that point it was a man living in these woods. Because it was 2 other families living on the property, he leased a few acres to help with taxes and make sure the 30 or so acres that were cleared didn't get too overgrown while he was gone. Then the wine. I thought, yeah, he has a drinking buddy out here. Probably an old hermit that helps with the moonshine. We stayed in the cabin overnight. It had a small gas generator for light, a small refrigerator, a cot. We brought with us a small table, 2 chairs, a wash basin, and a wood-burning stove that we could cook on, warm water, and for heat if it got too cold. That first night, we heard 2 knocks on the side of the cabin. That scared the crap out of me, and Grandad said, "Oh, my buddy's here to get his package." I went for the door, and he told me sharply, "No, give him a minute. If he wants to talk, he'll let me know. He doesn't know you, and I don't want to surprise him. You'll meet him before we leave. We usually have a fish fry when the shine is done." Those next few days we spent in and around that cabin. I did have the feeling of being watched, but no fear at all. Like he said, all the used mash would be gone the next morning, and eggs from the chickens would be collected with about half a dozen left for us every morning. We even had a big piece of honeycomb still capped, waiting for us in a bucket that had been set at the still. Grandad told me these were the best eggs and the best eating chickens you can get because of their diet. It was all natural. They eat a lot of bees, bee larvae, honeycomb, wild figs, and pawpaw fruit. So after the last batch of shine was taste tested and bottled, we loaded up and we headed back to the trailer and civilization. Then we got on the road east for over 2 hours to see the mullet fish man and traded him 3 half-gallon jugs of shine for what had to be 20 to 30 pounds of saltwater mullets, scaled and gutted, but heads still attached. We filled our coolers with ice and fish, stopped at a Food Lion, and got a couple gallons of peanut oil, some yellow cornmeal, salt and pepper, hot sauce, and 20 pounds of potatoes, and headed back to the property. I started taking stuff in the trailer, and Grandad said, "What are you doing, boy? We're going back to the cabin." Now, I'm thinking, that spot's a secret, and that's too much food for him and I and maybe 1 or 2 drunk hermits in the wood. But he had told me, besides him and his buddies, nobody knew about the still but my dead great-uncle, which was his brother, and now me. And being in the woods, frying fish would attract the type of wildlife that I wasn't trying to fight for food. The father of one of the families living at one end of the property said the black bear and the feral hog populations were out of control to the point that it was open season on hogs year-round, and nuisance tags were being given out for the black bears. But oddly enough, we had seen no signs of them at all in the woods. Grandad just half smiled and said, Boy, I don't waste money or food. Once we got to the cabin site and lit the fire, I noticed he didn't announce his return. I asked why, and he said, "Oh, they'll smell it." Once that first batch of fish came out of the oil, my life changed forever. Out of my peripheral vision to my right, I saw what looked like a tree moving. It was so big. Grandad grabbed my arm because he saw that I was about to haul butt right out of there. He said, "That's my buddy, boy. Don't go making a fool out of me in front of him." We stood up, and this giant, hairy man put his huge hands on both of our shoulders. My granddad put his hand on top of his buddy's and said, "Hey, bud, just in time for dinner." And he motioned with his hand to his mouth. He pointed to me and said, "This is my grandson." I stuck my hand out, still unable to speak. Buddy grabbed my hand on the back side very gently, but I could still tell he could have crushed it without even trying. This was a man, more human than anything else, but covered in darkish black-brown hair. The skin tone, it was weathered like a native person. No cone head, but a more pronounced brow ridge, a flatter nose, and thinner lips, which was the only ape or monkey-like feature. There was no long neck, but the neck of a heavily muscled man. In height, he had to stand 7.5 to 8 feet tall. I'm 5 feet 10 inches, and I came to his lower chest, maybe. Hands and feet were bare. The face was hairless, except for the places a man would grow facial hair. Around the shoulders, upper arms, and lower legs, the hair seemed thicker or longer, just like the places a hairy man would have more hair. His shoulders, chest arms, and legs were massive. He had to be at least 4 feet wide across the shoulders. If I had to guess a weight, I would say 450 to 500 pounds easy. All muscle, though. There was no horrible smell, just the smell of someone who had been outside all day, body odor mixed with grass and earth. There was nothing foul or overwhelming. When I was finally able to speak, the only thing I could say was, "Thank you for meeting me and allowing me in your home and helping my granddad." He once again patted us both on the shoulders and pointed to the direction he had come from. He made a sound and a click, and out walked 4 more of them, all smaller than him. 3 females and 1 male that was the smallest of them, but still only a few inches shorter than me. I looked at my granddad, and he was as normal as ever. I was scared, excited, in awe, and in disbelief all at the same time. They all walked in a line almost, and greeted my granddad with pats to the shoulder, and the oldest female, that had to be the mother of the big male, or mother to his mate or wife. She greeted him with a full hug like an embrace. Grandad later told me that her parents were the first that he had befriended, and he had known her all her life. Her mate had died, and the big male was her son-in-law. She was over 50, and that was very old for them. The old female had only a few visible teeth left, graying hair, and she walked kind of bent over. She also needed help standing once she had been sitting. The other 2 females were her daughter and granddaughter, who were mid-30s and mid to late teens in age, and the small boy was around 10 years old. He said the couple had another son that was a few years older than the girl, but had left the clan 2 years ago. He told me the males will leave around 15 years old to find a mate, but they will come back with the family if the father is old or has died, and the mother is too old to mate, and there is no male to protect the clan. The females are smaller, but just as sturdy. They have a complex language as their vocal range is far superior to ours, and they are great mimics as well. They copy the sounds of many animals, even birds. But we sat there, and we ate fried mullets and French fries with the Bigfoot family. My granddad, he sipped a little rhubarb shine, while I had mine with a waterbacker. I was only 15. And the Sasquatch family, they ate and drank some of the grape wine that was in the cabin, and also apple cider that we had brought from Michigan. We played a sort of charades-type game, and they laughed hard at me trying to climb a tree. I played some music from a portable CD player I had left in the cabin, and I tried to teach them to dance. The teen female was very shy, and she covered her face often and would whisper to her mother and grandmother. The young male, he was a typical 10-year-old, a ball of energy, always on the move. He was breaking sticks and checking out everything that was foreign to his normal world. They ate a lot of food, fish, both fried and raw, and they couldn't get enough of the French fries with extra salt. They took care of the old female, just like we would take care of a senior matriarch in our family. They brought her food. They mashed it up for her so she could eat it, since she had few teeth left. When nature called, the teen female escorted her away to do her business. These were truly human actions and emotions. We sat there for hours, well after sundown. Even with the language barrier, we seemed to be really enjoying each other's company. It wasn't like I was being entertained at a zoo or on a safari. It was like having a cookout with family from another country who spoke a foreign language. They seemed to understand me way more than I did them. When they finally all gave us our goodbye pats on our shoulders and heads, I even got a hug from the grandma and the shy teen female with some encouragement from her mother. The young male, he gave a playful but hard slap on the back, then laughed as he ran away, which made everyone laugh. They took the leftover food and disappeared in the trees. My grandfather said, "See you tomorrow, bud. We need to tag a buck for the road." We put out the fire and headed back to the trailer. On the way back, Grandad said, "Now you see why we haven't had any bear or hogs messing around my still, and why my chickens could win prizes if I wanted." I said, "Your forest buddies are definitely nothing anybody or anything would want to trifle with." And he told me, "Now you know this is nothing you should be telling folks, especially your grandma. For one, they'll think you're loony, and that's okay. But if somebody actually believes you and comes looking, well, that's not going to be good for anybody." I woke up the next day, worse for the wear to say the least. Being 15 and drinking moonshine with a family of Bigfoot, I thought maybe it had been a big dream. My granddad was already gone. His pickup was there, but the side-by-side was gone, and his orange hunting vest and rifle was gone too. Well, guess I missed the hunt today. He came back later that afternoon with a nice buck on the back of the side-by-side. I said, "How'd you get that buck on the back of there by yourself?" He said I didn't, and he laughed. We took it to the barn and broke it down, well, half of it. We put the other half back on the side-by-side and the whole hide. Then Grandad told me, "Take this to my buddy. This is his half." Now, I had never been to the still by myself, but if he was okay with it, I was too. I drove it in there, I laid it out on a log that we used for sitting when a fire was going. I called out, "Hey, buddy, I brought your meat. Thanks for helping my granddad." I got a few whistles in return. I grabbed a few things that were left in the cabin, and I made my way back. We made those trips for the next 6 years until my granddad passed in February 2002. The cancer had spread throughout his body and bones. He had broken his hip on a ladder trying to clean gutters at church while 85 years old. He never complained about the pain, just said he had a little catch in his leg. After a month of limping around, I convinced him to go to the doctor, and we found out he had completely broken his hip. Once they got in there for surgery, they said the bones were like mush from the cancer, and they don't know how he was even walking around like that for over a month. Grandad passed away 2 months after. I promised him that I would go to the cabin, make a batch, and take down the still. I made a trip down in the summer to take some dogs down there. I had started breeding dogs, and I had worked out a deal with one of the land leases where they would raise the young dogs for me for a bigger plot of the land. A few years prior, Big Buddy was so impressed with how I trained the dogs, I gave him a puppy to raise, a male Brazilian Mastiff, who grew to be a huge dog over the years, but was very well-mannered. Big Buddy would show off what tricks he had taught him and wait for my approval. It was very humbling that a being of such strength and majesty, who could take down a fully grown male black bear with his bare hands, he was looking to me for approval, like a toddler saying, "Look at me." When I returned that fall, I knew it may be a while before I was back, as it was very hard for me to make that trip without my granddad. So I brought individual gifts for the family along with the regular gifts for the females. I brought copper stone and crystal necklaces I had made for them, extra long, so they could slip them over their heads. For the young male, I brought a bowie knife and a sheath with a strap long enough to go over his shoulder and across his chest, and the same thing for the Big Buddy, but it was my granddad's knife and sheath, just fashioned with a long strap. Also, I brought a laminated obituary and an 8x10 photo of my granddad in a sturdy wooden frame with plexiglass instead of glass. They understood he was gone, and they all shed tears while trying to console me with shoulders and head pats. And there was this very comforting, like purring, that was like a warm blanket that I could feel more than hear. If I had to compare it to anything, I would say, it's like the feeling you get from a dose of morphine given through an IV while you're in the hospital. It's warm and euphoric. After I made the last batch of shine and started taking down the still, Big Buddy came and helped me load the heavy pots on the side-by-side. He called his family over to say goodbye. They were all sporting their gifts proudly. We exchanged our pats and hugs, and that was it. I left and didn't return until 8 years later. I didn't realize how much of a relief it is to get this out, since I've never really told anyone this besides my mom, who didn't believe me, and my wife, who was skeptical. When I did return in 2010, I went to clear out the trailer, since I was selling it and the land right around it to one of the families that had been leasing some of the land at the west end of the property. I made my way back to the cabin site, and it had been taken over by nature. But the chickens, they were still there, and they were healthy, and there were more than I remembered. The coop had been mended with scraps of wood and natural fiber cords. The cot in the cabin was stained, as if something had given birth on it. I had called out when I got there, but I got no reply. But while in there, I got the familiar knocks, and then in the door was a huge male I did not recognize. That is, until I saw the bowie knife and the sheath in his hand. It was the young male, all grown up and bigger than his father ever was. He greeted me with an embrace and a few head pats, but he seemed nervous and he kept looking around in all directions. Then I heard the talking coming from deeper in the woods, and he hurried back toward the trailer, almost escorting the side-by-side a half-mile down the trail, which was slow going at that point, and he gave out loud grunts and growls along the way. I knew then things had changed, and I was no longer welcome that far in the forest. I still own that land and protect it as much as I can. A fence was built along the back of the cleared acres. No hunting, poaching, or trespassing signs are all along the property lines, and I donate to the local sheriff's department yearly to enforce it too. Those times with my granddad and his buddies, I will always hold dear to me. I learned a lot about the outdoors, myself, and a culture that many others will never know. I consider myself blessed and lucky to have had these interactions, as so many have unsavory encounters. I don't think of myself as a Sasquatch expert, as there seems to be many different types of these beings. But I do consider myself a friend, or even a family member, of a clan of 4. I can answer many questions about their diet, the way they live, and how they use the forest for all their needs. To this day, I would like to believe they're still maintaining those prize chickens in that secluded area of forest. Thanks, Nance, if you've made it this far. I hope I didn't ramble and bore you too much. Not a chance, Rusty. I hope to hear some version of this biopic because this isn't a story. I have lived this. I absolutely love your narrations, so I let it all out. Thank you. Signed, Rusty, grandson of a great man and the adopted cousin to Big Buddy Bigfoot and family. P.S. If you or the Sasquatch would like to hear more stories about the time spent with the clan or have any questions, don't hesitate to reach out. I have theories on certain Sasquatch behaviors and the Appalachian feral people. Also, the proof is in the terminology used to describe these beings. More often than not, I see the word cannibal being used when it's said that they eat or hunt humans. Well, cannibal by definition is something that eats its own kind. So, if this is not a human species, why would the word cannibal or cannibalize be used so often? Just goes to show how they, the government, or the powers that be, they know exactly what Sasquatch, Bigfoot, Sabe, wood boogers, or skunk apes are, and that they're real. Thanks again to you and the Buckeye Bigfoot community for lending an ear and supportive shoulder. You can't imagine what it's like to live with the most amazing truth that you can fathom and not be able to tell anyone without actually sounding or looking like a crazed liar and thinking to yourself, was I really a few cards short of a deck? Signed, Rusty. Nance, I recently discovered the Buckeye Bigfoot channel and have been listening with interest to many of the descriptions of contact with Sasquatch. I thought perhaps that I would tell you my experiences that have taken place practically in your backyard. If you read this, could you please just use my first name only? Just a short note about myself. I am a 64-year-old retired law enforcement officer. I am an experienced woodsman, hunter, trapper, and equestrian. I have been more at home in the woods in my lifetime than anywhere else. Now, not so much. My first encounter, which at the time I did not think about it involving a Sasquatch, was just a frightening experience that I had no explanation for. It happened one weekend in 1978 while camping with my horse on the north end of the Brookville Reservoir property. And for those of you listening, he's referring to southeast Indiana. And yes, that's really almost my backyard. I've spent many a day over at Brookville and Whitewater, and yeah, I kind of know that area. All right, moving on. He says, it began with me deciding to take a weekend camping trip by horseback. I had time on my hands and no money, so it seemed like a good way to spend my days off. I only worked 4 nights a week, Monday through Thursday. So on Friday morning, I packed light camping gear on my saddle, a blanket and ground cloth, a canvas bucket, some rope, a nose bag for my horse with some oats, a pair of hobbles, and an old 1892 Winchester carbine carried in a scabbard. I had 17 .44 caliber cartridges for my carbine. I also had a tin cup, a canteen, and my food, which consisted of coffee, a can of crazy cheese, and some crackers. It was warm, so I only had a light denim jacket, a change of socks, and buckskin moccasins that I wore while sleeping when camping. I rode about 17 miles that Friday, and towards late afternoon, I began to get into the Brookville Reservoir property, specifically where the East Fork of the Whitewater River began to feed the lake. I left the gravel road that I had been riding down and moved my horse along an old abandoned roadbed along the river that was no longer allowed access to cars or trucks. It was just a shadow of the former road, and eventually even that road dwindled away to nothing more than a footpath. I rode into the wooded river bottom and looked for a place to camp. I was having a great time. I made camp by tying a picket rope between 2 trees for my mare, then spread out my ground cloth and gathered wood for a fire. I had brought no flashlight, so a small campfire for coffee and to have some seeing light until I turned in was necessary. While I made camp, I hobbled my horse and turned her loose to graze on the tender spring grass. I will mention here for those who do not know, hobbles are leather straps with a short chain attaching the 2 leather ends. They are buckled around a horse's front legs to allow them free movement, but stops them from running off. Picture someone trying to move with their shoelaces tied together. Those are horse hobbles. Anyway, while she grazed, I made a cup of instant coffee and had some crackers and cheese. I then took out a paperback book from my saddlebags, and I laid back with my head on my saddle and read while enjoying a cigarette. When the light began to fade, I went and caught up to my mare, and after removing her hobbles, I led her down to the river on a lead rope to get a drink. This is where the weirdness began. As she was drinking, she suddenly lifted her head from the water, and with her ears held forward, which indicated that something had her attention, she looked intently upriver. I naturally followed the line of her interest and strained my eyes in the waning light of day in an attempt to see what had caught her attention. She was so tense that she had not swallowed her last drink of water, but was holding it in her mouth. The sounds of the water dripping from her mouth back into the river was the only sound that I heard. Her demeanor had changed, and she now was acting spooked. On the way back to the camp, she kept stopping and would stare into the gathering darkness in the woods, staring north as she had at the river. I put her hobbles back on her and tied her to the picket rope between the 2 trees by a neck rope that went around her neck, behind her head, and fed down through the halter ring under her chin. This type of tying keeps a horse from hurting itself if they spook while tied. It also saves on broken halters. All the while, as I was getting her situated for the night, she kept acting jumpy and would move around nervously, then to only freeze suddenly motionless and stare upriver. Only her nostrils were moving in an attempt to catch some odor. Here I will give a little background on my horse. She was a well-trained mount that was used for working livestock. She was unflappable around traffic and could be safely ridden along any road, including highways. I also used her on my trap line. She was not spooked by gunfire or the smell of blood. I owned her until her death in her upper 20s, and except for this night camping, she had only been spooked one other time, and that was the first time she heard a wild turkey gobble. What I'm saying is, she was a good, solid mount that I could trust in any situation. After I was later married, she would go on to teach my wife and eventually both of my sons how to ride. After I was sure that she was secure, I told her to settle down, and taking the collapsible canvas bucket, I went down to the river to bring her back water for the night. By now, there was just the late stages of twilight left. I could see the water and the far bank, but no details of anything. While I was filling the bucket, I suddenly caught sounds of voices coming from upriver. My first thought was, great, I have a bunch of party types nearby. I assumed that this was what my horse had been hearing. Now, as I said, it sounded like 2 or 3 people talking, but nothing they were saying was distinguishable, and much of it reached my ears sounding like some animated chatter, for lack of a better word. Occasionally, I would hear someone let out a whoop, and a couple times I heard loud splashes like something heavy had hit the water. I was more irritated than spooked, and I only hoped that they would not wander down near my camp. As I was going back to camp, which was only about 40 feet away, my horse suddenly let out a loud whinny, and the voices instantly stopped. Now that spooked me, and I assumed that I would soon have people in my camp that I had no interest in meeting. My fire was down to coals, and for some reason I felt the need to put more wood on it. And yes, my horse still had not settled down much. She was jittery and was stressing the rope in an attempt to get loose. This was when I took my Winchester out of the saddle scabbard and dug into my saddle bag for the cloth sack that held 10 extra rounds. I had 7 rounds in the carbine's magazine. I sat by the campfire, occasionally stoking it with wood in order to keep some seeing light in my camp. I kept talking to my mare to calm her down and attempted to read from the book that I had brought along, but I could only read a few paragraphs before I would concentrate on the night sounds. I no longer heard the voices from upriver, but that didn't convince my horse that all was well. She continued to fidget and would let out nickers on occasion. I finally gave up on reading and just sat next to the fire, leaning against my Winchester, which I had placed between my knees with the butt of the gun on the ground. Somewhere along about 11 or 12 o'clock, sleep overtook me, and I drifted off while still sitting upright, leaning against my carbine. Around 3 in the morning, I was awakened by all hell breaking loose in my camp. My mare was letting out terrified whinnies and was struggling against her rope to break loose. I think, had it not been for the hobbles on her front legs, she would have indeed broken free and run away. I threw a prepared fire bundle on my campfire, which was now down to coals, and as the bundle caught, I had sufficient light to see. I quickly went over to my mare and tried my best to calm her down. It took a bit of soothing, positive talk, but she finally calmed under my touch. But she kept her attention riveted towards the dark forest north of the camp. That was when I heard the whistle. Yes, I said a whistle. Someone was letting out low whistles north of me and slightly east toward the river. That confirmed to me that someone, or possibly several someones, were messing with me. I loudly announced that I knew somebody was out there and that they were not scaring me. That was not entirely true, as knowing that someone was close to me did rattle me a bit. I stepped over to my fire and placed more wood on it. Then I picked up my Winchester. Having that old carbine in my hands gave me some comfort. This was when I began to hear the footsteps. Whoever was out there in the dark began to walk in a semicircle around my camp. They started at the river bank and walked westward, still north of my camp. They then swung around south and walked to a point where they turned east and walked to the river bank south of my camp. Now, I know the sounds that forest creatures make around here. Squirrels can sound like a buffalo traveling through the leaves, and the deer generally make no sound. At that time, about the only large animal besides deer in this area would have been a coyote, and this was no coyote. I also knew that no prey animal would spend any time in close contact with humans, and likewise with the alpha predators, which were coyotes and foxes. There was an occasional bobcat, but they were rarely seen back then, although today we have a healthy population of bobcats here. This was definitely bipedal. It was slow and heavy. After a period of silence, the route around my camp was repeated. A slow-paced, heavy-footed semicircle until they had reached the starting point again. This went on for the better part of an hour, with an occasional whistle, and once a grunt or low growl, I couldn't tell which. My horse definitely had them made, as she twisted and turned to keep her ears turned to the sounds. Only my touch kept her from blowing a gasket again. Finally, I had experienced enough, and I loudly announced that I was armed and I would open fire if whoever was out there did not leave immediately. With that, I levered a shell into the chamber of my then 67-year-old carbine, and elevating the barrel so that I didn't actually hit anyone, I fired a shot into the air. The sudden report of the .44-40 round split the early morning darkness and echoed through the river bottom. The sound of the shot made whoever was circling my camp suddenly take off in a loud, crashing run through the woods. I'm sorry this is so anticlimactic, but that was it. Nothing else made any sounds near my camp for the remainder of the night. While not calm, my mare quit struggling, and she no longer was letting out frightened whinnies. I sat by the fire, and I made cup after cup of coffee until dawn. At the first hint of light, I gathered my gear and saddled my horse. One thing, the rope that I had tied between two trees to tie my mare to, it had been pulled so tight by her night-long struggling that I had to cut it with my knife and leave the ends of the ropes tied around the trees. This ended my weekend of camping. I decided that I would return home. And by the way, once we cleared the area, my mare was back to her old dependable self, as if nothing had happened. I was the only one rattled by the incident. Never for a moment did my mind explore the possibility that I was being harassed by a Sasquatch. Sasquatch lived in the Pacific Northwest. not in southeastern Indiana. Now, 43 years later, I have no doubts that the thing that was around my camp was indeed a Sasquatch. Over the years, I have encountered 2 sets of footprints, one set in the snow and one set in the forest. Both sets were found in the Charles C. Deem Wilderness in the Hoosier National Forest while hiking off-trail by compass and topographical map. Both sets were found miles from any existing hiking trail and further still from any roads. I've included some photos that I took. I also found structures in the forest that were made entirely of broken tree branches. The ends of all the branches were broken off of the trees. The wood had darkened, but it was plainly evident that the branches were not cut, and whatever broke them had to have had significant strength to rip them from the trees. Additionally, the structures made no sense, as they were not shelters. But this all culminated in 2008, when on a drizzly November evening I experienced a visual contact with the Sasquatch, with a witness. My son, who was home on leave from the Army, he and I were driving along a field that bordered a river less than a mile from my farm. I looked over into the field as I drove along, and suddenly I slammed my foot down on the brake, while at the same time, in the same instant, my son blurted out, "What the hell is that?" That was a 9 to 10 foot tall, upright being striding across the field. It appeared to be all black. It had a conical head and very long arms that swung as it walked. The stride of the creature was enormous. Because of this sighting, I no longer hunt. I won't even sit outside at night in my own yard unless people are with me, and I keep a shotgun loaded with alternating slugs and buckshot shells loaded and by my side. I won't allow any blinds to be open after dark. Did the sighting scare me? Hell yes, it scared me. It still does. Forgive my grammar. I'm not a professional writer. I hope you found this interesting. Regards, signed, Steve. Hi, Buckeye Bigfoot. I've seen Bigfoot several times when I was young. I wanted to tell you about some of that. I'm almost 70 now. I was growing up in the 1950s and 1960s in West Virginia, and back then I had heard of mountain devils, as they were called. Now you can say that this happened outside of Logan, West Virginia, in Logan County. That's as specific as I can get because I still have a big pack of family all living around there. Now I've been told many times that the mountain devils were the reason that we had sometimes livestock go missing, and sometimes we had damage to the barn or from the doors, and the reason that much of our produce went missing from the garden or the back porch where we put it. Now, mountain devils were also the reason that my mother insisted that some of my dolls went missing because I left them outside on the porch one day. I don't know if that's true, but those dolls were never seen again. But mostly, I had always been told that anything you left outside was going to walk away on big hairy legs. I didn't understand what that meant the first time I heard it. Then I got told the mountain devils like to take things, and that those things are how they walked away on big hairy legs. Just the name mountain devil scared me when I was a kid. I was picturing a red devil with horns and a pitchfork like you saw in books back then. I said something like that one day, and then I was told no, not like that at all. These mountain devils are tall, wide, and really hairy, and that our particular variety around there smelled really bad. I don't recall that, but that's what everyone said. As long as I can remember, we would be told that we had to be in by dark, and mostly we didn't argue with that. We had heard all kinds of things in the night, really weird screams and sounds. And as kids, we didn't want to be out there once that sun went down. It just didn't seem right to us. But as long as Daddy was there in the house, we all felt safe. But then came that day, the day that Daddy wasn't there anymore. A heart attack came and took him away while he was working one afternoon. And never again did Daddy come up the driveway beeping his horn to let us all know he was home. I think the mountain devils figured it out pretty fast that Daddy was gone, because that's when they started coming in real close to the house all the time, and they had never done that before. They would come up to our porch and take things right off the back porch. You could hear them. Once we heard them pushing on the back door. You could hear it rattling because the door was loose and the glass was loose in the back door window, so you could hear it rattle. We laid there with Momma in our little house in the dark of her bedroom, all huddled together as we listened. At that moment, I didn't know what was out there was a mountain devil. I thought that it was a man at first, that someone had come out to do us harm, because even back then you heard about that. People would break in, and they didn't even bring their own things to hurt you. They would get your kitchen knives out of your kitchen, and that's what they stabbed you with. So that's what I was afraid of. But Momma got up and told us to hush, and we all followed her to the kitchen. Momma had Daddy's gun. She went towards the back door, and she told us all to stay right there at the doorway on the other side of the kitchen. Momma went to move the curtain on the back door with the end of the shotgun, and as she did so, the end of the gun touched the glass. Now, we had taken to leaving the porch lights on all night because we were getting to be afraid, but that didn't bother those mountain devils any. They still came in close. And when that curtain moved and the gun tapped the glass, it looked up, and we kids all saw what was out there on that porch on the other side of the glass. I don't think that mountain devil was one of the really big ones, unless it was hunkered down, but I don't think it was. And it might have been a young one, since it fit up under the porch roof. But right there, on the other side of that door, on the other side of that thin piece of glass, stood a big, hairy mountain devil, mean and ugly looking. It had dark brown hair all over it. I remember that the hair looked shiny right under the back porch light. The face was all lit up from the porch light, too. I could see it had a wide face. It was mostly a smooth face with only some hair that looked like a beard on a man, and in the same areas as a beard. But that wasn't a man or a human's face under there. I could see that even from the other side of the kitchen. The eyes were hard to see. They were set far back in the head, and the light didn't seem to touch them. But I did see glinting from them in the porch light a few times when it turned its head. I also saw its teeth. When Momma moved that curtain, it jerked its head and looked right up at us, and it opened its mouth and showed its teeth, and its mouth opened and closed real quick a couple times, like it was chewing or gnashing on something. This all happened all at once, and we all started screaming. When we did, the mountain devil looked a little past Momma right at us. I remember exactly when it stopped looking at her and started looking at us. Scared me to death. And it didn't matter that we was all back there in the darkness. It could see us. I know it saw us. I thought Momma was going to shoot it, and I was waiting for the bang. But then the mountain devil just walked off the back porch. It was just gone. Momma backed away closer to us kids, and we was all scared, including her. Now, we didn't have a phone in the house back then. I know that's hard to imagine today, but back then not every house had a phone. It was a bit of a luxury, really, especially in our rural area. And money never flowed like water, even when Daddy was alive. And after Daddy was gone, the flow of money had dried up like a desert riverbed. So so there was no phone. There was no calling anyone. We had to sit tight, and that's what we did, and we sat all together until morning. Then Momma put us all in the car, and we drove on down to go get one of her brothers, who then called one of her other brothers. They was all hunters in her family, and good ones in the county from what I heard tell. So those two came out, and one of them brought his whole pack of hunting dogs. And they spent the whole day roaming all over. I don't know what they saw, if anything. When they came back, they told all of us kids to stay in the house as much as possible and not to argue, and we didn't. Then they pulled Momma outside to the gravel driveway, and they stood there and talked. They was out of hearing range from us kids. We don't know what was said, but I could see Momma's face, and it didn't look good. So Momma told us from then on that we were going to stay close, and we did, and we didn't argue, like I said. And she watched us and everything around like a hawk. She also quickly started selling off most of our livestock that week. When we asked, she said we couldn't keep up with them now that Papa was gone. Now that didn't make sense to me or any of the other kids, since Papa had been gone most days working anyway, and the livestock care mostly fell to us and Momma. So nothing had changed there. And as far as cost for their feed, first, they earned it back if we sent them to slaughter, but even still, we grew most of the feed for them. So that wasn't the issue either. But somehow, we knew better than to question further, so we didn't. And I was just 12 years old, and while not a baby in the family, I wasn't anyone with any say about anything in that house. So now we had no livestock. We made sure we didn't leave nothing outside that could be of interest to them. But, like my doll, sometimes the strangest things we didn't even think about would be of interest to them. We thought we had taken everything in, and all that was left out there were the rocking chairs. Now, Momma and Daddy used to sit out there on the front porch in the mornings on the weekends because it faced north, so it was always shady and cool. The front porch of the house rose up quite a bit from the ground, since it was set on a slight slope. Down below us was the road, and further down the way was the bottom of the valley. So we had a really nice lookout view from up there. But those mountain devils, apparently at least one of them was interested in a rocking chair. I don't know why exactly. Now, Momma and Daddy's bedroom was on the front left side of the house, and we had big windows that opened right up onto the front porch. Our house was a much older house, and the windows were tall and narrow, and you could open them from either the top or the bottom. So, you could pull the top window down part way and leave the bottom window closed. Now that was helpful on summer nights. You would get a good cross breeze in from a lot of the windows open that way in the house, but you were mostly secure because the bottom stayed closed. I should also add, there weren't any screens in those windows either. So that's how we took to sleeping, and that first summer after Daddy was gone, we took to sleeping with Momma in that room. We were all over on the floor and a couple of us in the bed. None of us wanted to be spread apart in the house all alone at night. Momma would have liked to have moved house, I think, but we had no money and we had nowhere to go. It was just a bad situation all around at that time. Poor Momma. She did try to do the best for us that she could. Don't be thinking otherwise, please. So we're all sleeping in there. Top part of the window was pulled down a foot or so because it was real hot. There's no screens on the window, and it was hot and humid, and I don't think any of us were sleeping well. We were all so miserable. I think that's when I heard the squeaking of wood, and I wasn't the only one that heard it. Every head in that bedroom, except the baby of the family, who was only 3 and could sleep through a bull charging through the house, every one of us lifted our heads right up off the pillow to listen. We knew what we heard was right outside that window, and that sound was the very familiar sound of the rocking chair moving. Then we heard it scraping on the wood floor, like something was pulling the rocking chair off the porch. Momma got up, and she got Daddy's gun that had been leaning in the corner by the dresser. I heard her open it to check the shells, then I heard it snap shut again. Sure, it could have just been some dummy out there trying to steal themselves a rocking chair. But who the heck would bother to steal a beat-up old wooden rocking chair out there in the wilds of West Virginia? Nobody, that's who. And I don't think that the Mountain Devil was stealing that chair either. I think it just wanted to move it out from in front of the window, 'cause it knew that's where we was. The porch light was on out there, so when the window suddenly got dark, we all knew something was in front of the window. Just then, my middle sister Tammy kind of did a half scream. We could all see this shape out there, sort of crouched down, and it was looking in at us through the lace curtain gap. At the same time, its hand was going up the glass window, and then it came through the opening at the top. Its hand was just waving inside the house at us like it was looking for something to grab or touch, but it was so high up, none of us were in danger. But it was still the strangest thing ever to see or have to say. Then we're all screaming when we saw that. And now this Mountain Devil pulls its hand right back, then it starts screaming right back at us full force. Felt like a freight train whistle in my ears, it was so loud. But it didn't sound like a train whistle. It was a scream more like a big cat screeching. It was terrible. I don't know how else to tell you. Now I did expect Momma to shoot it, but she didn't. Sometime after all this happened, Momma said that she had a hard time thinking about shooting it. She wasn't a hunter, and she had never shot or killed nothing before. She couldn't even take a hatchet to one of the chicken heads. But she said that she had already decided that if it ever tried to come in the house, or if it tried to hurt one of us kids, that was the line she had drawn, and that's when she was going to shoot it. And she hoped that she would never have to. But at that moment, that night, we had all been screaming, and then it was screaming something terrible right back at us. And strangely, that shut all of us kids right up. I mean, every one of us kids went silent when that thing started screaming at us. I know it don't make no sense, but you can be scared silent, and we was. It could have come right through that glass window if it wanted, and I believe that it knew that. I also think it saw Momma there with the gun, and I don't care what nobody says. Those things do know what a gun is. I just know it. The only times it would back off or leave us alone was when it saw that gun. Until it saw that gun, every time, it would just try to be scarier and scarier and meaner to us. But it sees the gun, it takes off. It knows what a gun is. Now you tell me what that says about it. After that, there was another night that we laid there and we listened to the rocking chair, and it just creaked and creaked out there like somebody was sitting in it. I don't know what it got out of watching it or of pushing the rocking chair. I don't know, but when it happened again, Momma took both her and Daddy's old rocking chairs the next day and put 'em out on a big fire in the yard. It was sad to see it happen, but that was the end of that. No more creaking on the front porch to wake us up at night. One day, we were walking home from the bus stop that was at the end of the road below our house. That's when we saw it watching us. I've never been so scared. We were all scared to death, and we started running as fast as we could for the house, screaming our heads the whole way. It had been standing by the line of trees that went into the woods that went into our neighbor's land on that side. I wasn't the one to see it at first. My brother Bobby saw it. I think it was the same one that had been on the back porch. It was about as high as that one that night. It looked meaner and scarier in the daylight, though. And when it showed its teeth to us again, and we heard a growling sound, we took off. I think I heard thumping on the dirt, like it was coming after us. I didn't stop, and I didn't look back. We were screaming, and Momma heard us, and she came running out on the porch to meet us, and she had the shotgun in her hands. As soon as we were parallel to her and running up the steps, she was running down the steps out into the yard. And we heard the shotgun being fired twice out there. When she came in the house, we asked her, did she get it? Did she shoot it? She said no. But she saw it had ducked back into the tree line long before we ever got near the porch, and she didn't think she came anywhere close to hitting it. It was pretty far away. And that's when we had the whole conversation about her not really wanting to shoot at anything. And she had a line that if it came after us kids, she'd do her best to kill it. Well, that day it came after us kids. So while she didn't hit it, she wanted that thing to know that she meant business, because we all had already agreed before this that it knew what a gun was. Plus, it now had come after us during the day. It was getting bold. And we had never had anything happen like that during the day. Everything had always happened at night. Mama said it was time to put some fear back into that thing. She called the uncles back out again when she next went into town, and one of them stayed with us, sleeping on the couch for the better part of a week. And just like when Daddy was there, it did not come up none too close to the house, and it didn't cause any of the same kinds of trouble. But the minute he left, I want you to know, that mountain devil started its games all over again that very same night. I forgot to tell you earlier on that lots of nights while all this was going on, even if that mountain devil wasn't up by the house, and even if we didn't see it, we would know it was out there, because we would start to hear those weird screams and noises out there in the woods. And everyone said that those were the mountain devils. We knew it because if we heard them at night, everyone else up and down that valley and holler did too, and that's all they talked about amongst themselves. So when our uncle left that night, the weird screaming started, and it was close up against the house again. Then came the rocks on the roof, and we had had that before, another thing I forgot to tell you. But we could lay there, and we would hear them hit the roof, and we could follow the sound in the darkness with our eyes as the rocks would roll off one side or the other of the roof. And let me tell you, when you have an old metal roof, that sound is very loud. I also know that mountain devils like potatoes. I know because it kept pulling up entire plants right out of the ground. It knew the potatoes were there. And here's the thing I want you to know. I want you to know that these mountain devils are smart. They watch. They learn. The potatoes are how I know it. We'd grown potatoes for years, and they had never been bothered by the mountain devils. Until one day, we were all out there lifting potatoes, and we saw it crouched down on the hillside above the house, just watching us. It was late afternoon. We didn't want to stay out there anymore. We got scared, ran into the house, left our pitchfork, left the wheelbarrow, left everything out there. Mama got her gun, and we walked right out there, got the pitchfork, got everything we had left, and brought it in the house. From then on, we only worked the garden if Mama or one of the older ones was out there watching over us with the shotgun. But here's the thing. The thing is that very night, after all that happened, that is when the potato plants started getting pulled up. See, we knew it liked potatoes because we once left a bucket of them on the back porch. The whole bucket disappeared, and sometime later we found it empty away from the house. So it had ate all of them potatoes. Now it saw where they came from, and it knew how to get them now. So don't you trust those creatures. I've read some comments on this channel and others how people think they're peaceful and we should be kind to them and don't be afraid of them. People act like these things would make a great yard pet. You're all wrong. Those things are smart and they learn quickly. Do not trust them. That's all I'm saying. I could probably tell you 100 more weird things that happened, or something about the times that we laid there and listened to them scream at night. And I could probably tell you a dozen more times I saw with my own eyes one of those mountain devils. But it's all mostly the same. I saw them. Usually there was a staring contest or a standoff. They would bare their teeth, maybe growl, maybe scream, maybe throw something, and then they would take off. I don't know what the point of all of it was, but they kept doing it. I also saw that some of them were really big, so it wasn't just the smaller one that came to the kitchen door that night. The big ones, though, they were scarier in a very different way. The smaller one was really aggressive, showed its teeth and growled and screamed at us and everything. The bigger ones, I never saw them do that. But it was the way they would look at me that scared me even more. I don't know how best to say it. They weren't mean-looking like the smaller one. It was the way they looked at me. It was like they were distant and cold. There was no emotion, not at all like the smaller one who was always angry. I don't know why that scared me even more. My best thing to tell you is like this. It's like they were farmers and I was the livestock. They had no feeling or emotion about me at all. That probably doesn't sound quite right, but I'm having a hard time with it. There was just something cold, but very intelligent in their looks. Put the two together, that's mighty scary, and it scared me way more than that smaller one. Okay, I'm sorry, I've typed lots here, but even now when I think back on all that happened during that time, more and more keeps coming back to me. I know reading it, it's probably just a jumbled mess of back and forth. I'm sorry, I ain't no fancy writer. I'm telling you what I remember. But things were so bad for us for a while that one of my mother's brothers stayed there on and off most of that summer with us. And he also saw and heard a lot of things. Enough that he, our grandparents, and another uncle all pitched in to help Momma and us get out of there and move. None of them felt safe with us staying there. They had seen and heard enough to think it was a problem for a lone woman and a passel of kids to be out there. And I think they were right. Now, it's been a long time, but I still remember the fear of that year. And I've been asked, why didn't we call somebody about all this? Why didn't we tell somebody? Well, just who the heck were we supposed to call or tell? There wasn't anybody to call or tell at that time. We didn't even know anything about what they really were. Sure, tell somebody now and everybody would say, oh yeah, that's a Bigfoot or one of them Sasquatches. But we didn't know them as anything other than mountain devils at the time, and everybody just dealt with them in that area. So why call someone? We all knew about it. That's all I'm saying. So thank you. I hope that this makes some kind of sense and isn't as bad off as I think it is. I really think this is a turd of an email, and I hope you can do something with it. I hope you can say the whole thing on your channel, turd and all. But people need to know and understand that these things watch and they learn. So be careful what you let them see you do out there, because they just might figure out how to load and use a gun. I'm not kidding. They definitely know what one is, and they're afraid of them. Thanks, Donna Lynn.
Hi, Nance. Don't use my name, just call me Papa. I have read and heard lots of stories here and other places about how Bigfoot is attracted to kids. And lots of people say Bigfoot is harmless with kids. Might be. But that isn't how it is when it's your kid that a Bigfoot is attracted to. We lived out on US 50, east of Hillsboro, but west of Bainbridge. You can figure out where. Because that's as close as I'm telling you where we were, because we sold the house to another family member who still lives there. And yes, we told them everything. It's 2013, and we had been living there for a few years. It had previously been my parents' house and land, and they had settled there when they were first married. Now at that time, it was me, my wife, and our 2 kids, a boy who was 8 years old and my little girl who was 3. There were 2 bedrooms downstairs in that house. The upstairs, it was kind of like a Cape Cod with one large open room that ran the length of the house with small windows at either end and had sloping walls. We used this as our bedroom. We didn't have central air conditioning, but we did have window air units. But we tried not to run them much if we didn't have to. They really shot our utility bill up high. It was May, and it was nice enough to not run the window units, but the upstairs was still pretty hot by the evening, and it was really muggy. So in between the times until it got hot enough for us to have to run the air conditioning units, me and my wife would just sleep on an air mattress in our 8-year-old's room, because it was a lot cooler down there and we got a good breeze through all the open windows. We chose that room because his room was bigger than our baby girl's, who was only 3 years old. The hallway there was shaped in a T-shaped pattern, with the 2 bedroom doors facing each other at each end of the hallway, and in between was a bathroom. So we could lay there on our air mattress and look down the short hallway into our baby girl's room, maybe 10 or 12 feet away. She could have slept with us on the air mattress, and we offered, but she chose not to, which surprised us. But sometimes 3 years old, they like to be independent. The windows were open, and we were getting a good breeze, and soon we all went to sleep. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up needing to use the restroom. Now, there were night lights in the hallway and in the bathroom, so I didn't have to turn on any lights, and I didn't want to because I might wake people up. So I was standing there, and just as I start to do my business, I thought I heard talking. I thought maybe my baby girl had heard me get up. So when I finished, I washed my hands, and then I stood quietly in the hallway to see if she had gone back to sleep. But I heard her clearly jabbering away again. Then I heard something else jabbering. I thought maybe there was a toy she was playing with that was making that noise. And just as quick, I knew she didn't have any toys that sounded like that. It was a different sound completely, definitely not a toy, and it didn't quite sound human. Guttural is the only word I know, but the sound was fast and fluid. It was all nonsense, and I couldn't make any of it out, either hers or the other replies. But whatever it was talking really fast. The pitch was lower than a human, but I wouldn't say that it was a deep or heavy voice or pitch. It sounded squawky and guttural all at once. I'm sorry, I don't have any other words to describe it. Mostly it just sounded wrong, and it scared me to death. I didn't even think beyond thinking someone was in the room with my baby girl. I ran in and I flipped on the overhead light. I remember I was yelling something as I did so, and I woke the whole house up, and baby girl started crying. She probably thought I was mad at her. It was then, as I did all of that, and my eyes were scanning the room, that I saw something move away from the window right after I flipped on the light. My baby girl was sitting at the end of her bed by the open window. With the whole house up, I quickly handed my girl to my wife. I got my shotgun and I went outside to confront someone. But there was no one out there. Now our house sits in the middle of nothing but fields. The nearest trees were probably close to half a mile away. If you stood on my back porch and you looked out that way, the trees look about 6 inches tall on the horizon. That's how far they were. And you had to cross a whole nother neighbor's lots of fields to get to them. There was nowhere out there for someone to hide. I did think maybe they had run out into the field and laid down somewhere that I couldn't see them in the dark night. I checked the inside and outside of our 30 by 40 metal pole barn that stood away from the house. If they were hiding, that would be the only place they could go. But there was nothing there. When I checked under my baby girl's window, I could see that someone had smashed down all the vinca ground cover that had been growing there. I can't say there were distinct footprints there, but all the plants were smashed flat. I finally went back inside and everybody settled down. I kept us all together in the 8-year-old boy's room that night and for the next several nights. But I didn't sleep much none those nights. I didn't call the sheriff that first night, mostly because when you live that far out, you learn you better know how to handle your own stuff. You can't be calling them out for every little thing, so I didn't. We tried talking to our baby girl and asking who it was. But it's hard to get anything sensible out of a 3-year-old sometimes. She just called him George, though we really were thinking maybe that was a man that had given her a bogus name just to make her comfortable so he could talk to her. We didn't really know what to think. A couple weeks went by and nothing more happened, so I thought it was all done with. I thought some weirdo was just walking through the fields and maybe was checking out the house, and baby girl just happened to be awake. All kinds of scenarios went through mine and my wife's minds, but none of them really made sense. I can say we were not thinking of a Bigfoot. But by now it had become June, I think, and it was getting pretty warm, so we was running all the air units in the house. Me and my wife had put the kids down for bed and was in the living room watching TV when I saw my wife lean her head toward the hallway like she was listening for something. I asked her what, and she quietly said she thought she heard baby girl in there and that she must not be asleep. That alarmed me, so I went into the hallway. Now we had pulled her door about 3/4 of the way closed, but not all the way. I stood there in the dark hallway and looked through the couple inches of doorway that were open. There was someone at her window again. Now I saw red and I wanted to catch them this time. So I quietly backed up, went out and got my shotgun and started out the front door. My wife was startled by seeing me get the shotgun, so I told her there was someone out there and I was going to get them, and I told her to be quiet. I went out the front door hoping to catch them unaware, and I came around the corner of the side of the house real fast. Her window was the back corner window, and as I came around, I saw some movement going around the other far corner just as I came around mine. So I ran down the side of the house to that corner and sighted down the back of the house. But there was nothing there. I checked all around the house again. And again, I checked inside and outside the metal barn. I walked rows of our field, looking with the flashlight. I even checked the back of my truck that was parked up by the house and under all of our vehicles. I don't know where they went. Me and my wife were stumped. Worried that we might have a potential kidnapper around our house, I did make a report with the sheriff's office. They came out and they saw what I did. All the trampling under the window and the path through the fields. For what it's worth, that deputy really did look pretty hard, and he took us seriously. And over the next few days, we did see their vehicles frequently driving by our house. After that, we kept all the kids with us that summer up in our bedroom on the second floor. And that's when things really started happening. We were laying there one night, and I wasn't quite asleep yet, when I felt a very strong vibration in the house. I didn't hear anything, I don't think, but we were laying right under the window air conditioner, which was on high, so that's about all I could hear, really. But I did feel that vibration. I came awake pretty fast when I felt it, and I leaned up, turned the air conditioner off, and sat there and listened. Then I heard the next couple thumps as well as feel them. I thought maybe somebody was trying to bust into the house. So I woke my wife up, told her to call the sheriff's department, then I headed down with my gun to defend my house and my family, because I knew it could be some time before a deputy made it to my side of the county. I walked through the dark downstairs of the house, checking every room and peeking out of every window. I turned off the air conditioner that was running in the living room so I could hear better. I heard another thump. I listened, and it sounded like it was coming from my girls' room down the hall. So I crept down the hallway and got up to the open door. I looked in, but there was no one there, and the windows weren't broken open, so I stood still and listened. Several more hard thumps hit the house. Now they were faster together, then they would just come one at a time, and then maybe several more all at once. I went over to the window that was by the end of my baby girl's bed. I stood to the side of it and at the foot of the bed and looked in between the gap of the blinds and the window woodwork. I didn't see anything there, but as I stood there, I felt a big thump and a vibration right about where I was standing next to the wall, maybe hip high. If I went out the back door, I thought, maybe I could see them from the back porch, since they seemed to be hitting both that wall and the wall with the other window on it around the corner. So I went through to the back door. I still hadn't turned on any lights, so I grabbed the flashlight that we kept hanging by the back door. It must have heard me open the door. I stood on the back porch in darkness, but all the thumping had stopped. It was so quiet out there, my ears were ringing. I was starting to go down the porch steps to have a look when I saw a big freight train of something barrel away from that side of the house and across my fields. I raised the shotgun and held it against my hip while I flipped on the flashlight in my left hand. But by the time I had done that, I knew a shot from my gun would not be effective. It had covered an incredible distance. So far, I couldn't touch it with my flashlight. And I knew that what had run away from my house wasn't human. It just couldn't be. It moved too fast. But I fired off a shell anyway, just as a warning not to come back. A few pellets may have hit it, but I don't think so, and it wouldn't have done any harm at that great distance. By now my wife was standing inside the back door and flipped the porch light on when she heard the shotgun. I knew she was scared. We all were by then. Yes, including me. I was scared at the thought of something, and not someone, being at my baby girl's window. A someone I have no problem dealing with. A something is another matter. When the deputy got there, I did tell him everything, including that I didn't think it was a someone. I told him how fast it had moved. We walked over the area with flashlights, and we saw plenty of trampled soybean plants, but it had been so dry there were no clear footprints. He made the report, but there wasn't much he could do or say. The way he was going over and over the exit path away from the house, I think he was suspicious that it might be something else too. But I'm not sure. He didn't say anything. But from then on, me and my wife were in extreme watchguard mode. Now, my boy knew something was going on, but we tried to keep as much from him as we could. Not only to protect him, but we also didn't want him talking about it around at school. We kept the kids in our bedroom all the rest of that summer. Really, almost all the way to Christmas, which anyone with kids knows that's not the best way to do it. While I didn't hear any more slaps around the house at night, there were lots of times we had odd things happen. In the meantime, we had gotten ourselves a dog, but there were times it acted really strange. It would push itself between the recliner in the living room and the wall, and would refuse to come out some nights. One night, my wife opened a can of dog food for him, put it out in the kitchen, but he wouldn't come near it. That wasn't like him. That dog was always hungry. He just stood back in the entry between the dining and kitchen area and would look across the kitchen at the food. But he would not put one paw in the kitchen towards it. Finally, my wife moved it closer to him, and he did eat it, but only as long as he could stand in the dining room. I don't know why he did that just that one night. It was really odd. I now wonder if maybe the Bigfoot wasn't somewhere outside, out back, and that dog knew it. Then there was a time we found a big pile of rocks out on the back porch. They weren't all stacked nice or in a particular form. It was just a big pile. But the weirdest thing we found was a pile of dead birds that had been left under my baby girl's window. Yes, the window she had been talking to that thing from. I don't know how long they'd been there. It was fall and we was just outside doing some tidying up one weekend when I found them. From the looks of them, they'd been there a little while. I counted 9 of them, just in a loose pile. By now our baby girl had turned 4. Sometimes she would talk about George, which is what she called it. We didn't make heads or tails of it until one day she was laying in the living room going through some of her favorite books. One of them was a curious George book. And she said she missed George. And she was looking at the book. My wife and I looked at each other, and all the things I had been trying to look up and read up on clicked. But we knew for sure the day my wife saw it. There was no garage or carport at that house, so our drive went up around to the back of the house near the back porch. My wife was unloading groceries there one day from her car and was setting them on the back porch to then carry in the house. She said she had just loaded several bags on both of her arms and was getting ready to walk them over to the porch when her eyes landed on something dark and big out by the metal barn. She stopped and looked and watched it move to a squatting position near the corner of the barn. If she hadn't seen some kind of movement, she said she probably wouldn't have noticed it out there. Now, she had already let baby girl out of her car seat while she was unloading groceries because our girl liked to pretend she was helping Mommy. So my wife would usually give her something small out of one of the bags that she could put on the porch, like she was a big girl who was really helping. My wife said she looked at that thing by the barn, got a little worried, shooed baby girl into the house immediately, grabbed the few groceries that were left on the porch, and kept an eye on it out there. After, she stood in the kitchen looking out the window, just trying to see what it was. Eventually, she said, she watched as it got up, walked across the front of the barn, then down the side of the barn, and then turned around the back of it till she couldn't see it anymore. But she said when she watched it walk across the front of the barn, that it was almost as high as our 9-foot sliding pole barn doors. So she guesses 8, maybe 8 feet and a quarter. That shocked her. She was not expecting that. And she also said it was dark in color, but she didn't think it was a pure black. She couldn't tell male or female or any other kind of detail from that distance, but she said it definitely walked on 2 legs. I asked her a million questions, and I asked her to make sure it wasn't a bear. She said it was not possible to be a bear from what she saw. Well, that confirmed it all for me, Curious George, what I'd read about the fascination with children that Bigfoot seems to have, how fast I had seen it move. Suddenly, everything made sense. I talked it over with my wife. For what it's worth, my wife is not a fanciful type. She doesn't believe in the Loch Ness Monster or aliens or anything of that sort. I can't say she even believes in Bigfoot, but she knows she saw something out there, and there was no denying that something was going on around our house. So once she agreed with me, she agreed that we needed to move on. Right then, it was easy to keep the kids around us under our watch. But as every parent knows, that gets harder and harder as they get older. I mentioned it over the holidays to one of the young bucks in our family, my nephew to be exact. I said we were thinking of renting the place out. He asked why. So I told him everything. But it didn't deter him any. He said he wanted the place because it had been his grandparents' place before it was ours, and he had a lot of good memories there. So on a handshake, we settled on it, and we rented to him starting the following spring. And he rented from us until he had enough money to outright buy it from us. Now, he lives there alone, and he says that in all these years he's never been bothered. And I believe that. He doesn't have any kids. And I do think that is what attracted that Bigfoot to our house. Maybe it saw our baby girl one day while she was out playing. Maybe it was a female that had lost a young one and was drawn to her. I don't know. But I will say I'm a lot happier now that my girl is older and has a bedroom that is right between ours and her brother's on the second floor of our current house. I asked her about George a while back, and she has no memory of it, which relieved me and my wife. So that's it. That's what happened to us. Thanks for sticking with my long email. Just call me Papa.
Dear Nance, I have debated on whether or not I should share this. What happened while hunting in Alabama really has some weird twists to it, and some are hard to believe, I know, even for me. But I'm telling you, it's what happened. Please don't even use my first name. I have a good position in a large hospital here as a cardiology physician's assistant, and it has taken me many, many years to get here. I cannot have my credibility questioned. My elderly uncle told me that I could hunt on his land. His land is in northeastern Alabama, and it's a mix of fields that he leases out, and some are woods. His land backs up to Paint Rock River. Now, this uncle is my mom's oldest brother. There are 19 years and 9 siblings between them. When my mother was 4 years old, though, they lost their father. Now, having been raised a certain way, my uncle took over being the provider and the head of the family, even though he himself had just gotten married and was just starting his very own family. His name was Paul, but I never heard anyone that knew him call him that. He was just Pops to everybody. To me, he was Uncle Pops. In 2012, Uncle Pops was in his 80s. I wasn't quite 40 yet, and I had a very special relationship with Uncle Pops. Now, I'm not going to drag you through all the drama of my own fatherless life, but I will tell you that that man was the only thing that stood between me and a life of drug use, self-destruction, and most likely perpetual prison sentences. There, but for the grace of Uncle Pops, go I. He helped me to start making the right choices in my life. And when I did that, and when I tried to get education and I was struggling to fund it, Uncle Pops was still working, and he helped fund it. I have my job today in cardiology because of Uncle Pops. Now, Uncle Pops never wanted to be repaid, and I did try. He never had an expectation that I or anyone else would ever help him. But I did do as much for him as I could, although I lived up in Tennessee at the time. I made regular pilgrimages to see him as often as I could. Now, Uncle Pops would have let me do things for him, but he wouldn't let me give him money, and he wouldn't let me pay anyone else to do things for him. I know it seemed odd, even to me at the time, but now that I'm older and I have a little more perspective, I understand him better now. And I'm grateful, because that way we spent a lot of time together. I told you all of this so that you will understand how it was I came to be squatting up on his roof one day in September.
We had had some very recent torrential rains, and he had suffered some roof leakage. And for the first time ever, Uncle Pops called me, sounding distressed, and outright asked me for help. I took off work and I was there by noon that day, and I was up on the roof checking the shingles, which looked fine. I was down squatting by the chimney, and I was looking at all the flashing around it, when from the corner of my eye I saw several deer moving like a small herd off and up to the back where the woods started on his hill. And within a few minutes I saw several more deer following almost the exact same path. Now, I had never been hunting on his land, but I knew there were deer back there. But I never had an idea there were so many. So I struck a deal with Uncle Pops that if I could hunt on his land, I would generously share anything I caught with him. Now, he said that wasn't necessary, but I knew that a freezer with some deer meat would make Uncle Pop's monthly check go a lot farther. And it was a funny thing, like I said. He didn't like me to buy things for him, and he would never take a drop of money. But I could help him with work, or, in this case, I could earn a buck from hunting. Like I said, I'd never been hunting on his land. Uncle Pops never taught me to hunt, and the reason for that was either I was messing up my life or I was busy getting an education. Hunting was something that I had only picked up on a few years before, and I had always been hunting with someone that was teaching me the ropes, or it was on their land or something like that. But right now I realized I had a prime opportunity, and I was ready to go hunting alone. But that afternoon I went out and I scouted around and found all the markings that I needed to see. I also saw dozens and dozens of overlapping prints, both old and new, clustered in one general area that was thick with hickory and oak trees. And I realized they were feeding on all the nuts. Now, just over the slope and down towards the river, I scouted a little further, and I found what I took to be a spot where some deer were bedding down during the day. But even then I thought those were some of the biggest deer beds I'd ever seen. And boy, didn't they just stink something terrible. I'd never had that with a deer before. But I wasn't too concerned with what they smelled like on the outside. I was pretty sure the inside was going to be some good eating. I chose a large oak that overlooked the main path of the old and new deer prints, maybe about 10 yards away from the main thoroughfare. I got up in the tree and hand-trimmed it and set up my tree stand. I had a perfect vision up and down the heavily marked trail, and with that line of sight and the natural leaf camouflage that comes from oaks keeping their leaves longer than most trees, I felt very confident that I was going to get some good meat for both our freezers. I was so excited, I was counting down the days. Now, I couldn't get out there as soon as bow season opened, but on October 27th, 2012, by 4 a.m., my butt was in that tree stand. It was too dark to get a deer for a while, so I just settled in and waited for them to come. I had sat in that tree stand for most of the first Saturday in October. In absolute amazement, I watched all the deer come and go. And while I knew I had picked a perfect spot, I sat up there and I was amazed. I just had to see for myself before I came out. And let me tell you, I had a parade of deer that day. So my hopes were very high when I climbed into the deer stand that morning. I had come down the night before, and I spent the night with Uncle Pops just to get an early start out here. As we ate dinner the night before, Pops told me to be very careful out there because he thought there was a bear. He said he was pretty sure he heard it bellowing one night, and he saw it once way off in the distance while he was sitting on his back porch. Now that struck me as odd, seeing as Uncle Pops was hard of hearing, and his eyes, well, they weren't much better than his ears. But he said that he saw a big black creature walking out there in the trees while he was on the back porch. So I believed him when he said it must be a bear. Later on, in another part of the conversation that night over dinner, Uncle Pops went back over with me
where his property markers were, so I wouldn't accidentally go off on someone else's land. He told me that they had been having a real issue with the townies coming out to poach on private land, and if I wandered onto the wrong spot of land, he was afraid I might get shot. Well, I thought, I'd run into black bears before, and I told him I'd be watchful. And black bear, that is what I thought I was hearing as I sat in the tree stand at 4:30 in the morning, and I heard a slow, steady, and heavy-sounding footstep coming down the hillside behind the tree I was in. It was clear what I was hearing because of all the dry leaves on the ground back there. Unlike the trail before me, which was mostly clear or already had trampled leaves, behind me, up and down that slope, was covered with dry leaves. So what I heard was coming up the other way behind me, and it was kicking up all those dry leaves. Despite being still too dark for me to really see, I leaned out anyway and looked back behind the tree to see what I could see. But of course, I only saw darkness. I listened and I watched in the darkness as whatever it was walked almost right below me. From the heavy steps and the slow gait, I was sure what I was hearing was a bear. I wasn't worried, though. I was 20 feet up in a tree and heavily armed with my bow. I listened a while longer, and I heard the footsteps as they moved off to the right. I heard them go maybe another 50 feet, and then they stopped. In a few seconds, I started hearing branches being broken, and there were lots of swishing and swishing noises mixed with pops and crackles. I listened in the darkness, and I had no idea what that bear was doing. But I was a little puzzled when all the noise stopped. I expected to hear footsteps as it moved along. I waited for several minutes, but the footsteps never came. Oh, great, I thought. Don't tell me this bear has decided to just bed down right there for the day. I thought it was odd, but it was the only explanation I had in the darkness. I considered momentarily flashing my flashlight on to check where the bear was, but I didn't want to give my position away in case it wasn't a bear. In the back of my mind, I was remembering what Uncle Pop said about poachers. And the whole time I was thinking about it, and as unlikely as the whole thing seemed, if it was a black bear that had decided to bed down so close to where I was, this whole thing was a no-go. I would not be hunting there that day. I really wanted to get a deer for Pop's freezer, so my frustration was off the charts. I heard a few hard-breathing noises mixed with some huffing from that general direction. I listened carefully, and it didn't sound like the long-snouted huff of a bear that I had gotten used to. But then I thought, what else could it be? Poachers don't sound like that either, do they? I waited until the sky was now a blue dark. I was starting to make out the shapes below me. 20 minutes later, and I could see relatively well all around. I kept scanning the area as the lightning in the sky let me see a little more every few minutes. Then I spotted what I thought must be where that bear had decided to bed down. But then I realized that didn't make a lick of sense. What I saw was between two trees about 30 yards up the other side of the deer trail. It stuck out like a great big sore thumb. I had been scouting this area repeatedly for weeks, so I knew very well there was no dense clump of brush about 5 feet high that spanned those two trees. You could see right through most of the tree trunks for quite a distance each way from my stand. If there had been a clump of brush there, I'd have noticed it by now. But right there it was, about 30 yards up the other side, a huge clump of brush all piled up and woven about 5 feet high, looking for all the world like an improvised hunting blind. And that was really not a good thing. I now had to believe that there was someone else out there, and they were trespassing to do a little rebel hunting of their own. I had a pair of small binoculars in my jacket. I quietly pulled them out and tried to scan the area. And what I was looking at was exactly what I thought it might be. It was clearly an improvised blind of some kind. There were big branches from trees and bushes from all over that looked like they'd been pulled up or broken off and were now stacked up between the two trees, quite skillfully, I must add, especially as they had done it in the darkness. And as I looked, every now and then I would see movement straight through the small gaps between the brush and the limbs that were woven up. Someone was behind there moving. And now my blood really ran cold, because I knew I was in a very bad situation. I recalled only too well what Uncle Pops had told me the night before about the townies that came in to poach, and that they weren't just poachers. They will shoot you on sight if they can. And that might sound funny, but a townie, in case you don't know, is a guy who lives in town, and he has no land of his own, and his family has no land, and neither do his friends, and he doesn't want to go somewhere where it's legal to hunt, because unlike private land, well, most places that are legal around here, well, they're usually picked clean and there's a lot of competition. But private land, like Uncle Pop's land, well, that's where all the deer take refuge, and it's easier pickings. The problem, though, with townie poachers isn't even that they're poaching your deer. It's that they really will shoot you on sight. They would rather kill you than get caught poaching. So I'm thinking about this as I sat there in the stand with a possible poacher just yards away from me. Maybe he hadn't seen me, I thought. Maybe he wouldn't know I was here. I hoped anyway. I was playing through all kinds of chess movement scenarios about what I should or shouldn't do, and how best not to have to kill anyone or be killed myself. Really, I thought at that point, I came to the conclusion that I had no choice but to sit still, be quiet, and let this play out. I didn't have too long to think on it, though, as two deer came walking down the well-marked trail off to my right about 50 yards away. I saw the deer take a few hesitating steps and then pause. I saw them lift their noses up to smell the air. Then they took a few more steps and repeated the smelling. I wondered if the townie wasn't smart enough to use some kind of scent removal before coming out. What an amateur. And he thought he was going to get a deer? I was still waiting to see, though, what he would do. I had the high ground, that's true, and I figured worst case, I would let him take his shot at the deer. I figured if he gets the deer, he will sling back the bow to shoulder to pursue it. I will let him do that, and then I will vacate the area and go call the authorities to report it. But I did not want to get into a target match with this guy. For all I knew, he had a rifle, not a bow. I had no reason to think that a poacher would honor when it's bow season and when it's not, considering they don't honor much else. Usually, the poachers in this area go for a silent bow, but a lot of those townies, they're lousy bow hunters, or they don't even own a bow, so they just use a rifle instead. Now, at that point, all kinds of things were going through my head as I watched and waited to see what would happen. To say these were tense moments for me doesn't begin to cover it. I watched as the deer decided that it must be okay to come on through, and I watched as they began to pick their way closer and closer to our location, nosing along the ground and stopping every now and then, looking for nuts and food along the edges. It was excruciating to watch. I had several moments where I could have gotten a perfect shot on one of those deer, but I did not want to let the other guy know that I was there. I began to worry, though, when I saw that the deer were obviously already very much within his sight and range as well, whether he was using a rifle or a bow, but he still took no shot. I was afraid he knew I was there, and it was a waiting game now between us to see who was going to move first, and there wasn't likely to be a way that we both could win. I thought about it some more, and I knew that he had me at a disadvantage. I might have had the high ground,
but he could move and retreat, whereas I really could not. My mind was racing through all those chess moves once again of what to do, as the deer came to almost right below my position. I could have put an arrow right between the shoulder blades. Right then I saw the deer's heads both go up, and I saw their ears go forward, and they were looking right in the direction of the blind. What happened next happened faster than I can possibly make you understand. I've written this all kinds of ways, and I keep changing it because I can't convey just how fast this happened. A big, shaggy, human figure came sprinting out from behind the blind at a speed so fast I could hardly follow him with my eyes. It looked like a huge human in an autumn brown ghillie suit. And as soon as they broke cover, the deer started to run. But it was too late. That human figure caught the smaller of the two that was lagging behind. It had come up behind it and reached out with one long arm and sideswiped it right on the flank, causing it to stumble. And that stumble was just the fraction of a second that human-like figure needed to jump on it and snap its neck. I could not believe what was happening down there just a few yards away from me. I didn't have any way to understand it. Nobody can run like that, not even Usain Bolt, especially not wearing a shaggy ghillie suit. And why would someone wear a ghillie suit behind a blind? Why chase it? Why not shoot it with rifle or bow? All these thoughts were going through my head in a split second. But when I got my binoculars back up to my face, I now understood it. It was not a human. That was not a human in an autumn ghillie suit. It was something I had never seen before. Its fur was its own natural autumn camouflage, with many different colors ranging from a dark brown all the way to a light tan. When its arms moved, it revealed all the different colors as the fur rippled and moved. The muscle definition under that fur was visible, and I knew it wasn't a person in a ghillie suit. The fur I was looking at was maybe 2 inches long, but it didn't hang or sway. It molded right to the body. And while it was squatting over that deer, I clearly saw its butt crack, and, shall we say, the proof of male virility hanging there. I saw all of this through my binoculars. It made short work of the deer. I heard some awful sounds, and I heard the sickening crunch of bones breaking, and then I saw that all 4 legs of the deer were twisted when the creature stood up. It turned the deer right onto its back, leaned down, and picked it up so that it draped it over its shoulder, kind of like the way a fireman would pick up a person. I was frantically trying to take in all that I was seeing. The fur, its color, the length of the fur, the long arms with bulging muscles under the fur, and when it stood up, now I was able to see its full height, which had been hard to do when it was running because it leaned forward. It was 9, maybe 10 feet tall. That's how tall it really was. I was judging it because I knew I was 20 feet up on a tree, and it looked about half that height as best as I could eyeball the other trees nearby. What I saw was a very powerful creature, and sitting in my tree stand, I felt small, puny, helpless. Bow or not, I did not believe for 1 minute that I could take that creature down before it could get to me and tear me apart. I saw how fast it had moved. I wasn't even going to try to hit it unless I was left with no choice. By then, I was breathing very heavily. I was scared. Maybe I made a noise. I don't know, but I do know that it heard me somehow, because it suddenly turned in the direction of my tree. I'm watching through the binoculars as it stopped for just a moment and started looking around carefully, exactly like a human would scan the landscape for something. I'm now seeing its face for the first time, and I'm seeing it clearly because of the binoculars. It had a very wide face. The eyes were a dark brown. They were set deep in the eye sockets.
and for as big as the rest of the face was, the eyes looked set very close together. The nose was human-like and had a low bridge but very wide nostrils. Its mouth was thin-lipped and wide. I saw the nostrils and the nose crinkle up suddenly, and its mouth opened up a little bit. I could see the pink inside its mouth and just a hint of what might be teeth, and I was suddenly reminded of the way our old cat would breathe through his mouth when he wanted to smell something, especially like our shoes or socks. The nose would all wrinkle up, and you'd see his whiskers crinkle, and his mouth would open, and he would start breathing shallowly. That's what this creature was doing. It looked like it was breathing through its mouth. It was smelling me, probably because by now I was sweating profusely. I saw the exact moment that it saw me. I saw the recognition in its brown eyes when it found me in the tree. And then I heard a low rumble start deep in its chest. It dropped the deer. Now I was terrified, and I was ready to crap in my camo right then and there. And the feeling that I was about to die rolled over my skin like a wave, and then I felt a surge of adrenaline hit my system. Oh no, I was not going down without a fight, even if I knew I had very little chance against this creature. I knew I needed to hit this creature right in the eye or hit the brain, nail it right in the heart. I had to make a critical hit, and I was probably only going to get one shot. And even then, my brain said that might not drop it fast enough, because in that millisecond of thinking about all of this, I somehow recalled reading or hearing that a grizzly bear can keep running after it takes a direct hit to the heart. And I wasn't for sure how long, and I wasn't even sure what I was remembering was true. But the only thing I was sure of was that I wasn't going to go down without a fight, whatever that thing down there was. I dropped my binoculars and knocked an arrow in record time. I didn't want this. I did not want this. I did not want to fight with this thing or try to kill it. As soon as I was up and knocked, I slowly let my breath out. I wasn't going to make the first move, so I waited. Mentally, I had decided that was my line in the sand. If that creature moved toward me, then the arrows would start flying. Well, at least one, I thought. I knew I could let loose at least one before it got me. I remembered how fast it had moved, and I felt certain it could swing or maybe even jump up into the tree just as fast. And if it did, I was a goner. I would never be able to get a second arrow off. The deer might be its breakfast, and me, I might be the appetizer. Or maybe it would save me for lunch. I stood there with my bow, ready, and it stood there looking at me, growling. This went on for maybe 10 heartbeats. The whole time I was praying that it would not move toward me. Then I saw its head turn sharply to its left and up over the light slope that went down to the river, right from where I had found what I thought was deer bedding areas previously. I now saw another one of those creatures appear. Saying that the second creature was smaller really doesn't mean much. It was about 7 feet tall and maybe only 3 feet wide at the shoulders, where the first one was 3.5 feet wide at the shoulders. I assumed this second one to be female, but I could not tell for sure at that distance without my binoculars, and I sure wasn't dropping my bow to get my binoculars. This latest arrival let out a strange sound. It reminded me of the call of a red-winged blackbird, but it was deeper and louder, and it had a weird up-twist at the end. I was now holding my breath. I didn't know if this was backup for him to come over and help tear me apart, and I wondered if it was. Could I possibly handle both of them? Instantly I thought no. I also wondered if this would tip his aggression, if this was his mate and he felt she was in danger. Now, with his head turned, I was able to see the sloping crest of his head that started right above his eyes and tapered back to a point at the top of the skull.
It was at that moment that my mind first used the word Sasquatch. I had never believed in such things, but right then, that was not the time to think about whether or not I believed in them. I saw him look back to me in the tree as she kept coming closer to him. He turned back to her, and he made a sound. It was like he was warning her. She hesitated and then started coming closer to him anyway. As she did, he walked over closer to her and walked back with her to the deer. It was like he was blocking her from me. I watched as he helped her pick up the deer, and she slung it over her shoulder, and then she walked back toward right where she had come from, up over the slope. I watched her in the periphery of my vision until she was gone. I preferred to keep my eyes on him the whole time. He, too, was keeping his eyes on me as she left, and just as fast as he had earlier burst out from behind the blind to catch that deer, he now went from standing still to being gone and up over that slope right behind her, faster than I could turn and trail him with my bow. And no matter how many times I've written that out or used different words, I cannot convey to you how fast it was when he ran. It sounds absurd, but I tell you it's true. That thing was faster than any animal I've ever hunted. I would put it at almost cheetah speed. I was very shaken, and I didn't want to leave the stand, which at that moment stupidly felt relatively safe. I did not want to get down on the ground, which suddenly felt very much like that creature's territory. When the sun was fully up in the sky, and more than an hour had passed with no sign or sound of them, I got up my courage and I got my butt out of there. I left that tree stand there, and for all I know, it's still out there today. I got back to Uncle Pop's, and I was still very shook up. After some coaxing, I finally told him what happened and what I saw and what I think it was. Uncle Pop's just looked at me with that same stare he used to give me when I was a teenager, and I was telling him some big yarn that might cover my butt for some big misdeed I had just done. It was that kind of stare that said, "Son, I don't rightly believe what you're telling me, but I don't want to assume you're lying either. But I am going to get to the bottom of this." And if you've ever had an adult give you that look in your life, you know exactly what it looks like. Uncle Pops just said that he had never seen or heard of such a thing, and he'd been living there his whole life. I had no explanation for him. I just told him the truth over and over. And I think after a while, that was what confused Uncle Pops. You see, he had spent a lot of years when I was younger, perfecting the art of knowing when I was lying and when I wasn't. And he knew I wasn't lying. Eventually, we let it go. But I never went deer hunting on that land again. And here's a sad, awful irony that I feel I have to include. I could not go deer hunting in 2013, mostly because of my work. But in 2014, I did go hunting with some friends in North Carolina. And to my pride, I caught a 6-point buck. I couldn't wait to get home. I was going to share all that meat with Uncle Pops. But I didn't get to do that. The very day that I caught that buck over in North Carolina, Uncle Pops had a very severe stroke. I didn't find out until I got home the next day. And then I headed straight to Huntsville to see him in the hospital. Now, I'm medically trained, so I understood what his chances were, but I tried to make myself believe otherwise. He was alive and he was conscious, but he couldn't communicate. His time was short, and I knew it all too well. I told him that I caught us a buck. I think he understood. I told him that his freezer would be full when he got home. Uncle Pops died 4 days later. I could not look at that deer meat in our freezer. I told my wife to give it all away.
And it didn't take long to have that freezer emptied once I put out the call for fresh, free deer meat. Now, do I think what I saw out there was a Bigfoot or a Sasquatch? Absolutely. I am well educated, and I have no doubt about what I saw or about what happened, as incredible as it all may seem. I have spent many years now reading and researching as diligently as if I were back at university. I tell you as firmly as I can, I know that it was a Sasquatch that day, and I know I was lucky to get out of there alive. I know this has been long, but it's been a real bittersweet ride-up for me, and I've had to stop and start many times. I sure do miss my Uncle Pops. Thanks for listening to me. Call me the Anonymous Heart Guy.
Hi, Nance. Don't use my name, just call me Papa. I have read and heard lots of stories here and other places about how Bigfoot is attracted to kids. And lots of people say Bigfoot is harmless with kids. Might be. But that isn't how it is when it's your kid that a Bigfoot is attracted to. We lived out on US 50, east of Hillsboro, but west of Bainbridge. You can figure out where. Because that's as close as I'm telling you where we were, because we sold the house to another family member who still lives there. And yes, we told them everything. It's 2013, and we had been living there for a few years. It had previously been my parents' house and land, and they had settled there when they were first married. Now at that time, it was me, my wife, and our 2 kids, a boy who was 8 years old and my little girl who was 3. There were 2 bedrooms downstairs in that house. The upstairs, it was kind of like a Cape Cod with one large open room that ran the length of the house with small windows at either end and had sloping walls. We used this as our bedroom. We didn't have central air conditioning, but we did have window air units. But we tried not to run them much if we didn't have to. They really shot our utility bill up high. It was May, and it was nice enough to not run the window units, but the upstairs was still pretty hot by the evening, and it was really muggy. So in between the times until it got hot enough for us to have to run the air conditioning units, me and my wife would just sleep on an air mattress in our 8-year-old's room, because it was a lot cooler down there and we got a good breeze through all the open windows. We chose that room because his room was bigger than our baby girl's, who was only 3 years old. The hallway there was shaped in a T-shaped pattern, with the 2 bedroom doors facing each other at each end of the hallway, and in between was a bathroom. So we could lay there on our air mattress and look down the short hallway into our baby girl's room, maybe 10 or 12 feet away. She could have slept with us on the air mattress, and we offered, but she chose not to, which surprised us. But sometimes 3 years old, they like to be independent. The windows were open, and we were getting a good breeze, and soon we all went to sleep. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up needing to use the restroom. Now there were night lights in the hallway and in the bathroom, so I didn't have to turn on any lights, and I didn't want to because I might wake people up. So I was standing there, and just as I start to do my business, I thought I heard talking. I thought maybe my baby girl had heard me get up. So when I finished, I washed my hands, and then I stood quietly in the hallway to see if she had gone back to sleep. But I heard her clearly jabbering away again. Then I heard something else jabbering. And I thought maybe there was a toy she was playing with that was making that noise. And just as quick, I knew she didn't have any toys that sounded like that. It was a different sound completely, definitely not a toy, and it didn't quite sound human. Guttural is the only word I know, but the sound was fast and fluid. It was all nonsense, and I couldn't make any of it out, either hers or the other replies. But whatever it was It was talking really fast. The pitch was lower than a human, but I wouldn't say that it was a deep or heavy voice or pitch. It sounded squawky and guttural all at once. I'm sorry, I don't have any other words to describe it. Mostly it just sounded wrong, and it scared me to death. I didn't even think beyond thinking someone was in the room with my baby girl. I ran in and I flipped on the overhead light. I remember I was yelling something as I did so, and I woke the whole house up, and baby girl started crying. She probably thought I was mad at her. It was then, as I did all of that, and my eyes were scanning the room, that I saw something move away from the window right after I flipped on the light. My baby girl was sitting at the end of her bed by the open window. With the whole house up, I quickly handed my girl to my wife. I got my shotgun and I went outside to confront someone. But there was no one out there. Now our house sits in the middle of nothing but fields. The nearest trees were probably close to half a mile away. If you stood on my back porch and you looked out that way, the trees look about 6 inches tall on the horizon. That's how far they were. And you had to cross a whole nother neighbor's lots of fields to get to them. There was nowhere out there for someone to hide. I did think maybe they had run out into the field and laid down somewhere that I couldn't see them in the dark night. I checked the inside and outside of our 30 by 40 metal pole barn that stood away from the house. If they were hiding, that would be the only place they could go. But there was nothing there. When I checked under my baby girl's window, I could see that someone had smashed down all the vinca ground cover that had been growing there. I can't say there were distinct footprints there, but all the plants were smashed flat. I finally went back inside and everybody settled down. I kept us all together in the 8-year-old boy's room that night and for the next several nights. But I didn't sleep much none those nights. I didn't call the sheriff that first night, mostly because when you live that far out, you learn you better know how to handle your own stuff. You can't be calling them out for every little thing, so I didn't. We tried talking to our baby girl and asking who it was. But it's hard to get anything sensible out of a 3-year-old sometimes. She just called him George, though we really were thinking maybe that was a man that had given her a bogus name just to make her comfortable so he could talk to her. We didn't really know what to think. A couple weeks went by and nothing more happened, so I thought it was all done with. I thought some weirdo was just walking through the fields and maybe was checking out the house, and baby girl just happened to be awake. All kinds of scenarios went through mine and my wife's minds, but none of them really made sense. I can say we were not thinking of a Bigfoot. But by now it had become June, I think, and it was getting pretty warm, so we was running all the air units in the house. Me and my wife had put the kids down for bed and was in the living room watching TV when I saw my wife lean her head toward the hallway like she was listening for something. I asked her what, and she quietly said she thought she heard baby girl in there and that she must not be asleep. That alarmed me, so I went into the hallway. Now we had pulled her door about 3/4 of the way closed, but not all the way. I stood there in the dark hallway and looked through the couple inches of doorway that were open. There was someone at her window again. Now I saw red and I wanted to catch them this time. So I quietly backed up, went out and got my shotgun and started out the front door. My wife was startled by seeing me get the shotgun, so I told her there was someone out there and I was going to get them, and I told her to be quiet. I went out the front door hoping to catch them unaware, and I came around the corner of the side of the house real fast. Her window was the back corner window, and as I came around, I saw some movement going around the other far corner, just as I came around mine. So I ran down the side of the house to that corner and sighted down the back of the house. But there was nothing there. I checked all around the house again. And again, I checked inside and outside the metal barn. I walked rows of our field, looking with the flashlight. I even checked the back of my truck that was parked up by the house and under all of our vehicles. I don't know where they went. Me and my wife were stumped, worried that we might have a potential kidnapper around our house. I did make a report with the sheriff's office. They came out and they saw what I did. All the trampling under the window and the path through the fields. For what it's worth, that deputy really did look pretty hard, and he took us seriously. And over the next few days, we did see their vehicles frequently driving by our house. After that, we kept all the kids with us that summer up in our bedroom on the second floor. And that's when things really started happening. We were laying there one night, and I wasn't quite asleep yet, when I felt a very strong vibration in the house. I didn't hear anything, I don't think, but we were laying right under the window air conditioner, which was on high, so that's about all I could hear, really. But I did feel that vibration. I came awake pretty fast when I felt it, and I leaned up, turned the air conditioner off, and sat there and listened. Then I heard the next couple thumps as well as feel them. I thought maybe somebody was trying to bust into the house. So I woke my wife up, told her to call the sheriff's department, then I headed down with my gun to defend my house and my family, because I knew it could be some time before a deputy made it to my side of the county. I walked through the dark downstairs of the house, checking every room and peeking out of every window. I turned off the air conditioner that was running in the living room so I could hear better. I heard another thump. I listened, and it sounded like it was coming from my girls' room down the hall. So I crept down the hallway and got up to the open door. I looked in, but there was no one there, and the windows weren't broken open, so I stood still and listened. Several more hard thumps hit the house. Now they were faster together, then they would just come one at a time, and then maybe several more all at once. I went over to the window that was by the end of my baby girl's bed. I stood to the side of it and at the foot of the bed and looked in between the gap of the blinds and the window woodwork. I didn't see anything there, but as I stood there, I felt a big thump and a vibration right about where I was standing next to the wall, maybe hip high. If I went out the back door, I thought, maybe I could see them from the back porch, since they seemed to be hitting both that wall and the wall with the other window on it around the corner. So I went through to the back door. I still hadn't turned on any lights, so I grabbed the flashlight that we kept hanging by the back door. It must have heard me open the door. I stood on the back porch in darkness, but all the thumping had stopped. It was so quiet out there, my ears were ringing. I was starting to go down the porch steps to have a look when I saw a big freight train of something barrel away from that side of the house and across my fields. I raised the shotgun and held it against my hip while I flipped on the flashlight in my left hand. But by the time I had done that, I knew a shot from my gun would not be effective. It had covered an incredible distance. So far, I couldn't touch it with my flashlight. And I knew that what had run away from my house wasn't human. It just couldn't be. It moved too fast. But I fired off a shell anyway, just as a warning not to come back. A few pellets may have hit it, but I don't think so, and it wouldn't have done any harm at that great distance. By now my wife was standing inside the back door and flipped the porch light on when she heard the shotgun. I knew she was scared. We all were by then. Yes, including me. I was scared at the thought of something, and not someone, being at my baby girl's window. A someone I have no problem dealing with. A something is another matter. When the deputy got there, I did tell him everything, including that I didn't think it was a someone. I told him how fast it had moved. We walked over the area with flashlights, and we saw plenty of trampled soybean plants, but it had been so dry there were no clear footprints. He made the report, but there wasn't much he could do or say. The way he was going over and over the exit path away from the house, I think he was suspicious that it might be something else too. But I'm not sure. He didn't say anything. But from then on, me and my wife were in extreme watchguard mode. Now, my boy knew something was going on, but we tried to keep as much from him as we could, not only to protect him, but we also didn't want him talking about it around at school. We kept the kids in our bedroom all the rest of that summer, really almost all the way to Christmas, which anyone with kids knows that's not the best way to do it. While I didn't hear any more slaps around the house at night, there were lots of times we had odd things happen. In the meantime, we had gotten ourselves a dog, but there were times it acted really strange. It would push itself between the recliner in the living room and the wall, and would refuse to come out some nights. One night, my wife opened a can of dog food for him, put it out in the kitchen, but he wouldn't come near it. That wasn't like him. That dog was always hungry. He just stood back in the entry between the dining and kitchen area and would look across the kitchen at the food. But he would not put one paw in the kitchen towards it. Finally, my wife moved it closer to him, and he did eat it, but only as long as he could stand in the dining room. I don't know why he did that just that one night. It was really odd. I now wonder if maybe the Bigfoot wasn't somewhere outside, out back, and that dog knew it. Then there was a time we found a big pile of rocks out on the back porch. They weren't all stacked nice or in a particular form. It was just a big pile. But the weirdest thing we found was a pile of dead birds that had been left under my baby girl's window. Yes, the window she had been talking to that thing from. I don't know how long they'd been there. It was fall and we was just outside doing some tidying up one weekend when I found them. From the looks of them, they'd been there a little while. I counted 9 of them, just in a loose pile. By now our baby girl had turned 4. Sometimes she would talk about George, which is what she called it. We didn't make heads or tails of it until one day she was laying in the living room going through some of her favorite books. One of them was a curious George book. And she said she missed George. And she was looking at the book. My wife and I looked at each other, and all the things I had been trying to look up and read up on clicked. But we knew for sure the day my wife saw it. There was no garage or carport at that house, so our drive went up around to the back of the house near the back porch. My wife was unloading groceries there one day from her car and was setting them on the back porch to then carry in the house. She said she had just loaded several bags on both of her arms and was getting ready to walk them over to the porch when her eyes landed on something dark and big out by the metal barn. She stopped and looked and watched it move to a squatting position near the corner of the barn. If she hadn't seen some kind of movement, she said she probably wouldn't have noticed it out there. Now, she had already let baby girl out of her car seat while she was unloading groceries because our girl liked to pretend she was helping Mommy. So my wife would usually give her something small out of one of the bags that she could put on the porch, like she was a big girl who was really helping. My wife said she looked at that thing by the barn, got a little worried, shooed baby girl into the house immediately, grabbed the few groceries that were left on the porch, and kept an eye on it out there. After, she stood in the kitchen looking out the window, just trying to see what it was. Eventually, she said, she watched as it got up, walked across the front of the barn, then down the side of the barn, and then turned around the back of it till she couldn't see it anymore. But she said when she watched it walk across the front of the barn, that it was almost as high as our 9-foot sliding pole barn doors. So she guesses 8, maybe 8 feet and a quarter. That shocked her. She was not expecting that. And she also said it was dark in color, but she didn't think it was a pure black. She couldn't tell male or female or any other kind of detail from that distance, but she said it definitely walked on 2 legs. I asked her a million questions, and I asked her to make sure it wasn't a bear. She said it was not possible to be a bear from what she saw. Well, that confirmed it all for me, Curious George, what I'd read about the fascination with children that Bigfoot seems to have, how fast I had seen it move. Suddenly, everything made sense. I talked it over with my wife. For what it's worth, my wife is not a fanciful type. She doesn't believe in the Loch Ness Monster or aliens or anything of that sort. I can't say she even believes in Bigfoot, but she knows she saw something out there, and there was no denying that something was going on around our house. So once she agreed with me, she agreed that we needed to move on. Right then, it was easy to keep the kids around us under our watch. But as every parent knows, that gets harder and harder as they get older. I mentioned it over the holidays to one of the young bucks in our family, my nephew to be exact. I said we were thinking of renting the place out. He asked why. So I told him everything. But it didn't deter him any. He said he wanted the place because it had been his grandparents' place before it was ours, and he had a lot of good memories there. So on a handshake, we settled on it, and we rented to him starting the following spring. And he rented from us until he had enough money to outright buy it from us. Now, he lives there alone, and he says that in all these years, he's never been bothered. And I believe that. He doesn't have any kids. And I do think that is what attracted that Bigfoot to our house. Maybe it saw our baby girl one day while she was out playing. Maybe it was a female that had lost a young one and was drawn to her. I don't know. But I will say I'm a lot happier now that my girl is older and has a bedroom that is right between ours and her brother's on the 2nd floor of our current house. I asked her about George a while back, and she has no memory of it, which relieved me and my wife. So that's it. That's what happened to us. Thanks for sticking with my long email. Just call me Papa.
If I start from the beginning, you may understand better. First, my name is Joyce. Please don't use my surname. I was and am from the UK, and I was born in late 1941. Earlier on that year, my family was living in Liverpool, and during the May Blitz, our house was destroyed in a direct hit during a bombing raid. When they dug through the remains, the only ones to escape with their lives were my mum and my brother David, who was 4 years old. But Dad, a dock worker, and Grandad were not so lucky. It was while in hospital that my mum found out she was pregnant with me. David was pretty ill for quite a while and was left for the rest of his life with heart and lung problems. All of this I found out partially from David, but mostly from social workers years later.
As Mum had no other family and David was still so poorly, we were evacuated out to Wales, where I was born in December 1941. Now how, where, or when Mum met Frank, I don't know. I never thought to ask when the people who knew were still around. And to be honest, I was not really interested in grown-ups. I had David, and he was all I needed. He was my teacher, carer, friend, protector. He taught me everything I needed to be happy. Anyway, one day when I was 4 or so, David told me that we were going on a big adventure, and soon after, we were on a big ship for a very long time. Oh, I hated it. I was always sick, and David was too unwell to play when I did feel okay, and I was never to be left alone there. Funny the things you do remember, even after all these years. There seemed to be thousands of people, and I was always scared of losing David. I just wanted to go home. After what seemed a lifetime, the ship stopped, and we all got off. I was so happy. I thought we were going home at last. But all that happened was that we started traveling again. Trucks, trains, buses, you named it, we traveled in it. And the weather. Boy, was it hot. Funny, I still remember the weather. And the open space. I never knew there was so much space. But I still don't remember much about Frank or Mum. Soon we stopped in this funny little town, and there was a big horse and a cart waiting for us with a little round woman that I was told was Meemaw. We piled in the cart and set off to a small farm, I suppose you would call it. It was a few miles out of town. There was a funny-looking house made of wood, but most importantly, they had chickens and 2 pigs and 3 cows. Well, 2.5 cows, I suppose you could say, because one was a baby. And they had a horse. I thought I had died and gone to heaven. David and I soon settled in here. Meemaw taught us how to check and collect the eggs, how to walk the cows down from the small field behind the house. She even taught David how to milk a little. We were never to go in with the pigs or even get too close, as they were nasty, Meemaw said. She also said, boy, they were tasty. Now, why would you want to taste one of those loud, stinky, dirty things, I thought. That was until I tasted bacon. Now, this is where my interaction really starts. Back down the side of the large barn was a small field that Meemaw grew veggies in. Not sure what they were, just all different shapes and sizes. I know there were potatoes, carrots, cabbage, but most of the others I had never seen or tasted. But if Meemaw cooked them, they were delicious. And of course, there had to be corn. Just past the field, you could walk through a small patch of trees, and there was a little stream, or creek as Meemaw called it. We were allowed to play in the creek, but not to cross it to the woods on the other side. This was our favorite place to be. So much cooler than the rest of the property, with the shade from the trees, water to play in or drink, and soft grass to lie in and listen to stories that David told. And I don't remember him ever having a book to read from. We were also told to stay away from the dip, as Frank called it. A pool, I supposed it would be, and it was much deeper than the creek. We were not allowed there until he had taught us to swim. Now, David did not have the breath to learn, and I was too afraid of what might be under the water to try. I did try once, and something, probably a fish or a weed or something, touched my foot, and no way was I ever going back in there. I don't remember how long we had been there at Meemaw's, but it was still hot, and David and I had made our way down to the creek, just taking our time, not talking. David found the heat took his breath away, and he was always so tired, so we just held hands and took our time.
As we took a turn at the big tree, which led into a small beach type of space in the creek area, we stopped dead in our tracks. There, with its back to us, was a small monkey in the water, while just a few yards away was a large monkey sitting on the bank watching it. I don't remember being afraid, but I looked at David, and he just put his fingers to his lips and signaled to keep quiet. We just stood and watched for maybe 3 or 4 seconds when the big one suddenly turned its head and looked straight at us. We never moved a muscle, and we just stood there. The small one must have sensed something was up, because it suddenly stopped playing and ran back to the big one and into its arms. Neither of them made any noise either. We all stared at one another for maybe a minute, and I do remember a little smile, as the little one was so cute. The big one never took its eyes off David, and after a while put its hand out to him and made a bird-like sound from lips puckered like a kiss. David never hesitated. He smiled and walked forward towards it, and because I still had hold of his hand, I went as well. As he reached Momma, as we got to call her, David just turned and sat beside her, so of course so did I. We called the small one Bubba, and David named them, not me. Momma soon let Bubba go, and he looked slowly at us and then made his way back to the creek. David nudged me and told me to go with Bubba as all was okay. Soon we were splashing away and having loads of fun. David, meanwhile, just sat with Momma. He looked so funny because, even sitting beside her, he only came up to her boobs. Now, it seems funny now, but David had to name them, because without clothes, I didn't know if they were boys or girls. Girls had dresses and boys had trousers, but these had neither. I have always thought of Bubba as a boy, and I still think of him as, well, him. But really I suppose that he was a she, as I don't remember him having any bits. Not that I knew boys had bits back then. Oh, you know what I mean. All too soon, it was time to leave for something to eat. I didn't want to. I was having so much fun. But Mima was calling and rang the bell, which got Frank in from the fields as well. On our way back home, David said it was probably best not to tell of our new friends, as Frank might want to hunt them for the table. I was horrified. How can you hunt people? Hairy people, but still people. I was never going to tell Frank. Bubba was my friend. Now this was the start of our friendship with Momma and Bubba. Not that we saw them every day, you understand, but it was once or twice a week while the weather was hot, and the odd occasion even 3 or 4 times a week. We started to ask Meemaw for bits of lunch to take with us, and she would give us bread and cheese with an apple or some plums. We sometimes got cold meat with cold cooked potatoes wrapped in a cloth. Anything we got, we shared with Momma and Bubba. We never needed drinks, as we always had fresh creek water. Bubba and I used to play for hours. We used to build dams and catch tiny little fish that we had collected in large leaves that David bent into small bowls for us. These we took to Momma, and she and Bubba would just pop them in their mouths and eat them raw. She did offer to share with us, but they were disgusting. And she thought it was so funny at the faces that we pulled and the noises that we made. Oh, and yes, they do smile. Momma showed us how to look for and catch crawdads, as Frank called them, when we took a few back to show Meemaw. We thought they were something new. He told us to take a bucket the next time. This we did, and when we brought half a pail full of them home, Meemaw cooked them, and I have never tasted anything better. The other half of the pail, Momma and Bubba ate raw still at the creek. The noise of the shell cracking and the water running down their chins was not a pretty sight. But as David said, crunching down on a corn cob with butter running down my chin was not a pretty sight either. Thinking about it now, I have no idea how we communicated with Momma and Bubba, but we did. David would sit with Momma for hours and, quote-unquote, talk with her. Sometimes, if David was well enough and it was not too hot, David and Momma would go for a short walk. When I asked him later what they did, he would tell me of the things Momma had shown him and how the different plants and flowers were good or bad, how some plants made you well and some would kill. A couple of times, when David overdid things while we were out, Momma would sit with her arm around him and his head on her boobs as a pillow, and he would sleep while she made these funny noises and stroked his back and chest. He always felt much better after these times and would have much more energy for days. As for Bubba and I, well, I have no idea. I know we squealed, shouted, laughed, and generally went crazy, but somehow we just knew what the other wanted. You know, I have no idea of time passing. We never had clocks or anything like that. We just knew it was time to get up when it was light, or mostly when Meemaw called us. And it was time for bed just after the lamps were lit, or again when Meemaw said it was. Meemaw was great. As long as you did your chores and didn't get into too much trouble, you were free to do as you pleased. Why I have no memory of Mum, really, I don't know. As the real heat of summer started, David and I slept with the windows open. We shared a room at the top of the house. I suppose you would call it more of a loft, which had a window at each end, and the night breezes would blow through and make it a bit more bearable. Meemaw had a room at the back of the house, as she couldn't climb the ladder to the loft any more, and Frank and Mum shared a room just to the side of the kitchen. To go out the back door, you had to go through their room, so you needed to make sure you used the outhouse right before bed. A couple of times, we were told to stay close to the house, but only for a day or two. When we asked why, we were told, "Because I told you to." David told me it was because of the howls that we sometimes heard in the night, or the banging. David and I said to each other that it was only Momma and her friends, so nothing to be afraid of. And this must have been true because a couple of times we found small, pretty rocks left on the window edge in the mornings, and there was nothing big enough to reach up there without a ladder. Once or twice a chicken went missing, and when the eggs were low, that was another reason that we had to stay home. But that was not very often, though, and still the creek was our only playground. We had a storm once, and Meemaw said to be careful at the creek, as the water would be wild. Oh, it was, and more than just the rushing water. We went to the creek to see what it looked like, and Momma was there. But she was not alone. Momma saw David and I, and stopped and stared at David. He stopped dead in his tracks and, quote-unquote, listened for a minute. Then he turned to me and said that it was time to leave. There were about 4 or 5 big Mommas in the dip, and they were fishing some really big fish out of the water with their hands, and they were tossing them up onto the bank. David said it was not our time to be there, so yes, we left. As the summer continued, David sat with Momma, but Bubba and I went hunting. Well, not really, not for live stuff, but we did collect wild strawberries, blackberries, raspberries, and some I think were blueberries, and others I have no idea. If Bubba picked them, so did I. Meemaw was really pleased when we brought these home and was very impressed with David for knowing what they were. Boy, did she make some yummy pies. One time we were walking in the woods on the wrong side of the creek, and Bubba saw a snake. I did what I was told to do, and stood as still as I could, hardly even breathing, as the thing was huge. Well, to me it was. Bubba stood looking at it, then dove forward and grabbed it. He swung his arm and snapped it, just like a whip. And before I had a chance to scream or breathe, he tore off its head and tossed it into the bush. The head, that is, not the snake. The snake he took back to Momma, and she took a large bite, then offered some to David and I. We said no thank you, and then she shared it with Bubba. David later said that it was a cottonmouth. You know what seems funny about all of this? While I'm writing this, I can remember the sights, the sounds, and the smells of it all. But I can't remember the name of the town or even the state we were in. If I ever knew, I don't know it now. Even Mum is only a passing shadow. Frank is a bit clearer. I remember when he finished work some days that he would sit in a big tub thing in the yard, and we would pour water all over him, clothes and all. He would laugh and splash us with the water, and we would laugh and then pinch the soap that he was supposed to use. Then he would get out and chase us. Mostly me, as David couldn't really run, but he would stand with arms outstretched and let me hide behind him while Frank looked for me. As that first year was coming to an end, Momma taught us how to hit the trees with big sticks and to gather the nuts that fell, how to make warm coverings and beds out of branches and grasses. We started to see them less and less, and David told me it was because they were getting ready to move on and that they would be leaving soon. I was so upset. I wanted to go with them, but David said it was impossible. We would never survive their way of life. And did I want to eat food that was never cooked, like meat or fish? And even if I did, how would I catch it? I know he was right, but I was so upset. Anyway, he said, they will be back next year. Winter set in, and I was so looking forward to spring and summer that I was wishing my life away. Just before winter really set in, Meemaw said we were to have a festival called Thanksgiving. Frank went into the woods and got us a big turkey, and it was one of the best meals I had ever eaten. At the start of the meal, Meemaw said that we had to say what we were thankful for. David said family and a warm, loving home. I, on the other hand, said good food, and Momma and Bubba and Meemaw. Meemaw was pleased that I had mentioned her, and Mum thought Momma meant her, and Frank said it was Papa, not Bubba. I was going to put them straight, but David laughed, gripped my hand, and said quickly that it's not fair that I didn't mention him. I got the message. That winter, David and I spent a lot of time in our room, mostly going over all the things we had done and spoke about with Momma and Bubba. David told me that Momma had said that they traveled along certain routes all year round, that they lived in family groups and there were around 7 in their group. Not that they can count, but that is what David got from her gestures. He said that the whoops, the howls and tree knocks that we sometimes heard were from the hunt, and also from other troops passing through. Some of the places they stopped at, the people didn't even know they were there. Some knew and left them to their business, and some people hunted them like game, and that made the males very angry and sometimes dangerous. Mainly, they just wanted to be left alone. David was also pretty sick that winter. He would get fevers, as Meemaw called them, and he'd go really red and sweaty. He also coughed all the time, and he didn't have much energy for anything. She used to make special soups for him, as he never seemed to have the energy to eat a meal. Spring could not come fast enough, as I knew Momma could help. Sadly, spring did not come fast enough for David, as he died just after my birthday, and by March, Mum had both me and her on a boat back to England. I wanted to stay with Meemaw and also close to David, but nothing made any difference. From then on, my life was a mess. We no sooner got back to England and Mum started drinking pretty hard. I know now it was because of all that had gone on, but then I was just lost.
David was gone. I would never see Momma or Bubba again, and I didn't even have the chance to explain why. I tried to make friends, but they all thought I was weird or crazy because I tried to tell them about Bubba. Mum was killed by a bus about 3 months after we got home, and because there was no other family, I was put into care. I tried to tell them about Meemaw, but I was told that she was not family. I once tried to tell one of the care staff about Momma and Bubba, and then I had to see one of the doctors as I was classed as mentally ill due to stress of losing my brother and my mother so close together. That is when I learned to keep my mouth shut. Well, that's about it, Nance. I kept quiet all these years, never even telling my husband or children years later. I must admit, I did think of Meemaw and Momma and Bubba for years, and often I said I would go back when I got older. But where to? I didn't even know the name of the state, never mind the town or even the surname of Meemaw or Frank. Anyway, life moves on, and things are buried in the past. All except David, that is. He still lives in my heart and dreams every day, and although I miss him, I also know he is free now, free to roam the woods, mountains, rivers, and streams that he always wanted to. And knowing him, he is doing it with Momma and Bubba. I wonder how long they live. Would Bubba even remember me if he was still around? Now I am coming to the end of my life. And don't get me wrong, it's been a good life. But truth be told, I am ready to walk those paths with David once again. Thank you for reading this, Nance. And even if it doesn't make it onto your channel, thank you for giving me the chance to reminisce and to remember one of the happiest times of my life and to not be called crazy or a liar. I'm sorry, Nance. I was just reading through this before I sent it off to you, and I've remembered so much more than I have put in here. But I thought one of the things you might like to know is that although I have heard so many others say that they got a terrible smell, I can honestly say there was no smell at all from Momma or Bubba. As for color, Momma was what I would call chestnut-colored hair, with fairer hair on the front down her chest, while Bubba was darker all over. They both had bare faces, hands and feet. At least the palms and soles were bare. To me, they looked just like people, but with flatter faces. The hair, when you hugged them, was always soft. At least softer than the hair on Frank's chest or face when you hugged him good night, or the hair on Meemaw's chin. Anyway, that really is all from me. Once again, thank you so much for giving me the chance to tell my story, to remember David, Momma, and Bubba, and for letting me sleep with a smile in my heart tonight. God bless to you and yours. Stay safe and well. Joyce.
Hi. I've listened to lots of Bigfoot stories all over YouTube, and I keep noticing there's a pattern. Bigfoot seems to show up, and sometimes he helps people, the ones that have been hurt, physically or emotionally, like I was when I was very young, or like the guy that you had on recently who had PTSD, and like lots of others. Maybe it's something I picked up on because that's how it was for me. I was young, I was neglected, not really abused though, but neglected enough that it hurt, enough that I was left to my own a lot of the time. Here's a quick tour of my early life. My mother went to prison when I was a year old, never mind why. My dad didn't really want to be bothered with me, and he pawned me off to his parents. And they weren't bad people, but they were way too old for a young kid, and they had a lot of their own health issues. As soon as I could pour milk for cereal for myself, it was decided I could pretty much do everything for myself. I don't blame them, but it did leave me kind of out there on my own. Now, I would have a heart attack if my own daughter was walking all over at 8 and 9 years old like I did back then. I think about all the times that people could have done things to me and no one would have ever known or even known where I was. I'm grateful no one ever did anything to me. But I know the vulnerable and the lonely kids, they're easy targets for all sorts of bad things and bad people. And those seem to also attract Bigfoot. Not just kids, but all kinds of people. Now, I'm a little embarrassed, and I'm a lot ashamed to say what kind of child I was. I had no idea of what normal life should be like. No one was teaching me anything. To brush my hair, brush my teeth, how to dress properly, were my clothes clean. I thought going through people's trash cans was an okay thing to do. I wasn't looking for food. I did have food. But for me, trash picking, it was like finding treasure. There were families around me so rich, they just threw away good toys and books just because their kids had lost interest in them. I couldn't believe it. So a book might be missing a page or two or a whole cover. It was still a good book in my eyes. I would sometimes find empty binders, notebook paper that only was written on one side. Do you know what a treasure that was for a kid like me? And then to find broken pencils and crayons? Man, it was payday for me. I can remember finding Play-Doh with just some of the outer bits dried up, but all the inner bits were fine, and they still threw it away. Those were the kind of things that I found joy in. The list of things like that was endless. There was no money for extras for me at the old people's house, so these really were my found treasure. It's embarrassing to think about and even more embarrassing to say today, and I still fight the urge to this day not to stop and see what's on the side of the curb on trash day. I've gotten way off from the story that I am meaning to tell you, but this was the kind of kid I was. I wasn't like other kids. There was no regular meal time for me. No one was going to come looking for me if I wasn't home by the time those mythical street lights came on. Nobody would worry. Nobody would call my name. I didn't have play clothes that were any different from any other clothes I wore. It was just a wild, wild world for me, and I was a weed just looking to survive. Now, all of this happened in Stockholm, New York. I believe the year specific was 1984. It might have been 1985. My old people had rented a house out on Fort Jackson. The backyard ended at the St. Regis River. It was flat in the area, but there were trees and bushes and a lot of areas blocked most of the view of the river itself. Up and down that river, that was my kingdom. Other kids were all warned never to go down there. Stay away from the river. Don't go in there. They were told they might drown. Not me. I don't ever recall once anyone telling me not to go down there. So, of course, I went down there. Why wouldn't I? I got down there every chance I could. Mostly because there were no other kids or adults that I had to deal with down there. Nobody went down there. Now, I mentioned all my trash-picking habits earlier because that's where I took all my treasures. There was a place down the river that I had claimed. I was cobbling together something that felt kind of like a little fort with some cardboard boxes and all sorts of things that were stacked together. In the middle of that was one of those big plastic igloo dog houses that someone had tossed to the side of the road somewhere. It was a pretty big one. I was 8, maybe 9 at the time, and I could crawl in and have room to sit inside that igloo doghouse. That was where I put the things that I really treasured. They would stay dry. That was also my escape hatch. Whenever life inside that house with the old people got too real, when they were yelling at each other about something, or when they started yelling at me because my father hadn't sent any money in a while, or whatever, that area of the river, that was where I escaped. And it wasn't uncommon for me to stay out there all night until morning. Now that I'm older, I think those old people, I think they were hoping that I would just disappear, that maybe somebody would take me, or maybe I would drown in the river. I don't mean I think they thought harm on me, but they always looked disappointed when I would finally come back the next day. Back then, I thought maybe I had just annoyed them somehow. Now, as an adult, I realize I had annoyed them by continuing to exist and to continue to breathe and to continue showing up day after day. One summer, I had spent a lot of time and quite a few nights out there, and I never had anything more adventurous than a raccoon probe the entrance of the doghouse. But that next spring, there was a night early on where I stayed out there all night. Yes, I was literally in the doghouse. But something woke me right up, and that something was rubbing on the outside of the plastic doghouse. Then the whole doghouse got bumped. I had the opening closed with a piece of thin wood, something like masonite. I remember I had taken it off the back of a small kid's desk. It was trashed on the side of the curb for pickup. The back of it had been tacked down, but I pulled it off, and it folded up like an accordion, which worked perfect to get it inside the little doghouse after I cut it down. I could put it in there, open it, and cover the opening. That pretty much kept out the stray raccoon or possum or whatever from wandering in on me while I was sleeping. And I'd never had a problem. But now there was a problem. So I had that covered over the opening, and I wasn't too scared at first. But nothing had really happened like that before. I turned, and I sat with my back to the curved wall of the igloo, and I put my feet up against the thin wood piece, just so something couldn't push inward with its nose. I was imagining at the time a raccoon, or maybe a dog, or maybe even a small deer was nosing around. I didn't know what other things were out there. I didn't know if there were bears in that area, and I didn't know that there were other things that walked up and down that river. But I was about to find out. I heard and felt that something was checking out the entrance of the dog igloo. Now, if you've never seen one of these, it had an opening like a small tunnel, and then it opened into the big dome inside. So I'm inside the dome. The wood piece is covering the opening of the tunnel inside the dome, and something could now freely reach into the tunnel until it hit the wood. I felt the wood push back against my feet. Now I was getting scared. The pushing was just a little bit at first. Then it pushed a little bit harder. That's when I yelled. I wanted to scare it off. I also think I was yelling, "Stop! Go away!" And it did. It stopped. But then I felt the whole doghouse moving, with me in it. I was being scooted along with heavy nudges. In my head, I thought, oh my gosh, there's a bear out there. A bear is pushing me along on the ground. I could picture it, pushing the plastic igloo, walking with its head down, pressed against the side of the plastic. But the next thing I know, I'm on my back. The thin wood had fallen away from the opening and was now along the side against me in the igloo. The whole thing had been flipped up. The entrance was wide open. The thing I feared the most happened. I felt a hand reach in. Hairy and leathery all at once. It touched my leg, my bare leg. I began yelling and screaming. And as soon as it touched me, and as soon as I started to scream, it dropped the whole igloo. I think I must have almost blacked out. I was so scared. I remember squishing myself as far back as I could, and I tried to put the wood back up over the opening. I knew that really wasn't any protection, but it was better than nothing. I know bears don't have hands, and I kept saying that over and over to myself. I felt something push up against the wood piece again, but this time it wasn't as forceful. It was exploring. It was also trying to poke the wood to make it move. I'm crying, screaming. I remember snot running out of my nose, and I remember not caring. All of this kept going on for I don't know how long. The igloo would get pushed. Then something would try to poke the wood out from the opening again and again. It picked the igloo up once, and let it drop a couple feet right to the ground. It was like it thought the igloo would open like a shell, maybe like a turtle. Maybe it thought I was a turtle. I didn't know. This just kept going on. It would scoop me around. It would try to feel inside. It would bang me around, and then nothing would happen for a while. It would all go silent. And just as sure as I thought it had finally left, it would start all over again. I did hear some noises, and I don't know how to describe them. I've tried since to vocally mimic them over the years, and I can't even come close. I can't find anything online like the sound. I've listened to everything they say is a Bigfoot. None of it is even close. If I have to tell you, try to imagine a cassette tape being fast-forwarded or rewound, but you could hear it being played as well. Also add in a throaty echo to the sound. That is the best way I can describe it. I'm sorry. Now, while it was out there walking around, I could feel the vibrations coming up from the ground through the plastic bottom of the igloo doghouse. My instinct told me it was big, and if it wanted in that igloo, it could have gotten to me. It made me think back, speaking of turtles, that I once saw a turtle that a kid was poking and poking at the poor thing. Then he would stop for a while. And as soon as that little turtle would come out or start to move, he would start poking at it or banging on its shell all over again. It was just like that. But I was the turtle. After a long time, I could see dim shapes inside the igloo if I concentrated really hard. Between that and starting to hear some birds sing, I knew it was very close to morning. Now, nothing was happening for quite a while, so I thought maybe it had finally left, whatever it was. And all I could think about, though, every time was that kid with the turtle, so I didn't want to poke my head out and find out that it was still out there and it would start poking me again. But I was going to have to get out sooner or later, especially sooner. Mother Nature doesn't wait forever, and a young boy's bladder, it does good to hold it all for a whole night, or at least for me. I told myself, if I counted to 100 and I still didn't hear anything, and if nothing else happened, I would go ahead and get out of that igloo, and I was going to take off running like I was in the Olympics. I would pee later. So I counted to 100, and there was nothing but birds out of there. I moved the cardboard away from the opening, just enough to peek through, and I could see just some bushes out there, nothing else. I was disoriented, and by now I had no idea, when I got out of the igloo, which way I should run. I had been moved around so much, I didn't know. Logistically, I wasn't a dog. I wasn't on all fours, so I couldn't shoot out of that igloo like a dog could. But I was going to give it my best shot. I had visions of something just out there waiting, right behind the igloo where I couldn't see it as I came out. And the second that I would stick my head out, I was going to be a Scooby snack for whatever it was. I looked in all directions the best I could as I crept out. I kept easing out a little bit at a time, looking up and behind the igloo. There was nothing there. I finally got all the way out. I stood up and looked around in a panic, trying to figure out where I was so I knew which way to go. I was turning all around, and then I turned back, thinking I knew right where I was. Then it stood up from the bushes, too. I prayed that the Lord would have mercy on my tiny soul and make my end quick and painless, because the monster looking at me was like something out of a movie, only 10 times worse, because it was real. It had black hair everywhere. It was so much bigger than me, but I don't think it was like an 8 or 9 footer. I now think it was probably a juvenile or a young adult version of some sort. I couldn't tell if it was a boy or a girl Bigfoot, not just because the bushes blocked the lower half, but I don't think I ever looked at the chest. I was looking at its eyes. It wasn't far from me. It wasn't close enough that I could have reached out and touched it, and I don't think it could have reached me, but we were close enough that I could see the eyes and the face good now that the sun was just starting to come up. The eyes were dark. I don't know, black or brown. The eye sockets were set way back in the head, and they were set wide apart. The face was all hair covered, but I could see some lips. They were like a black-gray color. There was no expression on its face, none at all, and that scared me even worse for some reason. Like it didn't even care about life or death, at least not mine. Maybe it was because I couldn't read its intention, but I was scared. We locked eyes, and I don't know how long that lasted. Probably only a second. It seemed longer. I don't remember turning and running, but I did at some point. And I don't remember when I peed all over myself, but I did that too at some point. It might have been when I saw the Bigfoot. It might have been when I was running. I tore up and out of the trees, and I made it to the road. I don't think I stopped till I got all the way back to the old people's house. I have no idea if it followed me at all. Once I made it to the road, I was within sight of our nearest neighbor's house. I knew where I was. I ran like lightning past it all the way back to the old people's house. It wasn't even time for them to be up in the morning. It might have been 6 or 6:30 in the morning. Blue sky was still out, the sun not fully up. I knew better than to wake those old people up, and I was never trusted with a key to that house. So I did the only thing I could. I sat on the back porch. That's when I realized I peed on myself. I was suddenly very cold. I didn't want to sit with urine all over me, so I went around to the side of the house, turned on the hose, and I soaked myself good. I stood there and let as much water drip off of me after I turned off the hose as I could. Then I went and sat on the porch steps. I was scared, but at least I could see clearly all around where I was. There were no trees close to me. When the sun was finally all the way up in the sky, I thought about what I'd been through, and it felt like it was 1,000,000 miles away, or like it had happened to some other kid. But no, it had happened to me. And when the old people finally did get up, and I heard them in the kitchen, I got up my courage, and I knocked on the glass window of the back door. And there she was. She opened it, and she had a very annoyed look on her face. She just looked at me and saw that I was wet and wouldn't let me in. She told me I had to stay out there until I was dry. There was no offer of a towel, no offer to hand me a piece of toast that I could smell coming from the toaster near the window. Now, that was all right. I felt safer just being on that porch and knowing that if I started screaming, someone would hear me. I stayed real close to the house after that night, even when the old people were grumpy and yelling. When I was 10, my mother got out of prison, and the old people, they just handed me right back over to her. They couldn't do it fast enough. Well, things weren't any better with my mom. In fact, they were quite a bit worse, but that's a whole nother story. Point is, I have seen one of them. I know they exist. I don't know if it would have hurt me, or if it was just curious. Maybe it knew what it was looking at was a doghouse, and they say they don't like dogs, or so I have read. I would like to think that it was just curious, that it was a young one, and it was just wondering what was in there. And then again, maybe when it touched me and I screamed, it knew what was in there. And that makes me feel even more unsettled, because if it knew and it kept trying to get me out of there, what did it want? Or was I just the equivalent of a turtle for that Bigfoot to pester? I have never been able to look at little turtles the same since, and I always have the utmost compassion when I see one in distress, because I know what it felt like to be a turtle trapped in its shell. Just sign me, the turtle. My name is Jonathan. I just turned 62 years old this year. When I was 15, I ran into a couple of Sasquatches, or rather they kind of ran into me, but I didn't know they were Sasquatches back then. I know that's what they are now. And it only happened because I had a sassy mouth on me when I was 15 years old. This all happened because that morning I decided to sass my mamaw. In other words, my grandmother. I will warn you, there are only two things I really enjoy in my older years: reminiscing and writing about what I reminisce. So go on, cut out whatever you don't like, Nance. I know I've seen people gripe about long stories with lots of details they don't think are important. And if you're the one listening that thinks that, you're probably going to want to go ahead and fast forward a bit. Or heck, skip this altogether. It might be best you do, because this is more of a story with a little bit of a cameo appearance from some Sasquatches. So yeah, fast forward for everyone who screams, "Give me the Sasquatch!" Okay, so here it is. My grandparents lived on 70 acres out to the west of Mount Ida in Arkansas. We lived in the town proper of Mount Ida, but we were at my grandparents' property more than we were at our own house a lot of the time. My grandparents were in failing health, and like many of their generation, they refused to pull up and move into town. No how, no way, they said. These were my dad's parents, so he and his two nearby siblings all pitched in doing different chores around the farm and generally helping them to stay put. Now, today, I see and hear kids disrespecting adults all the time, and there are no consequences for that. I recently was at a store and saw a woman told to put something back on the shelf by her child, and she did so. Back then, when I was younger, if you had mouthed off to an adult, it was likely that you would soon find yourself in a world of hurt that is beyond description. You older people out there will know what I mean. Now, I don't mean to be hurting on a younger generation. I'm just saying things are different today. Now, here I was, at that time, 15 years old. I, like a lot of teenage boys, I had that surge of hormones mixing up with a good dose of rebellion that was brewing in my thick head. Because even at my most mouthy and most rebellious, I did know better than to push things a little too far in front of my old man, a.k.a. my dad. He was a salty old, well, you know what. He was a good man and a really good father, but there were just lines with him you did not dare cross, and one of them was sassing any adults in the family. Now, I knew that, but on that morning after breakfast, I thought him and my grandfather had already left the house. I thought the coast was clear. I was mistaken. "Here, help me dry these dishes," my grandmother said to me, and she held out a dish towel to me. We had just finished our breakfast, and I was thinking today would be a good day to do a whole lot of nothing. And as often is the case with a 15-year-old boy being told what to do, especially by an older female, I thought I had my big boy pants on. I thought I could sass-mouth her. "That's woman's work," I said. Now, I remember saying that with the same amount of disbelief and disdain and outright sneering contempt as if she had just asked me to go eat some horse manure. I felt sure my response had sufficiently settled the whole matter, and I was free to go do nothing. However, at 15 years old, I was unaware of the capacity of my own hubris and stupidity. Luckily, my father had just come into the kitchen, just in time to overhear our little exchange, and he was about to help me see the error of my ways. And as I've already mentioned to you, my dad, he was an original salty old cuss. In his time upon this earth, he had somehow acquired an incredible set of life skills, one of which was the ability to formulate and execute punishments in spectacular and devastatingly effective ways. I was not aware of the depth of that skill set until that morning. "Is that right?" my dad said. He smiled at me. Now, in hindsight, that smile and his tone should have been enough for me to back up, sit down, take the dish towel, grandly and profusely admit my mistake to all before God, tell my grandmother to take a load off and go sit at the table as I repented and asked for forgiveness while washing all the breakfast dishes, drying them, and putting every single one away. Now that would have been the sensible thing for me to do. But I was 15 years old. I had no concept of what a sensible thing might be. In fact, I believed myself to firmly be in possession of a legitimate get out of housework forever card called the Y chromosome. And I thought it was high time I asserted my rights as a man in the house. And as I had never seen my father or grandfather do anything that I would consider women's work, I felt this was a natural and logical progression of things in the household. Now, to say that I was wrong is an understatement on the par with saying that the surface of the sun might be a little on the warm side. Yeah, I said, that's woman's work. We men don't do women's work. Now, somewhere around the time that I finished that statement, there was a faint ringing bell going off somewhere in my brain, and it was letting me know that maybe, just maybe, I had misjudged the situation just a teensy bit. Well, now, my dad said, I think I agree. No more women's work for you. His smile grew wider. His eyes narrowed coldly as he said the last sentence. Suddenly, I felt very much like a mouse standing in the middle of the kitchen on the floor with a very large, hungry cat smiling at me. I wasn't sure where I had gone wrong in all of this, but I now had the feeling that there might have been a wee bit of reading the situation incorrectly between us. But my stomach turned. I had somehow walked into the trap of some kind, but I couldn't figure it out. I looked to my grandmother for help, but she just stood there with what I thought might almost pass as pity for me on her face. I swallowed hard. Well, now, I said, trying to back up, if Mama needs the help, I'd be happy to help her. I just thought, well, I don't know what else I might have tried to say, but it really didn't matter. Oh, no, my dad said. You're right. You are exactly right. You are a grown man. You do not need to be in the house doing women's work. No more of that for you. Come on, let's go. Wait, I said. What? Wait, go where? Oh, no, I thought in my head. This has gone sideways real fast. Well, my dad said, I think it's time you learned what not women's work looks like. Get your boots on, son. You're crossing the Rubicon today. You're going to go from boy to man. My mouth went dry and I tried to swallow, but it was very hard going. I didn't know where this Rubicon was. Is it a bridge nearby? Was it even on the property? If I had had just a little more history behind me, I might have understood just how serious this situation was. But as I said, I was only 15, full of hubris and stupidity. Now let me stop and say that at this point, I hope I haven't already bored you all to death. I know everyone wants to hear about the Sasquatches. And don't worry, I'm getting there. Patience, my little grasshoppers. I just thought you should get a taste of how stupid I was at 15 and how calculating my father could be and how all of this put me in line with some Sasquatches. Now, I'm sure you all have already guessed at what was coming for me. I was about to be put to work on that acreage in a very hard fashion. And don't misunderstand me. We kids had always had some kind of chores to do around there. But for the most part, our parents made sure that none of our work was overly hard or dangerous. They really wanted us to enjoy our childhood, but at the same time, teach us a sense of responsibility. They weighed the two carefully and balanced them perfectly. Now, shielding us, me in particular, probably would have went on for a few more years. But I stupidly and ignorantly brought that kind of protection to a screeching halt that morning when I sass-mouthed my grandmother. We got into my papa's old truck, and we rode in silence out to a corner of the property where I knew my father had been felling wood for the last few weekends. It was now early October, and he was double-timing it to make sure he got more wood cut and split and stacked up for my grandparents. They had a good supply of wood, of course. He cut plenty the year before, and what he was cutting now was not going to be burned until next year. But my dad had a thing. He wanted everything done early. He always said, "What if the good Lord takes me between now and then? By God, if that happens, I want to know my mom and dad have more firewood stored up." So, you kind of get a gist of what kind of man my dad was. Now, I knew the night before he had gone out and he had chainsawed down several trees that they had already marked to cut. He got them down, and he had planned to come back out that day, that Saturday, to cut the logs, and he was going to transport them back to the front near the house for storing to next year. So as we're riding out there, I thought, okay, so I guess I'm going to be loading logs all day after he chainsaws the logs up. Now, that wasn't on my top 1 million things to do that weekend, but fine, I've had to do it before. And as far as punishments go, it really wasn't so terrible. Silly me. If only that's what the punishment had been. But no, we get there, and we get out of the truck. I stand there at the side of the truck waiting for his instruction. His silence all the way out there had confirmed to me he was not happy with me. So I wasn't saying much either. Talking to my dad when he was in one of those moods was a little like resetting a bear trap and walking into it over and over. You were just best off to keep your mouth shut. Don't keep stepping in a trap. I was looking off into the trees where I knew we would be heading when I suddenly felt a nudge on my shoulder from behind. I turned around to find my dad standing there with a very large axe held across his midsection with both hands. "Here," he said, and he pushed the axe into my chest. Reflexively, I reached up and I took it with both hands. "Let's go," he said. He walked past me and headed into the woods. I stood there for a second or two longer, and I realized he was not carrying a chainsaw. Realization began to dawn on me. I thought, oh no, he would never do that. Quickly, I looked in the bed of the pickup truck. I had the brilliant thought that maybe he had just left the chainsaw by mistake, and I could score some points if I grabbed it for him and alleviated some of his mood so he didn't have to go back and get the chainsaw out of the truck. But let me tell you, my friends, there was no chainsaw in the back of that truck. There was just the wheelbarrow and the other basic old tools that we hauled around all the time: spade, shovel, pitchfork, basic things we were always needing as we worked around the property. "Hurry up, boy. This wood ain't going to chop itself," I heard him call. Now, I still was not fully able to comprehend that my intended punishment was to cut that wood up the old-fashioned way with an axe. I had split wood with an axe, of course, and I had been taught how to safely use one, but that's a world different than chopping up trees by hand. Big trees. Now I was getting the gist of things. This was man's work as he intended it, and this was his quirky punishment for me not wanting to do women's work and disrespecting my mamaw. Okay, I get it, Dad, I thought. Okay, I'll play along. I really thought I'd chop a little bit of wood, and then he would stop me and ask me, "Have you learned your lesson, son?" And I would dutifully reply, "Oh, yes, Father, I have." Then he would clap me on the shoulder, give me a good stern talking to about my mamma's age and health and how much she and my mother have done for us and how I should respect them. That whole conversation was playing out in my head as I walked the last 100 yards or so over to the downed trees in the woods. I was formulating every response to anything he could possibly say. So, okay, I thought, I can do this. I'll play along. I can do this punishment. My dad settled himself on a large stump from one of the downed trees, pulled out his cigarettes from his pocket, and he lit one up, then motioned for me to get to work. Okay. I started whacking away at the nearest tree. I didn't exactly know the best way to actually chop up a tree on the ground, and I'm sure my dad knew that. But see, that didn't matter, because in my mind, I was just supposed to whack away at the wood for a little bit, then he would stop me and we would have that talk, and then everything would go back to normal. But within a very short time, my hands were in very bad shape. I had no gloves, and my hands, they were not used to an axe handle sliding around through them. Well, I kept telling myself, you just have to deal with this for just a little while longer. Any minute now, Dad's going to say, that's enough, son. Well, we were probably already into an hour of this, and I began to worry, for my father showed no signs of telling me enough is enough. Instead, he sat there on that stump with his cool blue eyes just looking at me, smoking cigarette after cigarette, and not saying a word. The true horror of my punishment was just beginning to reveal itself to me. He actually meant for me to do this all day. My arms were trembling, and my heart was beating so hard I thought I was going to pass out by then. I stopped, and I sat down on a log, breathing heavily. I let him know I was in bad shape for breathing, for my heart, for my hands. And out of nowhere tumbled a huge, long, drawn-out apology about how sorry I was that I sassed Mamaw. I was hoping this would speed things up a little bit on the whole punishment thing, and he'd tell me enough is enough. But oh no, not my old man. My old man was the most diabolical punisher the Midwestern United States has ever seen. Well now, he said, and he looked at my hands when I held them out. I already had blisters that had peeled their skin back from the sliding axe handle, and they were made worse as I got hot and sweaty and gripped and tore as the axe handle moved. Well, he said, them's some mighty poor-looking man's hands right there. Best you get on back to chopping, since you're a big man now and all that. I said something about him using a chainsaw. Why did I have to use an axe? He stood up, smiled, and said, well, he was an older man. He needed that chainsaw. But a young man like me, I needed to build muscles and stamina, and an axe was a good way to do it. Before I could say anything, he said that he was going to go back to the house and get a thermos of hot coffee for us. I asked please for a jug of water. Naw, he said, men don't drink coffee while they're doing men's work. You drink black, hot coffee. He smiled and started walking back to the truck. My face burned. I wanted water right then more than anything in my life. I had worked up a sweat. I had had nothing but orange juice with my breakfast that morning, a breakfast that consisted of heavily salted fried potatoes, lots of salty bacon, heavy sage sausage to round out with my heavily salted scrambled eggs. I was incredibly thirsty. Then it also occurred to me, that hot coffee, that was just another element to the punishment. He took a few steps, then he turned around and he looked at me and said, I reckon a young man like you will have made short work of that tree before I get back. He looked at me. I said nothing. I was unable to speak from rage humiliation, and a feeling of helplessness. Do you understand me, son? Don't think just because I'm not here watching you that you can slack off. You need to remember, I could be anywhere out here in these trees, watching you at any time. You know, a real man has integrity, and he doesn't need someone watching over him to do his work. I expect to see a noticeable difference in that chopped wood when I get back. You got me, son? I nodded, but that wasn't enough for him. You got me? He said threateningly again. Yes, sir, I said. I gulped hard. This was not going like anything I imagined in my head. He started walking away again. I just stood there. He turned around as he was walking. He motioned to me and then to the downed tree and back to me again. My heart sank. He was for real. I got back to work, but I wasn't chopping as fast as I had been when we first started. My hand situation, it was getting pretty bad. I took my shirt off and then my undershirt. I used my small pocket knife and cut a couple of strips off my undershirt, then put both shirts back on. I knew I was going to get called on the carpet when they found out I cut my shirt, but I didn't care. I wrapped the cotton strips around my palms as best as I could. Then I got back to work. I don't know how long I was at it. And then I had the feeling that everyone talks about, a feeling I don't think I'd ever had before in my 15 years. It was the feeling of being watched. I thought for a second maybe I was being paranoid, and then I remembered my father's words, that he could be out there. He could be watching me from the trees. So despite the pain, I doubled down on the chopping of the wood. I just knew my dad had made a show of walking away. He just circled back. Maybe he even went so far as to actually go back to the house and crept around to check up on me. I was so thirsty, and my hands were screaming in pain every time I swung that axe. I was hoping that my dad would see how hard I was working, then come out from the trees and say enough is enough. But nothing. I stopped cutting. I made a show of going to sit on one of the nearby stumps. I took off my shoe, and I was acting like I was looking for something in my shoe, like maybe a stone was lodged in it, when really it was just some cover to look around. I didn't see my dad anywhere. There were a lot of trees, but it was fall. I should have been able to see him. I was putting my shoe back on as slowly as I could, savoring the moment of not swinging an axe, when I heard a noise that I first mistook for a white-tailed buck. The noise was a cross between the sound of an unoiled door hinge opening and a large man burping, all rolled together, underscored with a pronounced breathiness. It was close, but not quite to a white-tailed deer. Now, I had been hunting a few times, but I was no hunter at that point. I didn't know every animal in the woods, and I couldn't identify everything the way some people say about themselves. I was not exactly a city boy, but I was not exactly a supreme outdoorsman at 15 either. The sound I was hearing was repeating every few seconds. Then there was a sharp, clearing sound, like a cough. I realized it was like some animal had a cold or the flu, but I had never heard of such a thing. Then the harsh barking cough happened a few more times, and I figured out the direction it was coming from. There were several clustered trees in that area, and those trees had already lost half their leaves. In fact, a lot of the leaves were already on the ground all over. I realized I had clearly heard my dad walking back to the truck because of all those leaves. So I now wondered, how did he get so close and walk silently on the leaves? I didn't know if he could do such a thing. But I had already convinced myself it was a deer with some snotty nose cold, and I had resigned myself that I had to go back to my punishment work, or else. As soon as I stood up, a yell came through the trees that shook me to the core. This did not come from the direction of the harsh barking cough, and whatever had made that yell was closer to me. It sounded as if it was right on top of me, literally, so much so that I instinctively looked up into the trees. That's how convinced I was that it came from above. But I saw nothing, no matter how hard I looked. I did stop and wonder for just a second again. Could this be my dad trying to scare me? Maybe my papaw had come out with him, and they were going to work together to teach me a good lesson. But then I thought, that wasn't like either of them. They were straightforward kind of men. I then heard a very loud thump on the ground. Think a 250-pound sack of potatoes being dropped from 20 feet up. Think of what that would sound like impacting the earth. That's the thump I heard. I turned in that direction, expecting now to see my dad dumping a big bag of something or the other out on the ground, or maybe dumping something out of the wheelbarrow. I did not have the capacity at that time to think of a Bigfoot or a Sasquatch or Momma or anything of that nature. I had probably heard stories of them or of swamp monsters, but I had relegated all of that to the same area of my mind that the creature from the Black Lagoon, Godzilla, and Frankenstein inhabited. That is, they were filed away under the not real category in my head. But what stood maybe 50 or 60 feet away from me, it was very real, and it was the thing of nightmares to my 15-year-old self. It was huge, hulking, hairy, and looked mean. Its posture and even the points of the face that I could see all had a menacing feel or look to them. Initially, I thought it had its head tucked down close to its chest, with its eyes staring straight out at me, like it was seriously pissed off and about to charge. Then I saw it didn't seem to have a neck at all to tuck down. I remember dark holes staring at me. I can't say much on the face itself, because I wasn't that close. But the band under the eyebrows, which seemed like a ledge on the forehead, that band of eyes under there, they were very dark. If I could choose a phrase, I would say the eyes were glittering dangerously. Of course, I wasn't close enough to actually see that, but the feeling was there nonetheless. Oh, so now I've pissed off some monster. Well, ain't that just great, I thought. The whole day had felt like one big gauntlet of poop piles that the universe had spread out for me, and I was managing to step into every single poop pile there was, just royally pissing off every living being that I came into contact with since getting out of bed that morning. I had the axe, so maybe I could perhaps try to defend myself, I thought. Saying I was scared is another one of those big understatements. I can't even tell you how much I wanted right then to be doing some women's work. I'd wear the frilliest pink apron if it meant that I wasn't there, with blood oozing from skin that was now so sensitive it was peeling and tearing on my palms, and having a stare down with a monster that Hollywood would be proud to have in a headlining movie. But oh no, I was really standing there, with my arms still trembling from the axe cutting, feeling dehydrated and weak at just 15 years old, and scared to death, wishing to God that my dad would get there. My dad would know what to do, wouldn't he? He was a man, an adult, and I felt certain that an adult man would know what to do about this. Me? I needed a dish towel and some dishes to dry, for heaven's sakes. Maybe a floor to mop, some laundry to iron, anything at all. Just not this. The fur on that being was heavy and a very dark color. I won't call it black, but it was very close. He was big and boxy in shape, very thick-looking. The being took a few steps forward to a close tree, never stopped eye contact with me, and it reached out and snapped off a lower limb the way me or you would snap a toothpick between two fingers. The limb that he snapped looked to be 3 or 4 inches across, but he acted like it was nothing to him to break. He looked at the limb that he held in his hand, and he lifted it up and down, seeming to test the weight and the heft of it, checking the balance. Then he looked back at me. I swear, I think the front of my hair lifted up and then came back down. I remember a very distinct feeling at the front of my scalp that I had never felt before then, and I have never felt it since. Hair-raising might be the term. Or maybe it made my scalp crawl. Maybe that's a better phrase. Go on, pick your phrase. But at that moment, it was like a newsreel flashed through my head, with some newscaster talking about a boy, not a man, mind you, but a boy that was discovered somewhere in the woods, and he had his brains bashed in. I knew I was no match for that hairy opponent of mine, even if he had no stick, and I did have an axe. It would be a very short match-up between the two of us. I thought, no, oh no, this can't happen. I've only kissed one girl, and it really wasn't much of a kiss. I haven't even learned to drive. I have never beat Kevin Harderman at checkers yet, and I would never know if the marshals ever made it out of the land of the lost. Panic was setting in, and I realized I had a lot more living to do. I did not want to die just yet. The creature wasn't coming any closer to me, but he also wasn't peacefully walking away either. By this point, I was hyperventilating. I knew it. I said, "This is it. I'm going to die. This is how it ends for Jonathan. I'm going to be bashed to bits by this monster." And then the most unthinkable, unbelievable thing ever happened. Something that felt very much like a hand reached out and knocked me right upside the back of my head, exactly the way my older brother, who was now away at college, used to do to me just to be mean. But this was harder. I remember going down. I remember hitting the ground. If I was out, it wasn't for long. I now saw another of those monsters walking toward the first one I saw that had the tree limb. That's right. There were now 2 of the monsters. The second was female. I know, because I saw it clearly when they turned to walk away. I saw her profile. No doubt she was female. But they did not walk away before the male, and because he was much larger, stockier, and was just downright meaner, I will say he was a male, they did not leave before he had the chance to give me another lingering stare down. It's like he was waiting for me to get up so he could do something about it. But to paraphrase a line from one of my favorite Christmas movies, I laid there like a slug. It was my only defense. And it was my only defense. I had dropped the axe when I went down, but we have already established that axe was useless in the face of such an angry, brutish giant anyway. I held out hope that by staying down and staying still and not making eye contact, that maybe I was signaling to it that I was no threat. I mean, we all know I was no threat to such a being anyway, but I needed that being to know that. And playing possum must have worked. After the lingering stare down that lasted for a few agonizingly long seconds, there was a strange grunting, warbling sound, and it came some distance away from us. From my position laying on the ground, on my side, I could see the back of the second one, the one that had whacked me upside the head. She was already a good distance away, but I saw her turn, and she kept walking sideways as she made that strange grunting, warbling sound. And it looked and sounded for all the world exactly the same way that I once saw my mom call after my dad as she angrily pushed the shopping cart out to the car in the parking lot at the A&P. She wanted him to hurry up. He had stood long enough jawing out there on the curb to someone he knew outside the store. And just like my dad, the male creature must have thought better of angering his mate, because he dutifully followed her like a lumbering puppy. I watched them go. I was still too frightened to move, and all the while my brain was whispering all kinds of frightening things to me, like, they're going to come back, they're going to get you, they're just circling around, they're sneaking up right behind you right now. You know, nice things like that, because you can always count on your brain being your best friend in these circumstances. I was still on the ground when my dad did come back, and I almost had a heart attack because I heard leaves rustling behind me, and I knew my brain was right. They had come back. They're going to get me. I heard pounding feet, and I heard running. Oh no, it's really all over now. But then I heard my dad call my name. I still felt paralyzed. I couldn't answer him. I couldn't move. My dad came to a sliding stop on his knees right by my head, like some great catcher in a ball game. I felt him pulling me upright, checking me all over, and all the while he was calling my name over and over. I looked at my dad. He was scared for me. He cared if something happened to me. He might have been an old salty cuss, but I saw fear. I saw fear in his eyes that something had happened to me. I'd never seen fear in his eyes before, and I can't explain it, but that started me crying. My dad kept saying, it's okay, Jonathan. Come on, let's get you to the truck. Come on, let's get you home. My dad got me up, and I walked as wobbly on my legs as a newborn colt. And do you know what caught my eye as we headed back to the truck? A red and black plaid thermos. I'm sure it was full of hot black coffee. But more than that, there was a half-gallon little orange juice jug, and it was filled with water. I'm sure he threw them down when he saw me and started running. I know, what an odd thing to notice and think about, but I did. My dad asked me over and over, what happened, son? What happened? What happened? He drove like a maniac back home. I'm not sure what all I started mumbling at first, but I never once mentioned the giant monsters, because right then even I couldn't believe myself. I told him, I think I was just exhausted. I seized up and I dropped. I just couldn't do it anymore. And I feigned some shoulder and neck issues, some soreness, just to make it believable. A few times back at the house, my papa, he looked at my dad, and then he would look at me real funny, like he was going to say something. But he didn't. I've often wondered, did he know? I don't know if my dad believed me, but I do know that he wasn't sure that I had quite learned my lesson yet. And while he didn't take me back out to make me swing an axe anymore, I did have to forfeit my freedom for a few more months to come. Mom, and when we visited them, my grandma got many vacations. I was relegated to doing the dishes, the laundry, the ironing, the sweeping, the mopping, all of it. All the housework, it was mine. They cooked, but that was about all they did. And I never complained. You know, I apologized to my mama more times than I had hairs on my head. And my mother, who had stayed at our house that weekend, of course heard all about it, but incredibly, she never said anything to me about it, other than to ask me, did I feel the punishment was just? Had I learned from it? And did I have anything to say about it? I said the punishment had been harsh, but it was just. And it was a lesson that I not only learned, but I will never forget. And beyond that, there was nothing for me to say. And I did not lie. I never again in my life said woman's work was beneath me. When I got married, I helped. When my son was born, I helped. And when he got older, I taught him to help. And I made sure he saw me helping his mother. Because you know what? When I met my soon-to-be wife, she was working as a welder. Now, I'd call that man's work. Well, at least, that's how it was thought of way back in the 1980s. Me? I was working for an insurance company. I had a desk and sat all day. So yeah, I could definitely do some dishes and run a load of laundry and get some dinner started before she got home from work. And you know what? When I was doing those dishes, I had my son drying those dishes, by the way. And please, don't think harshly of my dad and his punishments. He was just trying to teach me a little respect for adults in general, but especially for my mom and my mamaw, who had worked their rear ends off for years providing for us, gardening, canning, making every penny stretch while giving us a great life. Now, that's not an easy thing to do, and now at 62 years old, I really understand that. I do hope that you didn't mind my long story with a Sasquatch cameo in it, but I always thought it was pretty ironic that my sassy mouth led me to seeing some sassy Sasquatches that day. It was only much later that I learned what it was that I had seen, and that the whole area there in Arkansas is notorious for them. I now live in Missouri, which has Momo. Now, I have not personally seen Momo, but, I'm only 62. There's still time yet. Thanks a lot. Signed, Jonathan from Moberly, Missouri. Hello to you, Nance, and to all the Sasquad. I wanted to share with you one of my best Christmas stories. There is a Sasquatch involved, I promise. Just be patient, please. I'm old now, and remembering is my favorite thing to do, especially at this time of year. I was raised on a farm north of Barberville in Kentucky. I haven't been back there in over 40 years now, not since we lost my dad, and my mom ended up moving up to Lexington to live with her sister, so she wouldn't be all alone. But it's on that farm where I came to know that there are indeed creatures you won't find in most books, and that most people do not believe exist. Christmas, 1963. Talk about a tumultuous time. As a nation, we were still reeling from the assassination of President Kennedy. I was an 11-year-old, and I was on the verge of having one of the most incredible Christmases of my life. I am, as I said, an old man now, and the joy and wonder of Christmas, that's hard for me to feel anymore. I don't think I've felt it the last 3 decades. But when I think back on this Christmas, I can almost feel the glow and warmth and the spread of extreme wonder that I experienced that year. And yes, also a little bit of terror. But I'm getting ahead. I'll try not to do that too much. Our farm was a typical working farm of that time in Kentucky. We had cattle for beef, we kept a Jersey for some milking, had a few Yorkshire pigs, chickens, and horses for riding. I do have a vague memory of us having some draft horses that were kept, but they were sold off when I was pretty young. Daddy got a tractor. He said no need for draft horses anymore. Well, he was wrong, of course, but that's not what this story is about. This story is about the only gift that I, along with my 14-year-old sister, Sarah, and our younger siblings aged 9, 5, and 2, we came together to give this gift as our parents that year. It started at Thanksgiving. We were waiting for my father to come back in from doing the morning chores. No one in our house ate breakfast until Papa came in. And somehow, Mama always had everything ready just to plate up the very second he walked in. Didn't matter if it was an hour after he went out or 3 hours after he went out. Usually he did the morning chores in about 45 minutes, give or take. He and Momma got up at 4:30 every morning. She would boil the coffee while he washed his face, shaved, and got dressed. And no matter the weather, Papa went out to tend the animals, feed and water them all, clean what needed cleaned, and milk the Jersey. And as he said, whatever else he saw that needed doing. That morning, somehow the talk at the table came around to it being Thanksgiving, and why couldn't Daddy just take the day off? Now that little gem popped out of the mouth of Tilly, my 5-year-old sister. Me and my older sister Sarah, we knew the answer to that already. Papa was a farmer. There is no such thing as a day or even a morning off when you're a farmer with livestock. They must be seen to. Didn't matter the weather, how tired you were, or if you were deathly sick. You must see to those animals. They are your livelihood. I looked at Sarah, and she looked at me across the table. Somehow, between us, a plan began to form. Christmas Eve, I refused to go to sleep. I was afraid, you see. I was afraid I wouldn't get up. I did not have an alarm clock, and while we were used to waking early, none of us kids woke as early as our parents, and they had a wind-up alarm clock. I had never stayed up all night before in my life, and I did doze off, and I woke up with a jerk once, but I was relieved to see it was still dark out. I was already dressed when I heard the ringing of my parents' alarm clock down the hall. I got up, and I quickly got Sarah up, who had also fallen asleep. Sarah was grumpy and groggy at best in the mornings, but I reminded her it was Christmas, and this was something we had agreed to do. She got up. I heard Momma and Papa quietly talking as they often did in their bedroom early in the morning, and I saw the light under their door. Respectfully, I lightly tapped on their bedroom door. Papa jerked open the door quickly, alarmed that we were already awake. "What's wrong?" he asked quickly before the door was even all the way open. "Nothing, sir," I said. "You and Momma can take the morning off, sir. Me and Sarah will do all the morning chores. I'm going to do yours, and Sarah's going to take over from Momma. Merry Christmas." We stood there, nervously waiting for a reaction. You could have heard a pin drop on the wood of that hallway floor. It was a long 2 seconds waiting. Behind him, I heard Momma softly say, "Will, what is it?" Momma was wrapping herself up in a robe. We rarely, if ever, saw our parents in any state other than fully dressed. This was not the kind of house where Momma cooked breakfast in her gown and robe. No, sir. They were of the older generation, and they did not leave the bedroom in any state of undress, as they called it, unless it was an emergency. And to them, nightgown and pajamas, that was a state of undress. Papa looked at me. "You sure, son? It's awful cold out." I swallowed hard. I knew I was taking on a big responsibility that morning. I didn't know if he would trust me enough. My papa was a very particular man, especially about the care of his livestock. That, again, was his livelihood. It would be like giving all your cash to someone just to hold on to. You really have to trust them. But I had went around with him many mornings over the last several years, and I had been paying special attention and asked a lot of questions at different times in the last month since Thanksgiving. "Yes, sir," I said. "I'm sure of it." Then Sarah piped up, and she told Momma that she would get breakfast started for her. I know that in today's glitzy age of mega Christmas gifts with shiny paper and bells on the doors and metallic bows, electronic everything, I know this simple doing of chores probably seems like a stupid gift or insignificant at the least. How boring, I'm sure you're thinking. But it was the best that we could give. We children had no money, And even if we had no way to get to town to get our parents anything. Sure, we cut out paper ornaments and we made paper cards and things like that. But we wanted to give them a real gift. And a morning off from chores, it was the downright best thing we could think of. After another second, Papa nodded his head at us slowly. That was his way of saying, "All right then, go on." I heard Momma again. She was still sitting on the side of the bed. She looked a little panic-stricken. "Will?" she said again, uncertainty and fear clear in her voice. "Everything's okay, Rosie." I heard Papa say that as he closed the door. Sarah and I went right to it. I first went out and I topped up all the firewood in the house. I brought everything in I thought would be needed for the day. Now, Mama had just gotten an electric stove 2 years before, but we still had wood stoves in the house for heat and a fireplace. Then I bundled up again and began the walk out to the animals. I remember that there was still snow on the ground. It was not freshly fallen snow, mind you. I think it had fallen a day or two before, as I recall. But I do remember it was white and bright out there, even at 5 a.m. in the darkness of pre-dawn. It was below freezing, too. I remember because the pig's water was frozen solid. I had to get all that changed out, too. In the meantime, I was out there talking to the pigs. I checked each one out, just like Daddy did. I fed them. I then tended to the horses. Then it was time for the Jersey cow. And I did get her milked, but not nearly as expertly or as quickly as Papa. And I got it done with only a minimal amount of waste, though it took longer for me to move the pails. I was not as fast or strong as Papa at only 11 years old. Everything I did that morning took twice as long as it took Papa. I did hope that Sarah was having better timing making breakfast than I had with the animals. By the time I entered the cattle barn, the cows were very restless and making a lot of noise. I assumed it was because I was running late according to the universal cow clock. But no, they were really acting strange. Normally, the cattle would line up at the front of the left and the right pens with their heads sticking through the gates, waiting for the hay and silage. This morning, they were kicking up a loud fuss all right, but they were hanging back. Along the right side of the barn, the cows in that pen seemed agitated, but they were still milling around. But when I glanced over to the left side pen, I saw that most of the cattle were crunched down at the end nearest to the doors that I had just used to come into the barn. They were all at one end, and they were kicking up a very large fuss. Nervous about doing all of this on my own for the first time, I put it all down to running late, and they were probably just hungry. So I set to work filling the wheelbarrow with hay and began forking it into the feed troughs. Through their bellowing and mooing, I'm talking to the cattle, just as my Papa always did. Somehow he had this magical way of calming them down right away. All he had to do was talk to them. But it seemed I did not have that power, as the cows remained agitated as I filled the troughs. First the right pen, then the left, then working my way down the middle of the barn between the two. I noticed that the cattle in the right pen came a few at a time out to feed from the trough, but half at any time were still hanging back. The left pen of cattle? They would not come forward to feed. They stayed huddled, backed up against that wall. I tried talking to them. I coaxed them. Nothing worked. I jumped out of my skin when I heard a creak and a bang of the barn door. I jumped, and I looked toward the barn doors that faced the house, the ones I had just come in through. They were still closed. I just was sure my daddy didn't trust me, and he was out there to tell me to go back inside. Then I looked down to the other doors that led out to the pasture. I then saw that one door was moving and bouncing just a little bit with the wind outside. I walked down to the end of the barn, surprised that Daddy hadn't latched it well last night. Then I saw that the doors were not firmly pulled shut at all. Without thinking any more, I pulled them too. That was when I saw that the bar latch on the inside of the barn door was broken. Something had pulled hard enough to snap the wood bar. Now this bar was only about 10 inches long. It was maybe half an inch thick. This was not a lock. Think of it as like a gate latch. You could open it from the inside or the outside of the barn. I made a note in my head to tell Papa. Then I thought, maybe I could fix it. Maybe I could surprise him. But I didn't have the first clue of what to do or how to do it to fix something like that. So I pulled the doors together as best I could, then went back to the wheelbarrow halfway down the barn full of hay, and I began forking it into the remaining troughs and adding the silage like Papa did. On the right side, a few brave cows were coming forward and kept putting their heads through the pen gates to eat, and only the ones near the front barn doors. None of the cattle in the left pen, however, would come forward for food. Something was wrong with them. I stood there, in my mind going over all the things that I might have done wrong. Now, any adult by this time would have already begun to look around, thinking that something is there spooking the cows. I just didn't have that experience. I had never known a reason for anything to be spooked on our farm by anything else, other than a snake, and it was too cold for that in December. At some point, it dawned on me that maybe something had gotten into the barn. I didn't know what, though. I thought about that busted door. Now, even as a kid, I had heard some awful stories from older people about things that had happened long ago and things that happened during the Depression. One old woman we knew from down the road, I once overheard her telling everyone about the time she went into the barn in the 1930s, and she found 2 men in the barn, and they were up to no good. She said if her brothers hadn't been outside and heard her screaming, well, she didn't know what would have happened. I also knew that people got into the barns to hide. I'd heard about it, like bank robbers and other criminals. Didn't they always search barns for those kinds of people? I was 11 years old, so all of that seemed very plausible. I suddenly got scared, but I was trying to not act scared. And of all the mornings that I'd decided to do this on my own, I thought, I know Papa would not have been scared. My Papa was a World War II veteran, and he'd served in the Navy in the Pacific aboard the USS Enterprise, CV-6. That's right, the USS Enterprise. Not Star Trek's Enterprise for you younger people listening. No, my Papa thought Bull Halsey walked on water. I wasn't quite sure at that time who Bull Halsey was exactly, but I knew, according to my Papa, he ranked right up there with Jesus Christ. So, next to Papa, I was nothing. That's how I was feeling at that moment. I was scared. I didn't know what to do. And I knew my daddy wouldn't have been scared, and he would have known what to do. So, metaphorically speaking, those boots I was trying to wear that morning, my Papa's boots, they were suddenly gargantuan. And I never felt it more when a figure suddenly loomed tall out of the darkness at the pasture end of the barn. Turning my head slowly like in some horror film, I saw what I did not want to see, like something out of a horror film. It was every child's nightmare, a real, living, breathing, I assumed, monster stepping out of the dark shadows. I would like to say I suddenly bolted for the door and ran screaming all the way to the house, but that would be a lie. I was rooted to that spot like a 200-year-old oak tree. The cows really started mooing, and they were pushing back on each other as this large monster began to walk steadily down the length of the left pen. I stood there with a fork full of hay, not knowing what to do. It didn't matter. because I couldn't do anything. Every muscle in my body felt pulled so tight, I started shaking. I remember Hay shaking off the pitchfork in my hands. From the darkness of the barn, this monster, as I had come to think of it, this monster walked forward and stopped before it came directly under one of the hanging bulbs in the barn. Its eyes were darker than the shadow that the hanging bulb threw on its face. I was sure I was going to die right there in the barn on Christmas morning. I did try to yell, but my throat was so tight I think I barely squeaked. But the monster heard it. It rumbled a reply right back from its throat. I don't know how long we stood there looking at each other. From my 11-year-old perspective, this monster was King Kong right there in the flesh. The overhead bulb and its metal apron did little more than cast shadows, making the monster seem even scarier. Thinking back on it, I believe it was trying to decide what to do with me or about me. Perhaps it took the pitchfork in my hands as some kind of weapon, which it could have been, I suppose, only as an 11-year-old, I didn't have the strength or skill to fight with a pitchfork. Its shoulders were as wide as any cow's backside. If you took a man and you put one of those old-style leather football helmets on it, but put a little more peak to the shape, that's what its head looked like to me. Its head was wide, as were its shoulders. There was too much shadow for me to see the face clearly, but its entire body faced me, and even from the shadows I knew its eyes were on me. Does it really make a difference if the fur was black or brown? Because I don't know. It could have been either. There in the barn on that cold and dark Christmas morning, black or brown fur? Well, it wasn't what I was wondering about. I was wondering if I was about to die. I registered the sound of a barn door coming open, but I suppose my mind either couldn't process it or passed it off because I thought it was the loose door down on the pasture end. But no, it was Papa. He knew I'd been gone too long out there. Later, I would learn that he had been pacing in the kitchen, looking out the window toward the barn. My mother kept telling him to sit down and have some coffee. But he was pacing, torn between wanting to show me that he trusted me and worry that something had happened to me, like maybe I'd taken a kick from one of the horses or slipped on manure and fell right onto a pitchfork. You know, that actually happened to the son of one of the men that my father knew. My sister Sarah is the one who told me later all the things he was worried about as he paced. He wanted to let me know that he had absolute trust in me to take care of the animals, and he realized I was trying to give him a gift. Sarah said she heard him tell Momma all of this as he paced back and forth. But when they began to hear the cows making their unusual bellows, he knew something was wrong. And in seconds, he had his boots on and his coat, and he was out the back door and jogging quickly up the path to the barn. You know, I thank the good Lord for my Papa for lots of different reasons, but never more than on that Christmas morning. You see, he didn't curse, and he believed curse words were reserved for what he called the lower class. I never thought to ask him exactly what we were, as we weren't exactly loaded with money, nor were we going to any high society functions. But I never did ask him. The thing is, I do believe I heard him say or use or refer to that monster's presence in the barn with a set of particularly vile curse words that he learned in his naval days. Funny I still remember that. I only knew my father was there for sure when I felt the pitchfork pulled from my hands, and I looked up and I saw him. The pitchfork left my hands, and then everything was blocked by the drab olive green of his coat as he came to stand in front of me. "Go, Billy, go! Run to the house!" my father said. He was yelling at me as he pushed and walked me backwards. I did not want to leave my father to face that monster alone, but I didn't know what else to do, and all my life I had been obedient to my father. And now that the spell was broken, and now that I was able to move, I did as my father bid me to do. I ran on shaky legs right back to the house. Halfway, I looked back, and I saw that my father was running down the path toward me, and I was relieved. He was running with the pitchfork in his hand. We stormed through the back door into the kitchen, and it was all a flurry. Momma and Sarah held our younger siblings back. Papa told all of us to stay inside. All the while, Momma kept saying, "Will, what is it? What is it? What's wrong? What's happened?" Papa gave her a look that is only known between husbands and wives. You know, those looks you give each other when you don't want to say something in front of the kids. Momma immediately fell silent. Papa ran for his shotgun, and he told us all to stay in the house. The kitchen door closed after him, and I stood there just shaking. Momma took me by the shoulders and whirled me around. She got in my face and asked me what had happened. I couldn't answer her. I started crying. I tried so hard to tell her about the monster, but all that came out were strangled cries. We all moved to the window that faced the barn from the kitchen to watch and to wait. Momma asked me again and again what was going on. I heard the fear and panic in her voice. I had started to calm down enough. I said, "There's a monster with the cows." "A monster?" she said. "What do you mean? What kind of monster? Don't you be telling me no tales, Billy boy." Now, strangely enough, I somehow understood she was hoping I was telling her a tall tale. I didn't get a chance to say anything else, though. A shotgun blast came from the barn. We heard a loud roar. A second and a half later, there came another blast. We all were holding our breath, and we looked at each other with wide eyes. Bobby, the little 2-year-old, began crying. He did not understand what was happening, and he must have been very scared. Then Momma ran to the bedroom, then ran back to the peg coat rack hanging by the door, and she started to put on her coat. She looked at us and she said, "You kids stay here. If I don't come back, you go over to Mr. Ripley's and you get him. You hear me?" We said yes. Mr. Ripley was our neighbor. If we went out on the front porch, and if we leaned out real far, and if we squinted our eyes, we could look down the road and see just the edge of Mr. Ripley's porch, about a 1/4 mile down the road, just as the road curved. As Momma headed out the door, I saw that she had slipped Papa's revolver into her coat pocket. That's what she had went to the bedroom for. Just as Momma's hand was on the door and opening it, Sarah said, "It's Papa. He's coming back." I have never known such relief in my life. Papa won. He beat the monster. Papa's okay. During that day, there was a flurry of activity as you would not believe at our house. We did not have a phone, so Daddy drove in to Barberville to get some of the men that he knew, which was no easy thing to do on Christmas Day. Mr. Ripley, by the way, had heard the shotgun, and he came down to see what was wrong. He stayed with us until Papa got back with some men. The men came and they searched. Some of them brought dogs, and they all saw blood in the snow. Strangely, the dogs did not want to track like usual. Daddy said it looked like the monster had been sleeping on that end of the barn, probably just for that night. The monster, however, was never seen again. I never got the full story of that whole day until I was a lot older, and I still cannot say with certainty that I got all of the story. When Papa went back into that barn, the monster was still there. He yelled at it, and he told it to get out. He said it stared at him, and it growled. He said he really did not want to shoot it. He walked down the center between the pins, and all the while the monster turned to watch him. He pushed open the pasture doors. He told it again to get out. The cows saw that pasture gate open, and normally they went out their own chutes from the ends of each side of the barn rather than down the middle. But there were pen gates that faced the middle of the barn. Staying close to the right side pen and keeping his eyes on the monster, Papa walked backwards to open the right pen gate. At the first chance, those cows stampeded to get the heck out of the barn. The cows in the left pen were still huddled as far as they could stay away from the monster. But when Papa opened their gate, at first they didn't want to go, but as soon as one braved it, they also stampeded out of there. All the time he and the monster were looking at each other. Now the cattle barn was empty. It was just him and that monster. Papa waved his arms again, and he told it to get out of his barn. I once asked Papa why he didn't just shoot it. He said he wasn't really sure. It just felt wrong when he looked at it. Now that coming from a man who not only fought in World War II, but had no problem helping slaughter animals or take down an animal when hunting, well, I guess that says something, doesn't it? He kept waving his arms and yelling. He said the monster did not like that. It walked back to the corner that it had come from, and to my father's surprise, a huge, heavy mallet hammer came flying right at him, and if he hadn't bent sideways, it would have hit him right in the head. That hammer had gone missing a few weeks before. We don't know. Did the monster take it weeks before? Or had it just found it that night? Had Papa left it inside that cattle pen for some reason? When we talked about this when I was older, I asked him these questions. He said he did not believe he left it in that cattle pen. He had no reason to use it there. He was certain the very last thing he used that mallet hammer for was to reseal some barrels that Momma had been storing pork layers in. That was near the pantry room off the back porch. When that hammer came flying, Papa fired that first blast into the far end of the barn. The monster roared terribly. Papa then fired his second shell into the dark corner. He broke the shotgun open and was pulling shells out of his coat pocket to reload when the monster climbed over the pen fence and went out the open pasture doors. As he snapped the double barrel closed, he saw the very last of that monster's backside as it left the barn. As for the rest of that day, you already know. I've told you. They searched, and it was not seen again. I tell you with God as my witness, this is all true. I have nothing to gain and a lot to lose, even at this stage of life, by telling this. In the late 1970s, my father did see the Patterson-Gimlin film on television. So did I. We were both struck by it. Now we had a name for our monster other than just wood booger or monster. Despite all the scary things of that Christmas morning, you might be surprised to know that I still think of that Christmas as one of the most important and most beloved Christmases in my life. I think about it every Christmas. You know, it was such a strange time for me, and wonderful, if sad, and scary. The country was still mourning a president, as I said. I was in that strange twilight age. I was no longer exactly a child, but I was not yet an adult, or even a teen. I was proud of the gift that I had tried so hard to give my father, even if it all went wrong. I still think of that cold morning every Christmas. It was a morning of transformation for me in more ways than I have time to tell you. So many things are wrapped up in that for me. I know lots of you were probably impatient. You just wanted to get to the monster or the Sasquatch part. But I just couldn't tell you only the monster part of it. It would be like giving someone just one piece of a puzzle. Then again, maybe it's just me being old, and I'm missing my parents and my sister Sarah, who is also now gone. I miss them all more and more every year. You know, I worked hard all my life. I went to college and I earned some pretty impressive degrees. I never married and I never had children. So all the wealth I've gathered in my life is, well, let's just say, not a small amount. But I would give every penny, cash in every bond, sell every rental property I have, and liquidate everything else I could, just for once, just to walk up to that simple farmhouse again, the one with just a pine wreath for the outside decoration, and inside just a sparse tree standing with some paper ornaments on it, maybe to sing some carols with my sisters and my brother, and then to sit down at that modest, beat-up wood table for a Christmas dinner with my parents and one of their home-smoked hams. Yes, I would trade it all in. So Merry Christmas, Nance, and to all my fellow Sasquatch. I hope you have enjoyed this. Signed, Billy Boy. 2017. I went out one morning along the Alabama River, north from where I lived, to do some hunting. My target that morning were the feral hogs that have been a problem in the area for a while now. They might be a problem, but they're also mighty tasty. I had hunted this area many times over the years, and I'd had good luck and no problems. I was holed up that morning in a blind, waiting for the wild hogs to come along. About 30 yards from me, out on the open riverbank area, I had placed some cut-up suet, the kind you buy for birds. That way, I was hoping to lure the hogs out, and they would be busy eating the suet, and I would have a clear shot. That was my hope, anyway. A couple of times I heard what I was sure were the hogs. There was snorting and grunting and some pawing types of sounds, but it was coming from behind where I faced in my tree stand. I hoped that the hogs would work their way out onto the clear riverbank, but none of them came out of the brush to the clearing, and that was surprising. I was using a peanut butter flavored suet mix, and that had always drawn them in the past. The hogs seemed to love that peanut butter in the suet mix. It was so strongly scented I could catch whiffs of the peanut butter every now and then up in my stand, so I was surprised that the hogs hadn't smelled it and already come for it. I used the scope on my rifle to keep panning the area where I had heard the grunting noises, but the brush was just too thick to see far into it, even from my height in the tree. The sun was up and my visibility was excellent, but no matter what I did, I could not catch sight of the hogs. So I slung my rifle and pulled out my good field glasses from my vest. I can zoom and pan better with them than holding up my rifle for an extended period. Then I didn't hear any sounds at all anymore. I was disappointed, thinking that the hogs must have moved away from my area, but I sat tight and waited. I expected that the hogs would work their way down the riverbank as I had seen them do many, many times before. There is a sort of a game trail about 20 feet, just inside the greenery running along the bank, but hogs don't really follow game trails. They tend to go all over and spread out, and I've successfully pulled them out of that greenery onto the open bank area with suet before, so I didn't understand why they weren't coming out. I knew they hadn't winded me because of the air direction. Finally, I spotted a first hog through the brush. Then I saw it was part of a cluster of hogs. The whole bunch was spread maybe around 30 feet across. They were walking and working their way through the brush very slowly, nuzzling everything they could find on the ground. All told, they were about 60 yards from my position. But I was frustrated because I couldn't get a clean shot of them. There wasn't anywhere I could look at them clear enough to fire. But patience is a hunter's best friend, and I have loads of that, so I waited. I would have preferred for them to come out onto the bank in the clearing, but in case they didn't, I went back to the rifle scope just in case one walked into an opening between greenery so I could take a shot. A few more seconds went by, and then there was some kind of commotion out there in the brush. I tried scoping, but I couldn't see what was going on. It was all happening very fast. Suddenly, a couple hogs bust out of the greenery line right out into the open on the river bank. It's like they were going to run straight into the river. I don't know what they were thinking. But I got a bead right away on the second one out. I took the shot, and I got it. But it seemed that I wasn't the only one hunting hogs that morning. I took my shot, knew I got the hog, and I pulled my rifle down, and I was surprised to see a very big, rusty red-colored, human-like animal standing near the greenery. I guess it had pulled up to a quick stop just a few feet out onto the river bank. It was looking right up at me. I guess it had been chasing the hogs, and my shot made it stop. The animal was standing on two legs and was covered in long hair everywhere that I could see. It stood approximately 30 yards from me on the diagonal. Yes, I could have lifted my rifle and taken a shot at it, and I certainly would have hit it from that distance. But it was looking right at me. The body was turned right toward me, and it was leaned back at the waist just slightly, just enough that you knew it was looking up. Nothing else up there to look at except me, and it was lined up just right to do that. Something went cold inside me. I knew I had my eyes on a legendary creature, and it did not look happy to see me. This stalemate of us looking at each other passed for 2 or 3 seconds. In the background, I could hear the sound of the other hogs fading away as they tore off away from there. Then the red animal turned and quickly went back into the line of greenery where I could no longer see it. Now the shock of it all was wearing off. I knew I had just seen a Bigfoot, a Sasquatch, a swamp monster, a booger man, a sabe, or whatever you want to call it. I knew next to nothing about them at that time, but now I had this dilemma. Out there on the riverbank was a nice hog. He had finally quit squealing and had given up the ghost. But somewhere nearby in the greenery was that red-haired animal. I knew it hadn't gone far. I listened to it when it stepped back into the greenery and the brush, and all the brush movement sounds stopped barely a second after it was concealed in the greenery. I thought I knew where it was, but I do not take shots at anything that I cannot clearly see, and no way was I getting out of that stand. Not yet. Not to get the hog, nor to leave. I was undecided what to do. Like I said, I wasn't all that versed on them. And when you're a hunter, you recognize another hunter, whether it's human or animal. And what I saw was definitely another hunter. Not a very happy one either, probably because I interrupted his hunt. I was sweating bullets trying to size up my situation and consider my options. I felt certain if it came at me, I could effectively take it down long before it got to me. I now was able to process the realization that what I had taken at first as the sound of the hogs earlier was probably this creature setting up some sort of ambush and waiting for the hogs, just like I was. But was that possible? Was it that intelligent that it can reason and think enough to set up something like an ambush? And then I thought, why not? Other animals certainly do. I remembered a show talking about lionesses in Africa and how they could set up brilliant ambushes with multiple pride members, and those ambushes were very much like a human would set up. So yes, I thought it was entirely possible. This thing had been lying in wait for those hogs, just like I had been. Now, lots of thoughts were going all over in my head right then. This was no ordinary day of hunting, and I was trying to figure out what to do to get out of there. I didn't care about the hog at all anymore. I just wanted out of there. And no, I didn't have any interest to trophy shoot the red-haired Bigfoot animal. I just know somebody out there listening will say, I should have laid down heavy fire and killed it. Well, that's easy to say, but it's not the bright thing to do for a lot of reasons that I'm not inclined to go into. Before I had formed a plan of action in my mind, something happened, and that something surprised and scared me rather badly. Rocks, good palm-sized rocks, the kind found all over the riverbank and into that greenery area. Those rocks came flying at me. Let me say, I don't mean pebbles or small rocks. I mean, they were the size that if one had caught me in the head, I probably would have had a fractured skull. There's nowhere to go when you're up in a tree stand, you know. I was hunching down and weaving and bobbing and trying my best not to get hit. And that's when I understood exactly what was happening. Because while I was hunching and bobbing and weaving and covering my head with my arms, I see another one of those animals. But this one is not as large, and it's more brown than red. I see this animal come out of the greenery line. It runs directly out to the hog, grabs it, and runs back to the greenery before I understood what I was seeing. When it did get back into the greenery, within a second, all the rocks stopped. And I was glad of that because two had actually hit me, one on my shoulder and the other on the side of my upper arm. You know, I had bruises on both of those places for 2, maybe 3 weeks or more, and they were ugly, purple, yellow, green. They were ugly and they hurt. When the rocks stopped, I waited a few seconds to see if more were going to be thrown. I listened, and I heard sounds of them moving off from the area deeper out into the greenery line. I'm not ashamed to say, I was sweating it out like you wouldn't believe. I wouldn't go so far as to say that I was shaking, but it was probably the closest I'd ever been in my life to doing so. I realized, thunderstruck, that it had coordinated with at least one other animal of its kind to lay down a line of suppressing fire of rocks, if you will, so that another one could go retrieve the dead hog. Now that takes some intelligence, doesn't it? Or is it more like those lionesses in Africa? Maybe not intelligence the way we think of it, but a form of instinct formed over thousands of years. I didn't know, and I wasn't sure I wanted to find out. I got myself calmed down, and I waited for over 30 minutes according to my watch. It was sunny and breezy that morning, and there were no sounds of anything out there in the greenery that shouldn't be there. But I made myself wait at least that long. I wanted them long, long gone before I got down out of that stand. You see, the thing was, I had parked out there over on 43. Now, there's a dirt trail that's wide enough to drive on that runs from close to where I am out to 43. But I have always walked in from 43 because it's quiet. I don't like announcing to every animal, here I come. Well, the point was, I would have to walk out. If I followed that path, it's about a half-mile walk. If I went straight due east and cut through somebody's field, it's about a quarter mile. I had decided to go across that field, which I normally never did. So I waited, and when I thought the coast was clear, I got down out of that stand fast as you can imagine. I didn't unbuckle it. I didn't take it down. I just left it. And I wasn't worried because I had done that before, and it was always right there when I came back. But right then, I just wanted to get out of there. I moved as quietly as I could once I got into the greenery. I moved slow and quiet. But just a few yards into that greenery, the hair rose up on my neck and all over me. I tried to tell myself I was just being paranoid, to keep moving. But I felt like eyes were on me, like 2 red-hot coals were burning right through me. I was moving through the brush toward the field with my rifle in depressed muzzle, as I had been taught in the military. And that's when I took a hit, right between the shoulder blades. It hit so hard, I almost fell forward, and the sting was so hard for just a split second when it happened, I thought maybe I had been shot. But in less than another split second, I knew I hadn't been shot. I rolled and took cover at a tree and looked around. By my figuring, I was less than 100 feet away from that open field. If I bobbed from side to side, I could see between trees all the way out to where they lightened up way ahead. That light was the field. I panned around behind me where I thought the rock had come from. I wasn't using the scope because this was way too close, and that would have been useless with all the trees. I didn't see anything behind me, so I started to look in a wider arc. That's when I saw some red hair peeking out from behind a tree. I start focusing on that one bit of red hair. Quietly and slowly, I bring my rifle up to my shoulder, tuck in, and get ready. Now, right here, I'd like to say that I had all kinds of misgivings about possibly shooting one of these animals, or saying that I was nervous or scared or confused like I had been when it first started. But I can't say any of that. Something clicked, and I just went blank in my head. And I guess all my training kicked in, training I thought I had forgotten about from many, many years ago. I was never in a combat situation when I was in the military, and I had never actually been in any kind of situation like this before. I mean, life or death, or being hunted. Because I knew instinctively that's what was happening. I don't remember actually thinking of it in those words, but somehow I knew that's what it was. But it wasn't the hunter I had in my scope. I had the bait in my scope. Before I was ready to fire, I felt and heard a rush of air behind me. I was kneeling behind that tree, and when I turned, it was just in time to see a very big, red-haired animal holding a huge piece of wood above its head. I guess the rush of air that I felt and heard was it swinging the wood upward. It was going to bash my head in, and it would have too if I hadn't heard and felt that air. I went muzzle up and shot, worked my bolt on the rifle again, shot again. At the first round, it was swinging with the wood, but my shot had knocked it off course from me. It stumbled forward and then past me as I was chambering that second round, which caught it right above its left hip on the lower back. I saw it turn, and for just a second, I thought it was going to come back to take that swing. Again, I reflexively worked the rifle bolt, and I was ready for the next shot. It was bleeding. I saw the blood above its hip very clear. But before I could take another shot, it went further down into the greenery, and I couldn't see it anymore. Now I was panicking. I got up and I started running for that field. As I'm running, I'm changing out the magazine. My Winchester holds a magazine with 4 rounds in it, so now I had 4 in the magazine, 1 in the chamber. I ran faster than I've ever ran in my life. I didn't even look back. I kept my eyes on the field ahead. I never turned around until I hit that field, and when I got to it, I turned around maybe 50 or 60 feet deep into that field. I was expecting them to come out after me. Now, I had no idea exactly how many there were, but I had already done a quick count in my head. There was the big rusty red one that I saw first when I shot the hog. Then there was the smaller brown one that came out to get the hog. And then there was at least one more red-haired one, the one that I saw that was bait behind the tree. So there were at least 3 of them. But nothing came out of the trees. I waited just a half second. I turned and kept running across the field. I wanted nothing more than to be gone from there. By the time I got across the whole field and went through some more trees and brush and got out to 43, I was a little bit away further from my truck than I had planned, but I had been running blindly. When I sat down in my truck, I said, "What the flip?" several times to myself. Then I think I started screaming it over and over. I remember there was a car that went by on the road as I was screaming, "What the flip?" And I remember I made eye contact with the driver. They probably thought I was insane. There I was in my truck, clearly yelling, mouth wide open, fists banging on the steering wheel. I don't know what they thought, but I noticed they sped up as they passed me sitting in my truck. I guess if I'd been them, I would have too. After a while, I did make it home, and I called my brother. He was the only person in the world I could think of, and the only one I trusted. I told him everything. He just sat there quietly and listened. I told him before I started, he's never going to believe what I was about to tell him. When I was done, he was quiet for just a second. I said, "Are you still there?" I thought maybe he'd hung up and I hadn't heard it. He waited and then he said, "Well, little brother, you were wrong." I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "You were wrong, because I believe every word you just told me." We talked for probably 3 more hours on the phone that day. I don't think I've talked that long at any one time on the phone in my entire life. My brother agrees. I was hunted. Those animals had waited out there for over a half an hour. They waited until I came out of that tree stand. Then they set one of them as bait for me. They set up that entire ambush, and it was flawless. That big male had to have had the wood piece there and ready to attack me, because that's not something that you probably would have the good luck to find right there where you plan an ambush. So that also means they know how to use tools. But why? Why hunt me back? I was not hunting them. I killed a hog, and they took that. I made their job easy that day, didn't I? And I never shot at them. I waited for them to leave. My brother thinks it was probably just a territorial thing. I don't know. There are so many ands, ifs, or buts with all that happened that day. I'm not certain of but a few things. I do know they are intelligent, and they are calculating. It was going to bash my head in. Now, you always hear about the hunter becoming the hunted. It's such a catchphrase, right? But you never think that's something that's going to happen to you. But it happened to me. I do still go out hunting, but I don't go as often now, and I never go alone. I think about things differently now. I think back to the hundreds of times in my life that I've been out in the woods, and I've heard weird things, and I always just shrug them off. Because there's always an explanation, right? There's always an explanation, I would say to myself. But now I know that that explanation might have been a rusty, red-haired animal. And yes, for all the intelligence they exhibited that day, I must continue to think of them as an animal. Because if I don't, I might have a harder time shooting them if I ever should run into them again. Well, probably not, but it just helps if I think about them as animals. Just sign me, the Great White Hunted. Hi there, Nance, and to everybody listening. Well, here you go. Here's my encounter with the king of the forest, as you call him. But me and my friend, we call him the a-hole of the forest. Maybe even the king a-hole of the forest. But we'll get to that. I was raised in southeastern Ohio with family over the state lines in both Pennsylvania and West Virginia. We are all proud of our Appalachian heritage. But one of my relatives, for a short time, was married to a snooty little thing out of Cincinnati. No offense intended to anybody out west, but she was a real snoot. She just knew she was better than all of us hicks out here. The one and only time that I met her at a family gathering, she was venomously calling us a snake's passel of poster children for the banjo-playing good old boys club, or something like that. It was just a bunch of insults all strung together, and she was trying to sound real smart and snippy. That was her thing. Well, she didn't last long. I'm only mentioning this because, in a way, she was exactly right. All of the men and many of the women in my family, well, we are usually seen sporting muddy boots, flannel shirts with thermal shirts showing from under the rolled-up sleeves, wearing muddy blue denim jeans, and a beat-up hat. And you can bet your bottom dollar our Jeep, SUV, or pickup truck has at least one, if not more, guns stashed away somewhere inside the vehicle, in addition to what we have hidden on our body. Also, just for the record, all those coolers that you might see in the back of our vehicles, well, they may or they may not be full of meat that we're either taking to or picking up from a meat processor. I just want to clarify about my heritage. That's so you know who I am and where I come from. Now, we are used to these mountains and these woods. We aren't the kind to run, and we don't get scared, and we don't ever make up stories. Well, unless we're all talking about the fish and the big bucks that got away while we're drinking some beers. But we all know that's just story hour. But none of us had ever seen a Bigfoot until one early morning in 2017. I was in West Virginia with a friend on a rather large piece of private property. We hiked in there around 2 a.m. We were following our GPS marks that we had made previously when we scouted the area. We also had walkie-talkies with earpieces in case we needed to communicate without making noise. My friend set up for me in a stand about 100 yards away from me to the east. Both of us had our stand situated and set back from a well-used game trail that had many signs of deer along it when we scouted. Now, there was a minute there that it was too quiet out there as I stood in my stand, and about the time I noticed and started to listen, all the night noises came back, so I shrugged it off. A few seconds later in my earpiece, I heard my friend whisper, "You in your stand?" I said, "Yeah." Then he says, "Well, then there's someone else out here." Now, I was very surprised when he said that. As I mentioned, this was private property, and it's a large piece. This landowner was elderly and partially disabled. He would not and could not have come this far out at this hour of the night. Now, it was close to dawn, and while it could have been someone knowingly trespassing, it might have also been someone mistaking this land for someone else's and gotten lost. So we just sat tight. It hadn't occurred to me just then to ask him what made him think someone else was out there. I'd been hunting with him on and off for years, so I just trusted what he said. I had a red light with me, one that I mostly used when I hunted coyotes because they didn't seem to shy away from it. And it was also good to see the deer in the darkness. But I didn't want to go shining it around out there even though it was low light, just in case someone was out there. It could all go very wrong for me if they thought they were on their land still and that I'm a trespasser. It was hunting season, and people can be pretty prickly about things. So you see, It was a very sticky situation. Now, while I'm thinking about that, I begin to hear something coming out of the east, from the direction that my friend was at. I listened as it came closer. It sounded like a person walking. Now, they weren't worried at all about making noise, I noticed. The sound of someone walking on just 2 legs is a bit different from something walking on 4 legs. 2-legged animals don't overstep their steps. You hear each step, or even hear shuffle, 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 but you hear separate shuffles when they're kicking through leaves. If they're running, it's even more clear to hear. I have to point this out because I've been asked many times how I knew something was on 2 legs. Listen, just close your eyes and listen to a human run. One human. You will hear pound, 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 pound. You will hear a rhythm of one foot after the other hitting the ground. Now, close your eyes, and if you can find a recording of it, listen to the rhythm of one horse or one bear running. You will hear a very different rhythm. Each step is not as clear, and it isn't spaced the same as 2-legged steps. Now, either you can hear this difference between them, or you can't. Me, I can hear the difference. So this sound is getting closer and closer. And for a while it seemed to stop. And then I heard something that sounded like a log being rolled or moved around. Then it was followed by some noises that I can only call scuffling, or maybe it was searching on the ground. I listened to it in the dark, and I wondered what in the world was down there. Then I hear my friend hit the mic on the walkie-talkie 3 times. Now that was our signal to ask, is everything okay? So 3 mic blips back means, yeah, it's all cool. Pretty much any other response or no response means things might not be okay. I hit the mic 3 blips back. Of course, this couldn't be heard anywhere except in his earpiece. Now I wondered what that person or animal or whatever was doing down there. Then I kept listening as they came as close to within, I guessed, about 10 yards of where I was. Then they stopped. I listened hard in the darkness, but I could not hear a single thing for several minutes. That was perplexing. I kept looking into the darkness, but I couldn't make anything out. I hadn't checked my watch because I didn't want to give my position away, but I judged by the sky that dawn was maybe a half hour to 45 minutes away. There was definitely a slight lightening of the sky, but down on the ground below me, it was still hazy and dark. I began to think maybe I'd been wrong and that what I'd heard had actually been a bear or some other animal, and maybe that bear had come to rest and sleep near my tree stand. Now that would not be a good thing. I decided to chance the red light to find out. And I can't say why, but I was more and more convinced that what was down there was not a human. I pulled out my small binoculars, and I held those up with my right hand, and then I lit up the red flashlight with my left hand. I pointed in the direction that I last heard something out there. I reduced my magnification on my binoculars so I could see things close to me. I held my breath for a second or two, sure that I had imagined it all, because I wasn't seeing anything. But wait, there was something. I panned back. Yes, right there, right next to a tree. I caught some bright eyes looking at me. I wondered quickly, what animal had eyes that big that could hang on the side of a tree, bigger than a raccoon's eyes? Then I took in more of its shape. It was using the tree to hide itself. I could see that. Whatever this was, this thing was smart, I thought, because if I hadn't caught the eye glow with the red light, I would have missed it for sure. Even its fur had a texture that made it look like tree bark, and the red light only made it blend in more. This thing was looking right up at me in my tree stand. Its head was tilted up at me in the tree. I kept my hair very, very short. I work a hot job on a road crew all day, so when I say short, I keep my hair buzzed. But even so, I felt the hair on my scalp move. It was standing up or doing something. I don't know what it was, but it was the creepiest feeling I'd ever felt. And at the same time, I felt like my whole body was doing exactly whatever my scalp was doing the longer I looked at this thing. It was really close to my tree. I can't think if I had gotten down from my tree stand and not knowing it was there. It was only maybe 10 steps for me to reach it from my tree to where it was. Now, looking up at me through the binoculars, I saw its face very good. The eyes were wide set, and they were a lot larger than a human's eyes. The face was covered all over with fur, maybe an inch long. The eyelids seemed to have light fur on them. I saw thin lips under all the fur. They were wide, and they had a smooth, leathery look to them. The jaws jutted outward, but maybe that was only because of the way it was tilting its head to look at me. I saw a shoulder and an arm. I know there was more body, but honestly, I could not take my eyes off this thing's face. I also had the feeling it didn't like the red light. Unlike the coyotes, I think it saw the red light. Now, while I'm looking at this thing, I had missed or not heard 3 more blips in my earpiece because suddenly I heard my friend frantically saying my name. He demanded I answer him, but I couldn't. I was in that weird kind of mesmerized and dazed state. I don't know if you've had it happen. You stare at something so long, you're mesmerized. You want to look away, but you can't. That's where I was at. Then I heard him say, "Sit tight, I'm coming your way." Now that snapped me out of it. I did not want him down there near whatever this was. I got the walkie-talkie out, and very quietly I said, "Don't." He asked me why not, what was going on. He could see the red light from where he was. He could see the red light, but he couldn't see me in the tree. I told him I was looking at something, and I think I said it like that. I was looking at something. He said, "Is it the person that I heard?" I said, "Not exactly." Now this thing, I'm still looking at it, and it was looking at me as I was talking in the walkie-talkie. I think it was trying to figure out what I was. And that's okay, because the whole time I was trying to figure out what it was. But the truth was that inside, I knew what it was. It was a Bigfoot. I just kept looking for another answer. Then in my earpiece, my friend kept demanding, "Is everything okay? What's going on?" He was getting very worried, and I could hear it in his voice. It looked away from me a couple times down there, like it was listening for something else in the darkness, but it would always snap back to looking right at me. How did it know I was there when it first came up near me? I was always very good about removing and covering all my scent. I hadn't made a sound, not even once, since my friend said he thought somebody else was out there. And why would it take notice of me up in a tree stand? I had no answers then, and I have no answers now. I've pondered this event over and over since it happened. Now, maybe it was the red light, but I couldn't read an expression on its face. I didn't know if it was curious, if I was in danger, if it was thinking of reaching up and yanking me out of the tree. And given the height that I saw its head against the tree, I believe it could have reached right up and grabbed me with its arms. It felt like we were at some kind of an impasse. I didn't know what to do, so I did the craziest thing ever. I said hello to it. I thought, if there's even a chance that it's some human playing a prank or that I've misread this whole situation, well, talking might prove it one way or the other. I said hello again, and I still got no reply. I said hello to it one final time, this time louder, almost a yell. I saw its mouth open and its face wrinkled up, and I heard a sound. It was a breathy, hollow, wheezing sound that went up and down in pitch, like it was breathing and smelling through its mouth. That went on for 2 or 3 seconds, then it stopped. And here's where I almost made myself a big batch of panty fudge, as we used to call it in school. That's right, I almost crapped my drawers right there in my camos. This moved so fast, I couldn't keep my binoculars on it, and it came to stand right under my tree. I dropped my binoculars and let them dangle on their cord. Instinctively, I had my .44 Magnum unholstered in a fraction of a second. I shined the red light down, and I had trouble finding it under my tree. It was moving all around the tree, and it kept going just out of reach to where I couldn't fully see it. It's like it somehow knew. Honestly, though, even though I had my gun out, I don't know if I could have killed it. Now, maybe this close, at a perfect downward angle right on the top of the skull, or maybe catch it looking up at me and nail it right in the eye, right to the brain. Maybe those things, yes. Then I was confident that I could bring it down, if not with one bullet, then by several. But its size and sense of power and strength, they're hard to communicate with words. I've done a lot of different types of hunting, and without a rifle, this wasn't something that I wanted to try to kill with just my handgun. But it didn't really matter because I didn't want to shoot it. You see, I still had this nagging feeling that there just might be a human under all that fur, that maybe it was a costume. Even as improbable as it seemed, given the size of what I was seeing. I have never hesitated with an animal, but this just still didn't feel like an animal. Now, of course, if it had climbed the tree, tried to get me, or otherwise threatened me, I would have had no choice but to shoot. But the feeling of not wanting to do that was very strong, and I'd try to follow my instincts. They've saved me more than once. Now, very quickly, I saw it move to another tree about 10 yards away. There was a little more light as it was now closer to dawn. I was still uncertain about what to do. I saw it give me one more look. Then it melted away into the darkness on the ground, going far beyond my red light capability, and hidden with all the leaves. I heard it walking away, just as clearly as I heard it walking toward me. I was pretty stunned, I guess, and I only snapped back to it when I heard my friend yelling in my earpiece. He was telling me to hold tight. He was almost there. Don't worry, he's almost there. Turns out I hadn't answered him one too many times. Finally, I got to my walkie-talkie and I told him, everything's okay, don't worry, that I had the strangest thing ever happen. He replied with, "You mean that a-hole in the ghillie suit?" I wasn't sure what he meant, and it wasn't at all clear till I got down from my tree stand and met him in the middle of the forest. He said he heard that person, or that Bigfoot. It was still too dark to spot them, and by the time he got his night vision goggles on, they were almost out of view with all the woods between them. Then all he could see were bits of my red light through his binoculars. Then I wasn't answering him. Then he saw what he thought was some really big guy in a ghillie suit moving in on me, coming close to my position. He saw what he thought was the a-hole in a ghillie suit through his binoculars because I had my red light on it. Now, credit due to my friend. He really thought some crap was about to go down between me and this great big guy in a ghillie suit. My friend did not have a rifle, so he couldn't have helped me from the distance he was at. So he took a chance, dropped out of his stand, and started coming my way even after I told him not to. He really felt I was in danger. And I now think that is what the Bigfoot might have been hearing when he kept looking away. And I think as my friend got closer, that's why it suddenly took off. Suddenly, after all of this, I had no taste to stay and hunt that day. Inexplicably, I felt that I was trespassing on that creature's land and that I needed to leave. I did my best to explain what happened to my friend. And here is another big credit due to my friend. The look on his face was incredible when I told him everything. I visibly saw his face change from an impassive look to a thunderstruck look the very second that everything clicked in place for him. And I saw he believed me. "Bigfoot or not," my friend said to me as we were driving home, "he's still an a-hole." Now that started me laughing. So that's why he's the a-hole of the forest to me. I king him King A-hole of the forest, because he ruined our hunting, and he scared us quite a bit that morning, and I came really close to making panty fudge that I've not done since grade school. Now, I have stayed out of the West Virginia lands when I hunt nowadays. I know that is not the only place they are said to be, but somehow I don't feel right going into what I know is absolutely their home territory. My friend said that it could be easily argued that all of America is their home territory. And I know that is true, but I just leave those West Virginia Bigfoots alone. The red light might have made its eyes seem more strange than they otherwise might have seemed to me on another day, but I cannot forget how intently and questioningly it looked up at me. It was as if it was the first time it had ever seen a human, or one up close at least. I really think it was as curious about me as I was about it. Thank you for listening. You can call me Rick from Marietta, Ohio. Hello, Buckeye Bigfoot. My name is Marilyn. This happened a very long time ago. I've searched on maps for exactly where it happened, but I've never found it. I was only 12 years old at the time. Back then, I was angry at life, and I was especially angry at my mom for leaving me that summer with people I didn't know and had never met. My mom's third husband was a Canadian, and he was nice enough. The summer after they got married, though, my mom up and told me that I would be spending the whole summer with his brother and sister-in-law in Canada. I had no say in the matter. I did not want to go. First, as I said, I'd never met them. Second, I was angry because I'd be spending the whole summer without my friends. Third, I was feeling nothing but rejection from my mother since the minute she married her third husband. You see, my mom stopped working when she married him, and she told me that even if I was home for the summer, she would not have any freedom. She straight up told me that. So I had to go that summer, she said. Well, enough about those kinds of issues. This is why I can't tell you exactly where this was. We left from Vancouver and went to Kamloops. I remember that much. From there, we left on a highway of sorts. I don't even know what direction we went. I was sitting in the back, and I had my knees pulled up to my chest, and my arms were wrapped around my knees. I kept my head down most of the way. I did not even want to look out the window. Now, somewhere along that road, we pulled off onto another road that was more like packed dirt. Then there was another turn, and there might have been one more. I don't remember. But with every turn, it seemed less and less like a real road we were on. Finally, after several hours, we came to this house that was set way off in the middle of nowhere. I remember it was small and looked very run down. I was told to call the man Skeeter, and the woman, I was to call her Pip. I have no idea what their real names were, or if those were their real names, or versions of their real names, or just some weird nicknames. Now, neither of them worked and apparently drew some kind of disability pay, though I don't know what for. Now, I'm not saying they were bad to me, but they weren't great either. And whenever they did go wherever to get provisions every now and then, they mostly just came back with booze and cigarettes. I'm sorry if I sound bitter. I guess even after all these years I am. But I want you to understand what circumstance I found myself in. Now, Pip's specialty of cooking was no cooking. It was just sandwiches of all kinds. And she made really weird food when she did do anything. The worst thing she did, though, was this paste. It was called fish paste. She loved it, she said. It was downright awful. Just awful. But after a while, I was hungry enough that I ate it from time to time. Now, they were always telling me to go on outside and explore. Explore what, I wanted to know. I didn't know anything about woods. I grew up in a house with all kinds of other houses by it, with real paved roads, grocery stores I could ride my bike to. Cable television was in the house, even if the cable box was still connected to the television by a cord. There was nothing but scary woods all around their place as far as you could see. And there were some different paths out there leading away from the house. I asked what they were, where they went. I was told that one went to a neighbor's house. But I never met that neighbor, and I never saw anyone come or go by that path, although it seemed to be well trod. Another path, they said, went down to their storage buildings, and another path, they said, went out to their beautiful pond. Boy, they talked that pond up, and they told me I should go out there one afternoon. Skeeter in particular talked it up real big, said he'd spend a lot of time out there, and even made a bench there where I could go and relax and enjoy a beautiful afternoon. After a couple of weeks, I found myself bored enough to overcome my fears and maybe take a path to the pond. When I told Pip and Skeeter, they were very happy, unusually so. Pip decided to make a big deal out of the day and goes into the kitchen and starts making fresh fish paste to make sandwiches for me. She said that way I could pack a nice little lunch and have a picnic by the beautiful pond. Well, that didn't sound so bad, I thought. I forgot to tell you, though, about the bread. The bread was almost as bad as the fish paste. The bread was always bought in great big bulk, probably 10 or 12 loaves at a time. Then they would throw all the loaves of bread into a big deep freezer out on the porch, and they would pull out a loaf of bread when they needed one. That was the most dried out and nasty bread I have ever eaten in my life, but I had no choice. I once caught sight of one of the loaf wrappings. It had an expiration date of 7 months prior. Believe me, it tasted terrible and freezer burned. I kept telling Pip I didn't need the sandwiches, but she insisted. She insisted I must have those sandwiches on me. She looked very happy that day, very unusual for her. I figured, like every other adult, she was going to be happy because I was going to disappear for the day. Now, I had a little crochet purse that I'd gotten for my birthday that year. I didn't have much to really carry in it, just a comb, a little wallet with some fake stuff, and I had one of those little flip-open pocket mirrors. I hadn't touched it since I arrived there, since I really didn't leave the house. Pip told me to go get my purse. She said I could use that to carry the sandwiches with me. Now let me be clear. I did not want to put those nasty fish paste sandwiches in my nice little purse. But at 12 years old, I was already smart enough to read moods of adults, and I knew how to keep them happy. And this was one of those points where I knew things could devolve, and we all might have a worse off day than we otherwise would if I would just do what she told me to do. Like I said, Pip and Skeeter weren't exactly mean, but they were very distant and quite a bit cold. So I went and got my purse. Pip had the sandwiches wrapped in wax paper, and she had closed the wax paper flap with a piece of tape. I was looking at what I was doing to put the sandwiches in my purse when I felt Pip take both of her hands and act like she was smoothing my hair down. She started right at the top of my head, both sides on either side of the part of my hair, and she squeaked down my hair, following all the way to my shoulders. Now that freaked me out. She had never done anything like that before. In fact, neither Pip nor Skeeter ever touched me in any way. I couldn't figure it out. How odd. And then I smelled it. Fresh fish paste. Her hands had fish paste all over them, and she smoothed it down deliberately into my hair several times. Pip smiled at me, and before I could say anything about what she had done to my hair, she was pushing me out the back door, telling me over and over to be sure which path was going to take me to the pond. Well, it's summer, and while it wasn't hot, it was still a warm day, and there are flies and gnats and all kinds of things are already starting to swarm my head. I already knew that none of the outdoor water worked, or I would have tried to wash it out. I remember distinctly hearing the door close and quickly lock. I'm standing there thinking, what had just happened? I hadn't even gone off the porch, and I saw Pip open the back door curtain, look at me, and start pointing out towards the trees. This was all so weird, but I just went with it because I didn't know what else to do. I started running. I hit the path and I was running and I was crying, and I can't explain it any more than I felt very low and nothing made sense. I had a sense of foreboding, but at that age I didn't know that's what was making my stomach turn. I took off down that path, and after a few minutes I slowed down. After about maybe 5 or 10 more minutes, the path through the trees opened to a clearing with a bunch of grass. But I didn't see a pond. That grass was so high, I almost didn't see the pond. I could have walked right in it. I was thinking the whole way that I was going to maybe clean that fish paste out of my hair by dunking my head into the water of the pond. Well, was I wrong? That pond was a disgusting, filthy green. So I start looking for the bench that Skeeter was talking about. I had no idea what I was supposed to do out there but sit and look at a pond. I look all around. I don't see a bench. All I saw was some log that was mostly rotted out, and it was sitting off to the one side of the pond bank. I was already so sick of the smell of the fish paste all around me. The last thing I wanted were those stupid sandwiches, and every time I moved with my purse, I could smell them. I sat down near the crumbling wood log and just stared out at the green, stagnant, stinking pond. The flies and the gnats were everywhere all over me. I took out one of the sandwiches, unwrapped it, and tossed it a few feet away to my right along the pond bank. I was hoping the flies and the gnats would follow the fresh-smelling fish paste sandwich, and they would leave me alone. A few did, but not enough of them. I kept the other sandwich in my purse only because, well, there'd been no breakfast, as usual. And depending on their drinking, well, with Pip and Skeeter, there might or might not be a real dinner. So I might have to eat that sandwich later, as much as I despised it. It was very quiet out there. All I heard was the buzz of the flies. I got lost thinking about all kinds of things, and I was staring at the pond when I heard something crinkling in the tall grass behind me and to the right. I froze. See, I didn't know anything about the woods. I had heard all kinds of stories about bears and lions where we lived in Washington State, but I didn't know anything about up here in Canada. No one had ever told me what to do if I did come across a dangerous animal. In fact, no one had told me what qualified as a dangerous animal. No one told me what animals I might encounter where I currently was. I froze, and I started to turn my head just a fraction of an inch every half second or so. I was trying to not let whoever or whatever it was see me move. But the brisk pace that I had been hearing coming at me toward the grass had now become slow. Then I would hear it start a little bit, come forward, and stop again. Finally, I had turned my head enough that I could see a shaggy, coconut brown, hair-shaped blob that stopped moving as soon as I saw it. It understood that I had seen it. It stopped, and it quickly got down low, like it dropped a squat to the extreme. Now I felt that weird expansion and contraction feeling all over my whole body. I don't know what else to call it, Nance, but that is what I have called it since I was a kid. It's that cold sweat feeling you get when you're so scared you can't breathe or move. I actually feel like I'm suddenly disembodied and that every cell in my body is expanding and contracting at a rapid rate all at once. Well, that is what I was feeling. Now, as for what happened next, I'm not sure. But maybe it was the smell of all that fish paste that was turning my stomach. Maybe it was the warmth of the day and all the fear I was feeling. Maybe all of that combined. Well, maybe I do think I passed out because I have no memory of the next few minutes. The next clear memory I have is that I'm staring at the green pond water. I remember shuddering and shivering in fear because that brown creature was now squatted behind the log behind me. It was pulling at my hair. It was pulling it right up to its mouth. It was licking and pulling my hair into its mouth between its lips to get all of that fish paste. And it wasn't being very nice about it either. I tried to get away, and it yanked my hair back so hard it pulled my head back, and I looked up, and I could see its face. I yelled out from fear and from pain, and when I yelled, that thing yelled back right at me. I remember that its breath smelled like rotten meat and fish paste rolled together. I felt that yell more than I heard it. I remember I scrunched my eyes shut. I did not want to see this thing. I felt the hot, sticky breath of that yell right on my face. And disgustingly, I remember that I could feel its spit spray right on my face and into my open mouth that was also yelling. I just remember an incredible, icy fear came over me. Instinct told me I had to get up. I had to get away. I had to fight and get away, or I was going to die. I was 12 years old, and I don't know how I knew it, but I knew it with certainty. But that creature had a handful of my hair, and I was not going anywhere anytime soon. I wasn't even sure what this creature was. It didn't seem quite like a bear. I'd seen its mouth and its teeth, and I'd seen all of its face, barely just a foot from my own. This was unlike any bear I'd ever seen. Then again, I'd only ever seen them in zoos, books, and on television before that day. Maybe I thought this was a special kind of Canadian bear that no one ever puts on television. Well, that didn't make it any better, though, did it? It had a hold of my hair, and it was licking the fish paste, and it was getting really aggressive to get all the fish paste, right down to the roots at my scalp. I reached up, and I tried to pull my hair free, but it smacked my hands away very hard. So hard that I thought I maybe broke my left hand or the left wrist, because when it smacked my arm away, it smacked it so hard that it cracked down on the wood log, and there was a tremendous pain that shot up in my arms. It was completely focused on getting that fish paste, that smelly, stinking fish paste. I remembered I still had a sandwich in my purse, which was now twisted under me. I twisted around to get it free, and it felt like my scalp was being ripped off little by little. But I managed to get my purse out from underneath me, got it unsnapped, and got the sandwich out. I remember screaming wildly, "A sandwich! I have a sandwich! Take the sandwich!" I held the sandwich up towards where the face of the creature was. In a second, I felt it grab the wrist of my hand that was holding the sandwich. Then, with great relief, I felt the other hand let go of my hair, and it yanked the sandwich from my hand. But it did not let go of my wrist. I was pulling and tugging to get free. While doing that, I had scooted around to see it, even though my arm was now twisted in an awkward way while it held my wrist. I saw that thing's face and eyes. Those eyes were a solid brown black. They were very animal-like. They looked at me with a coldness that I'd only seen once before, and that was at a polar bear at the zoo. It took a bite out of the sandwich, tearing through the waxed paper wrapping it. It tried to spit the waxed paper out, but it kept sticking to the tongue. The creature let go of my wrist, finally. I think it pulled away to help pull the paper out of its mouth, or maybe to finish pulling the paper off the rest of the sandwich. I can't say, because I didn't stick around to see. The second I felt it release my wrist, I was rolling away, so fast I almost rolled into the pond. But I got up and I got running, although I was very clumsy at first and almost fell. I kept looking over at this creature. It was watching me with a cold, blank stare while it ate the sandwich, which was gone in pretty much 2 bites. But I was already running for my life. I got to the trees and I looked back. It was standing up now, looking at me. I turned and began to run back to the house as fast as I could. The second I saw the house, I was screaming. Even before I got out of the trees, I was screaming at the top of my lungs. I hit the back door and was pounding on it, screaming, but the door stayed shut and locked. I kept pounding on it for what seemed like several minutes, but no one opened the door. Finally, I stopped screaming because I was afraid that if it hadn't followed me to the house before, my screaming and yelling would surely tell it where I was now. So I quietened myself, and I curled up on the porch in the corner, using an old cooler to try to hide myself. After some minutes, I saw Pip move the back door curtain and look out. She didn't see me, I guess, because she opened the door and walked to the edge of the porch, looking both ways. Like a shot, I got up and slid in behind her, into the door and into the house. I ran all the way through the house, down the hall, to the room I was staying in, shut the door, and hid there. Now, mind you, when I ran through the house, I ran past Skeeter, who was sitting in his chair in the living room. He showed no surprise, no emotion, asked me no questions. I saw his eyes follow me as I ran past. Actually, he looked annoyed. After a while, Pip came down and tried to talk to me through the door. She tried to get me to come on out. I refused. I really didn't sleep that night, and I watched the clock in that room. The next morning, I timed it to get up and get out into the kitchen and maybe grab a few slices of that dried-up bread before they got up for the morning. But I was wrong. Skeeter was sitting in the living room. I don't know, maybe he had sat there all night too. But he scared me to death when he talked to me out of the darkness. "You weren't supposed to come back." I heard it. I heard it clear as day. "You weren't supposed to come back," is what he said. Now, it was barely a whisper in the dark, but in the quiet house morning, I heard it. What? I asked him. I turned around, surprised. I had heard exactly what he said, but I was going to pretend that I didn't. A few seconds went by and he didn't say anything. Then he said, "Nothing. I didn't say anything." But he said it in the strangest way, like someone just dismissing a servant or something. Now, the rest of my time there that summer, I would not set foot outside that house. Pip tried several times to get me to take things over to their neighbor, the one that I had never seen. "Now, all you have to do, girlie, is follow that path," she would point out to the path leading away from the house. But I wasn't having any of it. I repeatedly asked to call my mom, but you see, they didn't have a phone. "Sure, honey, you can go on over to the neighbors. They have a phone. They'll let you use it," Pip would say. I would think, "Not on your life, lady." I was terrified the rest of that summer. I really thought that perhaps my mother had left me behind there for good. I didn't get a letter or so much as a postcard all summer. And of course, I couldn't send anything to her because I didn't have stamps or anything. But as far as I know, she never once cared to check on me. I remember the day that my mom and stepdad finally showed up. They pulled up and I was out of that house like a shot. I looked at my mother and I couldn't read her expression, but I did not see happiness there. And I thought, was I really not supposed to come back? Was that the plan all along? That sounds pretty wild, but I was just 12 years old. And nothing was too wild after what I had experienced that day. As crazy as it all sounds, I still believe to this day that their plan was to send me out there to feed me to a Sasquatch. They wanted rid of me. And as for my mom and stepdad, I told them everything several times. And each time they said I was crazy. I'd fallen asleep and imagined it or dreamed it all. They said they didn't want to hear any such nonsense ever again, and if I kept talking about it, maybe there would be some doctor I would need to speak to. I didn't like the sound of that. Before Christmas that year, I begged and pleaded to go live with my dad and his new wife. Now, that stepmom wasn't exactly a nice person either, but I have to say, after living with them until I turned 18, she never once tried to feed me to a Sasquatch, so there was that in her favor, I guess. To this day, I do not like anyone touching my hair. I'm rather sensitive about it for lots of reasons, but mostly I also have a couple patches of hair that were actually pulled out that day. They were torn little skin patches that had scabs of blood. And you know what? Those spots on my scalp have never grown back any hair. I guess the patches of skin that were ripped away that day also ripped away the hair follicles. I also feel my stomach churn now, still yet, whenever I smell fish of almost any kind. I swear to you that every word of this is true. If anything, I've left things out probably. I've possibly blocked them out from extreme fear, or perhaps it was a way I've dealt with trauma. I have never gone into any kind of woods again. If I see 2 or 3 trees clumped together, I walk the other way. I won't even go into parks in the middle of cities. I currently live in Hobb, New Mexico, where there aren't enough trees together for a Sasquatch to hide behind. That's just how I like it. Honestly, my fear of forest and woods is still that strong to this day. And it's been 36 years ago since my mother tried to feed me to a Sasquatch. Thanks for reading this, Marilyn. First off, I need to tell you that there will be some things I cannot explain or that might not make sense to you. And even though it's been 25 years, I'm still being very careful with what I say, and not because of the Sasquatch. There will be some things that I can and I will explain to you, and some things I did not know about the situation at the time, and I never wanted to know. And before I say anything else, I will tell you that I only half knew how things would be when I agreed to a longtime friend's proposition who said that his uncle had a business and we could make some extra money with it. He said that as long as he vouched for me, his uncle was sure to hire me. Now, my friend, his uncle, and my parents, as a matter of fact, they were all in the United States illegally from Mexico. But unlike them, I was not. I am an American citizen as I was born here. Now, I had heard what my friend's uncle's business was and what he was into. And when I said that, my friend said, no, not that. It's something else, but a side business of it. He assured me I would not be doing any selling or any handling of the so-called recreational items. I would be guarding where it was growing. Now that sounded easy enough, and it paid very well. I needed the money, you see, because I was heading off to college that fall, and while I had some scholarships, I was going to have to fund everything else myself. So I said yes. Now, all right, let me tell you, people, this is Nance talking to you. This is not the writer. I have to keep this channel safe. So there are some things that I have changed some of the words that the writer had used. I'm doing that to keep my channel safe. Now, for the green recreational plant that some people like to inhale, and you all know what I'm talking about, I'm going to refer to it as flower or flowers, and where it grows will be the flower fields. I know this is now legal in some areas, but I don't know what YouTube's policy is on this. I do know that the algorithm has already buried my channel this year, so I'm not taking any more chances. Okay? All right, let's move on. He goes on to say that this was in Northern California, and that's the only reference to location I will give. Before I get to the full Sasquatch bit, I have to give you some things about how things worked around there. Well, what few things I knew, that is. The flower farm I worked on was not the only one. I was aware of many growing in the nearby areas. Some were ours, and some were not. They belonged to rival groups. We were in the middle of a national forest, like many other flower fields were, and probably still are to this day. The guards for the flower farm were set out all around the farm in rings, spaced about 50 yards apart, and the circles radiated out from our field. I believe at one point our farthest lookouts were in trees about a quarter-mile away. Oh, and the further you went out from the farm, the farther apart the guards were. Now, when I mention these guards in the outer ring being up in trees, I'm meaning that these trees had been trimmed to accommodate a permanent type of camouflage stand. Think of it as a very tiny tree house that you would have a very hard time seeing from the ground. But they could see you a long distance away. I was told that they had done as much as possible to divert the casual hiker in another direction, and they would actually engage them if they saw them. Now, how they actually diverted people, I don't know. But while there, I did hear a few tales of how more than one hiker over the years had refused to be diverted from the area, and I heard things did not go well for those hikers. But that's all I heard. I never heard any more specifics than that. I did not want to hear it, but I did not doubt the truth of what they were saying. My guard station was on the second ring out from the flower field, albeit at a far-flung edge. It was not a perfect circle, we'll just say that. I worked the night shift, which I thought would be easier, but in many ways it was much, much worse, not the least of which because of who I was partnered up with for the guard station. I'm going to call him Carlos. That wasn't his name, but it's as good as any. Now, Carlos was in the actual group, we'll call it, from Mexico, and had been most of his life. And by group, I mean the organized kind of group. I've actually heard its name in the news many times over the years, but not necessarily in relation to the flower fields. He was related distantly by marriage to my friend's uncle, but he was so stupid he took liberties that my friend would never dream of taking. My friend's uncle was not the boss, but he was up there in the ranks, and he ran about half the flower fields that group had in California. I keep getting lost telling this story. I am so very sorry. It has been so long since I've allowed myself to think about anything from this time that every time I do, things come up to the surface all at once. Carlos was terribly bold, as I just mentioned. He would often step away, as he called it, from the post at night, and he would disappear for hours, leaving me alone in the darkness. The difficulty was I couldn't tell on him because no one likes a snitch less than those organized groups. Then again, the catch-22 was, if you didn't tell a boss something was going on, and they found out about it, and they found out you had a knowledge of it, well, that was a pretty bad situation to be in, too. So I couldn't tell, and I was going to be in trouble if I didn't. I couldn't win, and I knew it. So I just hoped for the best and kept my mouth shut. I was very upset when Carlos would pull his disappearing axe, and one night I was upset in particular because we had all just been told to be extra vigilant. It seemed that one of those rival groups might be making a play for our flower fields, and they would have struggles like that from time to time. All-out mini wars, I was told. You see, one in the guards in one of the outer circles in a tree stand had been killed. But it wasn't just that he had been killed. It was how he had been killed that made everyone suspicious and more than a little nervous. Initially, we were not officially told anything about his death other than he had been killed, and then the bosses would follow it up by saying they were sure it was a rival. Their only evidence that it was probably a rival was because it seemed to be a silent kill. You see, despite what movies portray, those guarding flower fields do everything they can not to use a firearm. That draws attention, and not the kind they want. Now, the thing is, it was days later before I learned the truth, and I only found out because the guy who was my replacement was the brother to the guy who was the dead man's replacement, and he was the one who actually found his body. The story that I was told is that the dead man's body was found several hundred feet away from the tree that he was supposed to be in. He said the man's head had been ripped off and was placed neatly on a fallen tree near the route that the men used to go back and forth, and the head had been placed carefully so that it faced the direction that the men would come in from. The body itself was close by, and the man said the arms and the legs that were still attached were bent and broken in unusual angles. One arm had been ripped completely off. The torso of the body, he said, looked lumpy and misshapen. He described it as a lump of dough that someone was in the process of kneading and walked away. I asked about the head and the arm being torn off. I said, did he mean to say they had been chopped off or hacked off? My replacement guy said that his brother was very clear. He saw tears and rips. Nothing had been cut or hacked. We talked about how this could have been done without anyone in any of the outer stands and the security rings hearing anything happening in the night. We wondered how they got him to come down out of the tree in the first place, because we all knew they were not allowed to come down, not even for a call of nature. To this day, I'm not absolutely certain that it couldn't have really been a rival that did that to that man. But if so, it doesn't really fit You see, there were no other moves before or after that for a long while. Nothing I heard about anyway. And there hadn't been any unusual tensions. It just seemed out of place. Personally, I do think it was a Sasquatch. But I still can't tell you how or why that guy came down out of that tree, or how he was gotten down out of the tree, or how or why no one else heard anything that night. But other than a Sasquatch, I have no better explanation. Now, I had just heard all of those details, and then that very night Carlos pulls his little disappearing stunt within the first half hour of guard duty. I was beyond pissed and scared, but there was nothing I could do. I didn't even have a tree to hide in. We were stationed on the ground with a good line of sight down the southwest. Even here, I'm hesitant to give too much detail about the topography, which has made writing this email very difficult. And it might help understanding later events if I could, but I'm far too fearful. For all I know, they are still growing in that area of California. They may not be, but I really don't want to take the chance. So there I am, all alone, listening to everything in the darkness. Now, I should add that we did have walkies with one-eared headsets at the time, and really, for that time, it felt like pretty darn advanced stuff. We would key the mic more often than we talked to each other. We had signals to ask or talk if it was safe to talk, but the walkie had been silent all night. Then I suddenly start to hear a very faint sound. To me, it sounded like footsteps, but they were pretty far off. But in the darkness, you can hear a long way. But I couldn't tell if it was two-legged or four-legged, so I kept listening. If it was two-legged, I would key an alert sequence on the walkie. If someone was out there, we could be about 95% sure that it wasn't any of us. You see, all the security shifts started and ended at the same time, just for that reason. So for most of the night, no one should be out there walking around. Well, no one except for Carlos. But I think that man walked on air because I never heard him come back until he was almost right next to me. More than a few times he scared the heck out of me by showing up in the darkness, seemingly out of nowhere. Now, between that and the fact that the specific topography in the direction of the sounds were coming from, well, I was pretty certain it could not have been Carlos out there, because he started out and left in a different way. And to get from where he headed when he left to where the sound was coming from now, it would have been near impossible, especially in the darkness. And to go around the only way possible to get there, it would have taken several hours. So I knew it wasn't Carlos. Just trust me on that. As I listened, I could tell it was coming closer. Then the walking sound stopped abruptly. I just shrugged my shoulders and figured that it was some animal that had found a place to bed down for the night. It was all quiet for about a half an hour or so. Then I about jumped high enough to touch heaven itself when I heard screams in the darkness. And now here's the really terrible thing. In the back of my head, I really thought, well, somebody just got caught by a guard, and they were about to die a really ugly death. But there hadn't been any key mics saying that anyone was approaching or any alert signals at all. All of a sudden, there was a flurry of mics being keyed up. Everyone is asking for status of everyone else and who is in trouble. One by one, we all cleared our status. None of us knew what the screams were, but we had ascertained it wasn't any of us. Then all of us were thinking about the guy who had been killed just days before. One of the things we all wondered was, how did no one hear anything at all that night? Because, like I mentioned, in the darkness out there, sounds can travel a very long distance. Someone should have heard something. And now we were hearing something, but all of us were accounted for. After a while, a boss gets on the walkie. We all had to answer him verbally with a set of answers. We did this to make sure that a rival hadn't overtaken a security position, taken a walkie, or somehow learned our basic mic keying sequences. There were more security protocols, but I don't A, remember them all, and B, don't care to recount them all even if I did. What I was waiting to hear was Carlos answer. Could he? Because if he didn't, we were in some trouble. But he did answer. I don't know where he went every night. I was just thanking God right then that he was close enough and still had his walkie with him and on that he answered. Because if he hadn't, I know things would not have gone well for me because I hadn't reported him as being gone. These screams that we heard, they were like someone being slowly tortured. We had all heard big cats before when we were up there. This was not that cadence. It was not the way they sound. It was not the quick growl of a cat. This was long and drawn out and repeated. It was something else. After a while, everything did quiet down, but none of us were any the wiser as to what it was. 2 nights after that, and we're still all on edge. There had been all week reports of other strange goings-on all around the different security circles. It seemed everyone was seeing or hearing something in the night, and everyone was scared. It was all being passed off, though, as all of us just being tight-nerved. But on this one night, everything started out just as usual. I show up for my shift, as does Carlos. Then within a half hour of shift start, Carlos leaves. I sat in the darkness sweating. I was working so hard at listening to the darkness. I began to hear a walking sound again, only this time it was coming from above and behind me. Now listen, I thought long and hard, but I guess here I do need to say something about the topography. You see, my post of that circle overlooked the southwest slope of a mountain that was mostly forested. We were not at the top of the mountain, but I won't say we were at the middle either. Our area had been crafted very carefully just for us. You see, it was not a natural area per se. Behind us was a wall that went up to an outcrop that actually jutted out over our position, which was nice when it rained. Where we were had been leveled flat, big enough for our area, and they left the bushes at the front to grow to hide our position. So if you stood above us on the outcrop, you could not look down and see us. We were further back than the outcrop. You would have to hang over the edge, and maybe you could see us. If you were below us, you would only see bushes up there. If you were looking across the way with binoculars, you probably still could not see us, unless you kind of knew what to home in on. I only tell you all of this because when I say that footsteps were above and behind me, well, that's the only way it makes sense. So I'm hearing the walking and the footsteps. They sounded pretty heavy. I listened as they walked very slowly to the edge of the outcrop above me. I backed up and I held my breath. And it sounds silly even to me, but I was afraid at the time to key my mic. I thought whoever was up there would hear the clicks in the darkness. I should have signaled long before they got that close, I know. I'm still not sure why I didn't, other than in the back of my head, I knew that it should be almost impossible to get to that area where the outcrop was, unless you were a skilled climber, and no one would do it in the darkness, no matter how skilled you were. I sat still and listened. I heard a weird shuffling sound and some light grunts. Then I heard, after a minute, what sounded like eating. The sound was very sloppy and big, like there was a big mouth making chewing motions and slapping its tongue all around. This went on for maybe 2 or 3 minutes. And then I hiccuped. I couldn't help it. That has happened to me for as long as I can ever remember. My mom said I did it when I was a baby. If I get scared, I get the hiccups. I did everything I could to stifle it and stop it, but it was useless. I backed up as far as I could because I heard whoever it was suddenly shuffle around. I thought they were standing up, but I quickly found out that's not what they did. Above me, I suddenly hear a talking noise coming down at me. I say talking noise because I don't know what else to call it. Voice isn't the right word. It was nothing like a human voice, and it didn't sound at all like any animal voice, if you want to call it that. Maybe I should say it was a vocal noise of some sort. Whatever it was right above me. I looked up in the darkness, and I squinted. I could almost make out the shape of something looking over the edge of the outcrop down at me. It was hard to see, but the shadow was just a shade darker than the sky above it. I believe it was laying down, and it was now looking over the edge of the outcrop down to where I was. I had the distinct sensation it could see me very well in the darkness. Then suddenly the dark shadow disappeared. I am still hiccuping and looking up. Now I remember, and I key out the walkie in a distress sequence with my location number so they all knew who it was and where I was. I didn't know what else to do. I thought that was a person up there, but at the same time, I wasn't sure. Now, right now, all of you listening are wondering why I wasn't firing away blindly at it, aren't you? Well, we were armed, that's true. But I had been warned to not use my weapon unless I had absolutely no other choice. The last thing they wanted us to do was to announce our position with gunfire, either to authorities or other rivals or the miscellaneous hiker. Because, like I said, even in the wilderness, you can hear everything, and there are more ears than you can imagine who can go report things. Now suddenly the shadow is back above me again. I feel a whoosh, and I realize I almost got hit with something. Then I realize it's a large tree branch that still had needles on it. I felt them as it went by me again and touched me. Whoever it was, or whatever it was leaning over the outcrop, and it was waving a big tree limb around, like it was trying to reach me. Then it's vocalizing at me again. It was a very throaty vocal sound, and it sounded more urgent. Maybe it was mad, or maybe it was trying to get me to do something. The shadow I see is very large. Now, we're not supposed to, but I had a very small flashlight on me. I fished it out of my pocket, clicked it on, shined it upwards. First, all I saw was the pine branch swinging back and forth. Then I see a hairy hand holding it. On the next whoosh of that pine branch, I do a sidestep and shine my light right up, unobstructed. I see the face that I can only identify as a Sasquatch. It was a red color fur all over it. It closed its eyes and tried to turn from the light. It dropped the branch and scooted backwards away from the edge of the outcrop, as if I had burned it with the light. Holy bleep, I said to myself, and I think I said it out loud. I knew what that was. I pressed myself against the wall that went up to the rock crop. I was hiccuping wildly still, and I just couldn't stop. It was making it hard to draw a breath in, and it sounded ridiculous in the darkness, I'm sure. I could barely get what I had just seen above me. The truth is, I had thought of 1,000 different ways that I could die while doing that job. But being ripped apart had not entered my mind until the last week. But being ripped apart by a Sasquatch had not entered my mind until that very moment. I pulled my rifle around and I flicked the safety off. I didn't care what the rules were. I figured this was an emergency. If that thing stuck its head over the ledge again, it was going to lose its head. I listened, but all I heard was some shuffling noises up there. Then there came another of one of those vocal screams, and it screamed its weird noises like it was mad at me again. Then I heard it breaking branches and leaving the area, or so it seemed. In my head, I was trying to picture where it was going, how it was getting there, because I knew the topography a little bit up there, and I knew that a person couldn't do what it sounded like it was doing. When the other guards get to that area, I do tell them exactly what happened and exactly what I saw. I was so shook up, I had not even thought about how to explain Carlos not being there. So here's how it went down. They got there, and I told them what happened and what I saw. They sure did not believe me. I was called stupid and worse. I was told that I'd probably fallen asleep. Then they made jokes about me partaking of the flower fields, which is strictly forbidden. You don't drink. You don't do any of those things at all while you are on guard duty for one of those special groups down in Mexico, unless you have a death wish. And then one of them asked me, "Hey, where's Carlos?" I was still hiccuping wildly, so I acted like it was all the hiccups and I couldn't answer suddenly. Then I tried to get out that I didn't know. I lied and said that he left when all the commotion started. And again, Carlos hadn't gone far that night because he came around the route to the watch area and announced that he had just gone up to see if he could find a way up there to see who was doing that. There was silence because no one believed him. Again, the topography tells all of us, or it did that night, that someone being up there wasn't likely, and it was even less likely that Carlos could have possibly tried to go up there. Funny thing is, they poked a lot of fun at Carlos after that, believing that whatever had happened that night, when it started, that he ran like a chicken because he was scared and he left me alone to face it. So on the one hand, Carlos went down in a lot of their estimation, and while I hadn't exactly gone up in their estimation because of the story I told them, I wasn't quite on the level with Carlos of running scared. So the thing is, they all knew there were some lies and untold things going on, but not one of them called us on it. There are so many ins and outs of how it all shook out after this event. There were discussions with bosses, and there was just a lot of things going on. It was a complicated political landscape out there at the time. It was a minefield. Somehow I navigated it. I held on for the rest of my time. I don't know how they do things today with flower fields. I don't know if back then other flower fields handled things the way we did. It was my one and only time working for such an organization, and I don't care to ever do it again. The only time they would almost think that what I told them was true was when we talked about the other things that had been happening and about the man who had been ripped apart. Now, I really did and do believe a Sasquatch is what killed that man. I still don't know how, but I think it was a Sasquatch. And I was terrified the remainder of my time there. But that was not a job you just decide to quit one day. They knew and had agreed to when I was leaving, so I stuck it out. I only had 3 weeks to go, and then I was off to college down in Southern California. But the rest of that summer, the stories told again and again were not favorable to either me or Carlos. And boy, did they tell stories. It was pretty difficult, too, because the friend, the one who got me that job, he seemed a bit cooler towards me after that, as if I had impugned his integrity there. I don't know, it might have been something else. He was a strange one, as I later found out. That, too, is another story, unrelated. Also, Carlos did not leave very often after that. And when he did, he didn't leave at night for nearly as long. I never did find out where he was going in the darkness on those nights. Secretly, I hope that if there's a Sasquatch out there and it ever got hungry, I hope it would run across Carlos and eat him. See, another unrelated story that I won't go into, but I will say Carlos was a terrible, terrible person for so many things, and the world would have been better off without him. I have since been told that most times they do not ever let guards walk away from flower farms like that. There's too much risk you could tell someone something. Maybe it was because I had never caused trouble. Maybe because his uncle liked me. Maybe because I was a good kid from the neighborhood they had known for 20-some years. I don't know why, but they let me leave when my time was up, which was what we had agreed at the beginning of the summer. And I never really talked about it, the flower farm or the Sasquatch. And even now, I almost never talk about it. And I never will. When I do talk about it, I only mention a Sasquatch. I never mention the whole setup, for a lot of reasons. As for me now, I've actually gotten 3 different degrees to my name, not to toot my own horn, and I now work for a large firm in Chicago. And I will do nothing to jeopardize that. I have a great life. So please understand, I will not give you any more detail. I am using a throwaway email to send this. I will never get a reply from you, and I will never answer any questions that you might have. I value my life as it is now and simply that it exists. I don't fear talking about the Sasquatch. I fear that organized group from Mexico. You see, I know they're still very active. I do know that. My friend and his uncle, well, they've long since given up the ghost due to a lot of their activities. So I couldn't call in a favor to shield me if I wanted to. Not that I really had any favors to begin with. Maybe it was trying to help me by lowering a limb, that Sasquatch I mean. Maybe it thought I was stuck out there. Then again, thinking about that other man, maybe it was trying to knock me off the ledge. Who can say? But I left that flower farm. And since then, I have never spent much time anywhere that doesn't have some concrete within sight. Never mind national forests. You're going to have to sign me anonymous. Hi, Nance. This is a long and twisted and roundabout email. I just read it completely once I finished it, and I have to say it's a bit of a mess. So do what you want with it. I'm old, and I'm tired of trying to put things in order to make sense out of them. So here we go. I live in Clark, Colorado. This area is mountainous and also rural. From my back porch, I have a clear view of Grouse Mountain and Little Mountain. My mom and dad built this house. Then they added on to it and made it more livable while I was still young. Now it's what you would call a good and proper house. I grew up here and would not and have not wanted to live anywhere else. Over the years, I have seen and heard a fair share of weird things around this area. Most of it I took with a grain of salt, as many of those claims came from newcomers to the area who really weren't used to living away from cities and suburbs. And then some of them came from people who were regular locals, that's true, but they were just plain weird, and some downright untrustworthy. But then again, I myself have witnessed some very strange things, so I now hesitate to call other people's stories untrue. There are a lot of different things that need to go into this email. I thought about it, and I made some bullet points down on a paper notebook so I don't forget anything. But I have no idea how it's all actually going to come out once I start typing. So if this doesn't seem like a smooth story, I am real sorry. As for my house, situationally, what I have told you is about all that I will tell you, other than there are cleared spaces and trees both around the property. But that can be said of most of the houses here. I still live here, and there are very few houses in the area. So just telling you my view of the two mountains, that will narrow me down to maybe 24 homes in the area. So understand, for my privacy, that's as far as I will go on descriptions. I grew up here, and I bought out my siblings' shares when my parents passed on. So, in essence, I have lived here the majority of my life. I also married late in life, and I brought my beautiful bride to live here with me. We never were able to have children, but we were happy here until she passed after a short and furious battle with cancer. That was some decade ago, but I still carry on our tradition of early morning coffee on the back porch, watching the sun from the east spread across the mountainsides. We also love to watch the shadows fall in the evenings, too. One evening, a few years back, we had sat outside on a very frosty evening, all bundled up in our jackets and our coffee in thick insulated mugs. Snow was forecasted overnight. The skies were going to be incredibly clear and bright, and right then the smell of snow in the air was strong and sharp in my nose. We were pushing it, we knew, sitting out there with it being so cold. Normally, we would not sit out in such temperatures, but we figured this might be the last time that we can sit outside, possibly until spring. So we bundled up to enjoy the snow-scented air and to see the crystal-clear navy blue skies dotted with stars that were sure to come that evening. As dusk fell that night, we took up our places out back and settled in. We were sitting and talking about a lot of nothing when my wife said, "Do you see it?" I asked her, "See what?" She pointed far across to the edge of our land and towards the base of Grouse Mountain. I looked, and I saw a large and dark shape, something like a person. It was heading across an open area over to the far edge of the valley, where the trees started thickening up onto the mountainside. It was threading its way in between trees, and then started up the mountainside, and by luck, it chose one of the few routes up that mountainside that we could see for a distance up the side. There were many areas of thinned-out trees and some with no trees, so every now and then we could see its progress. And I knew some of the area that shape was crossing. Much of it is difficult with unexpected rises and steep climbs. I noticed these did not slow the figure down. We saw the figure head up the side of Grouse Mountain until the trees were so thick and the shadows so deep we could no longer see them. When the shape disappeared, my wife asked me, "Well, who do you reckon that was?" I told her I didn't know, and that while I knew a lot of fools in the area, I didn't know any of them to be so stupid as to take off up in the mountains like that with snow coming. And by like that, I meant that the shape didn't seem to be carrying anything. The shape was smooth and fast. It wasn't bumpy, like it was carrying a pack or a tent or anything. I will admit that my old eyes aren't what they once were, even back then, but they are and were still sharp enough to know exactly what I saw. My wife and I sat there a while longer, watching, but it never did show itself again on that evening. We sat out there that night long enough to brew a second pot of coffee and watch our breath come out puffy white when we talked it had gotten so cold. And by then, the stars were glittering in the night sky, and we finally called it a night and went inside. I think I remember that night so well because it would be the last time we sat out there like that, but I didn't know it then. A couple days later, though, I heard a neighbor tell a story about seeing a Sasquatch trying to get into their small greenhouse. For what? Who knows? There was no food or vegetables in there. He said that he fired a shot over its head, and it ran off. He said this was late afternoon, approaching dusk, and he saw it very clear. And the truth is, If I hadn't seen what I saw a few nights before, that I still couldn't identify, well, still, I would have snickered with the rest of them when he told that story. But I wasn't so quick to do so after seeing that shape go up the side of the mountain. And while I don't remember hearing a gunshot when he said this happened, others in the area said they did hear a gunshot that night. I hadn't told anyone what we had seen because, well, it didn't seem important until right then. When I heard his story, I had a rethink on what we had seen. After hearing that story, I was doubly intrigued. I parked myself at the kitchen window that looked out toward the over area all that winter. I was waiting for it to reappear, but it never did. I thought many times about that night that we saw that shape. I thought about it all winter, and it stayed sharp in my mind. Until spring came, that is. You see, early that spring, before the last of the snows had melted away, my wife was diagnosed with stage 3 stomach cancer, and by November, she was gone. She couldn't do the chemotherapy, you see. Every time she tried, she got a lung embolism, and the last one almost killed her when she did try. So she said no more chemotherapy, and came home to rest and go in peace, which is what she did. My wife took her last breaths late that November, looking out at a bright blue sky behind a snow-covered grouse mountain from the large family room windows where her bed was set up. About an hour before she passed, I was holding her hand and her eyes were open. I felt her squeeze my hand, and very quietly she said, "Do you see it?" I was startled. She hadn't spoken for 2 days. So I said, "What? See what? What do I see?" She never did answer me, but she never took her eyes off the mountain. I was so stunned. I was certain she was seeing something out there. I got my binoculars and looked out, but I saw nothing but snow and trees. I sat down, took her hand again, and asked her, "What should I see? What's out there?" But she had drifted off to some kind of deep sleep. "Do you see it?" Those were her last words to me. I get a shiver when I think about that. Those were the words she said to me also the night we saw that shape. "Do you see it?" After she passed, well, I can't tell you much about that whole next year. I existed. Yes, I did, and somehow the bills got paid and the groceries got bought and put away, and I made my sandwiches and I ate, and I kept breathing. But I don't remember much of it at all. What I do remember, though, is her asking me, "Do you see it?" I swear, there were many mornings I woke up with her voice ringing in my ears, saying, "Do you see it? Do you see it?" It haunted me that I didn't know what she saw that last hour, or if she saw anything at all. But I know she believed she did. But what was it? It wasn't until the 2nd year after losing my wife that I felt like I was now again with the living. I was now more than just some meat-covered skeleton that managed to breathe and eat and sleep. I started to feel like blood coursed through my veins again. And I now noticed the meadow flowers in the spring, and I took pleasure in watching the sunrise and the sunset again. I don't think I'd seen them for 2 years. But in everything I did see, I would always tell my wife what I was seeing, as if I was answering her eternal question, "Do you see it?" Yes, I did. I suddenly saw everything. I know I'm getting all sappy telling this. I am very sorry. I can't think about these times without feeling it all over again. And as weird as it is, all of this, losing her question of, "Do you see it?" constantly in my head, all of that is somehow wrapped up with the Sasquatch. I guess because it was a whole time period. I am sorry I don't know how to tell the one without the other. So let me get on with telling the rest of the story. So that second year after she was gone, I noticed many things as I came back to life as I had come to think of it. One thing that popped up was a new TV show that I just noticed called Finding Bigfoot. I clicked past it on the remote and suddenly went back to it. The first couple of episodes were strange to me, but I was compelled to keep watching it. You see, I'd already had an idea of what we might have seen up there on Grouse Mountain. I began to think about that shape we had seen. That's when I thought about my neighbor saying what he saw that night and shot at. I was finally doing some math and getting some possible answers. I wanted to know if that is what I had really seen, and if so, could I see it again? Could I get up close to one? Looking back, I think it may have been just another obsession that my mind was forming to help me cope with grief and loneliness. I had a lot of sudden obsessions at that time. New things to research, to read up on, and fill up notebooks with lots of scribbles, tons of documentaries to watch. I suddenly wanted to understand things like aerodynamics, geology, botany, and other topics like all things paleontological, and so many more things. And I somehow wound my way to cryptozoology, which of course became my biggest interest of all. So when I say I was obsessed, I mean I was obsessed with a great many things, and all of them started out as just a coping mechanism for grief. I began sitting out on my back porch with binoculars every evening and every morning. I had read and heard that Sasquatch are most active during those times, in addition to the whole night. But months went by, and I saw nothing all that spring and summer. I saw many other wonderful things that I probably would have missed if I had not been sitting out there. But I did not see what I was looking for. I would sit out there in the darkness sometimes, and I would talk to my wife as if she were still sitting in the other rocker. And to my mind, she was there. I would talk to her about this creature that we had seen, and I would tell her all the things I had learned and read. Now, you can go ahead and laugh if you want, but as an older man with no children and no family nearby, well, it was a good way to ease my loneliness. At night, I would sit there in the eerie, quiet darkness and listen for anything unusual out there. But I never heard anything that I was unable to identify. Now, late that summer, I felt strong enough and clear enough of mind to go exploring up Grouse Mountain. That seemed a good place to start, since that was last where I saw it. I saw many things that I thought might have been bedding areas big enough for a Sasquatch. I saw many broken and bent trees. I saw many different formations of trees put together. I saw saplings braided together in a decorative way and bent over. Those trees were too thick for a man's hand to do that, but maybe they were still young and pliable enough for something stronger, say such as a Sasquatch, to have done it. I observed mounds of scat that was from nothing identifiable. And every evening that I would come home, late in the darkness, I would hear my wife ask me, "Did you see it?" And every night I would shake my head wearily and I would say, "No, honey, I didn't see it that day," but I would keep looking. Another thing that summer, I happened to hear that someone said they were harassed and chased down Hans Peak Trail by what they said was a Bigfoot. Now, Hans Peak is barely 3 miles as the crow flies from where I live. So I soaked up all the fifth and sixth hand details that were told to me, as much as I could. They were all sketchy and conflicting, but I tried to track down who told who what, to try to get back to the original person that was supposedly chased, but I had no luck. I went up Hans Peak myself several times. The peak itself wasn't interesting. It's open and rocky. Great views, but probably not somewhere a Sasquatch would hang out. I was sure the incident occurred along the trail to the peak, and that goes through forest. I was just about to give up on Hans Peak, but I went up again anyway. On my way up that trail on that one occasion, I suddenly had a skin-crawling moment. I heard several tree-falling sounds. It was a sunny day. There was no breeze or wind. We had not had any bad weather recently that could weaken trees. More interestingly, I would hear a tree fall. Then 7 to 10 seconds later, I would hear splintering, and another tree would fall. This happened 4 times in a row. Now, I've lived in Colorado my whole life, but I have never known trees to fall like dominoes in such an orderly fashion. I was curious, and I wanted to see for myself what this could be. I had an idea, but I thought for sure it would turn out to be nothing. But I set off in the direction that I heard the trees falling anyway. I followed it as well as I could, but after a minute or two, I wasn't sure if I was still going the right way anymore. The trees weren't falling, so I was kind of guessing. I kept going anyway, telling myself that if I didn't find something soon, I'd turn back. I did not want to get lost on the side of that mountain. But I did find them, and I found a lot of them. I came out of thick forest into an area where the pines were more sparse. It wasn't a meadow exactly, but a more open spot on the mountainside. I stood in awe of what I was seeing. I counted 27 broken pines there, almost in circles. Most were blonde wood, fresh where the breaks were. I knew then this was not usual forest breakage. This was too controlled. All the breaks were roughly the same height on the trees, and all the trees pointed in the same direction, which gave it a circular appearance in rings. Like I said, I've lived in Colorado most of my life. I knew this was deliberate. I spent several minutes there, looking around the area carefully, just to make sure there was no other explanation for what I was seeing. After a few minutes, I suddenly froze up inside. I had another skin-crawling moment. I had the distinct feeling I was not alone. I didn't know if it was a dangerous animal that was coming near me or a person. I had had this feeling before in the forest. Once it was a bear, another time a moose, and another time a couple of dangerous individuals. But I digress. I knew in that moment I was not alone there. I could feel a very hard stare directed toward me. My face flushed hot, and I had a micro sweat break out all over me. I had been kneeling by a broken tree, looking at the fresh break. I slowly stood up and did a slow circle looking around. All I saw were trees that had been broken. But as I made the circle, something stuck out as odd to me. There was one stump in the distance, way at the outer edge of the rings of broken trees. It looked as if it had been burned by fire years ago, but it had been worn smooth by the wind and the rain. The dark color was so very different from all the broken trees and stumps. They were covered with gray and brown pine bark, but not this stump. This dark, burned stump was about 4 feet tall and was roughly about 100 feet away from me. I don't think that it would have stood out to me so easily, except for the dark color. I was curious about it, and I couldn't shake the feeling I wasn't alone. And I can't tell you why, but I started walking directly towards that dark stump. I wanted to have a look at it. I got as close as 20 feet from it, and the tree stump suddenly grew to about 7 feet tall. It sprouted long legs and walked away very fast. It stood up just as I got close enough to discern that the detail I saw was fur, not burned tree bark, and that it seemed to have some long lines wrapping all around it. Those lines became arms when it stood up. When it stood up, its side was facing to me. Then it turned to put its back to me and to walk away. I then had the unsettling realization that it had been squatting and was all wrapped around itself nice and tight, and it had one eye on me probably, the whole time as I boldly approached it. I thank my lucky stars that it walked away from me and not toward me, because it would have been no contest if it came at me. Even at that time, I was becoming an older man, and not the strong youth that I once had been. Shucks, even in my prime, I would have been no match for that Sasquatch, which I do believe was male, because I saw nothing to tell me otherwise. I can't give you a better description than anyone else of what it looked like. It was big, it was wide, it moved fast, and it was covered in dark fur, and its legs looked incredibly powerful and muscular. I saw it from the side, and then I saw its backside, which looked much as you would expect. It did have wide shoulders, and when it walked, I did see the shoulder muscles moving. When I turned to finally leave the area after a few minutes because I was a little disoriented, I had to stop and think clearly because I didn't want to go in the wrong direction and get myself lost on the mountain. I knew my mountains at home well, but I did not know this mountain by hand. I looked behind me several times as I left to make sure that it wasn't coming after me, but it was long gone and I did not see it at all. All the way home, I kept saying out loud, "Yes, yes, I saw it. I did see it. I saw it." I said it as if my wife could finally hear me. And who knows, maybe she could. But I couldn't stop thinking about it, and I was determined to go back up to Hans Peak a few more times before the snows fell. But I did not make it back up there that year for a variety of reasons. But I did think about it all winter long. I was of a mind to call some of those groups or some other people about it. But I had seen how that had gone for some other people that I know in the area, so I wasn't going that route. Now, when spring came, I went back up the trail to Hans Peak. I thought I knew where it was that I had gone off trail and found all the broken trees. But I spent several days trying to find those broken trees. I never did find them again. I tried on various trips to the area, and I never found them, but I'm certain I know where they should have been, and I have been stumped that I cannot find them again. I've asked if anyone I know has come across any in that area, but everyone says no. I have finally given up. It's been many years now, and I am now into my 70s. It's been a few more years since I've climbed the trail up to Hans Peak. Truth is, I'm getting too old to be doing that, especially on my own. I also have a pending knee replacement, so for the moment, any such activities as that, well, they're not an option at all for me. I still keep a watch over Grouse Mountain and on Little Mountain. I keep my ears peeled to listen for noises in the night, though I've never heard anything suspicious. I believe Sasquatch is still out there. I think they're roaming the nearby mountains, and maybe someday I will see one again. Maybe I'm just an old man getting all sappy and connecting all kinds of things that probably really mean nothing. But ever since that day, whenever I wake up and I hear my wife ask me, "Do you see it?" Or if I hear her voice and it comes to me in the darkness late at night when I'm sitting outside, and she asks me, "Did you see it?" I answer her without hesitation, "Yes, I see it. And yes, I have seen it." Every day I miss her more than the day before. You can call me the lonely man at the foot of the mountain. The story I'm about to tell you is so incredible. Well, I don't blame you if you don't want to use it on your channel. And if you do, I don't blame your listeners if they don't believe it. My friend Aaron was at my house one day. This was in 1992. While there, Aaron's dad called and told him that some land that belonged to some people they knew was finally going to go up for sale. These people's grandparents or someone had finally passed on, and they had been waiting to settle things with other family members before they could sell the property. Well, now things were settled, and they were about to sell it. And they said since they knew his parents, they'd cut a deal if Aaron bought it so they could skip the hassle of selling. There were people at the property that day, they said, but after that, they didn't know when they'd be back. They lived in Pittsburgh. By the way, this land was near the Pennsylvania and West Virginia borders. It was only about 40 miles from where I lived in West Virginia, so we hopped in my truck and headed to the property. We did get a little lost, but we eventually found it. Remember, this was 1992, so no Google Maps, just directions written on the back of an envelope and a big book road atlas. We got there, and we did talk with the man and woman that were there. We took some time and looked over the house, and it was pretty much in the shape you'd expect. It was rural, and the people that had lived there hadn't done much upkeep the last 10 years of their lives due to sickness, and then it had sat empty for almost a year after they had passed on. But the house had good structure, and it mostly just needed cosmetic work, so Aaron was interested. When we came back out of the house, the skies were just beginning to cloud up. We had been in the house maybe 20 minutes or so, but it was a big noticeable difference in the air than when we went in. We still wanted to look at the land, so we decided we had better hurry. The man told us that the property had recently been surveyed because there were other relatives that lived over on the next property, and there had been a long-running dispute about where the property line was long before their family member passed on, which is part of what held up the settling of the estate and the sale of the land. He then told us that after the surveyors had left, they had gone out and placed very visible neon orange spray paint marks on the trees inside the property line. These marks were double rings around the entire trees, and they were about 6 feet in the air. He said what he did was he held up his arm, walked around the tree, spraying the paint in a big circle, then repeated it just a few inches lower. Now, he was probably 6 feet tall, so these rings may have been taller than that, of course. He said he spaced them out so when you stood next to one, you would see the next one on the horizon. So we started at the low point of the eastern edge of the property, and sure enough, we could see those neon orange paint rings clear as day. He wasn't kidding. You could see them a long way in the forest. We followed them all around the perimeter of the property with no trouble. We came down the far side of the property, and we decided to walk diagonally up the hill to the farthest point of the land, then crisscross in the opposite direction to the next hill, which was still part of the property. We wanted to look at the interior of the land and down into the low point between the hills, which we just couldn't see from walking the perimeters. I should add that the lay of this land was flat where the house was, up near the road. From there, it started going up a hill that was heavily wooded. Then it went back down over that hill and up over across the next top of the next hill. I believe it was somewhere around 84 acres total. We began walking diagonally, and we kept walking, and walking, and walking some more. We finally stopped at one point because we both knew that somehow we had to have missed the property-marked trees. We just couldn't figure out how, as they were never spaced that far apart. And that neon orange paint, I'm telling you, it fluoresced brightly, and it caught your attention from very far away. We decided it was time to turn back, and we stood at the top of the second hill, or what we thought was the second hill, and we found a point to look back and down through the trees to gauge where we were at. But something was wrong. It didn't look like the same land that we had just walked through. Just hear me out on this. I know this sounds crazy, but I'm going to tell it to you the only way I know how, which is how we experienced it. Now, the whole time, the skies above us had been getting darker and darker, and we were sure it was just about to let loose with a storm any minute. Now, at the exact moment that we turned around to go back, I said the land looked different, right? Well, it did. I looked over at Aaron, and I saw it on his face, too. He could feel something was wrong. We were not some city boys. We did not get lost in the woods. We grew up in the woods. We played ditch out in the woods with friends in the darkness, and we never got lost. We knew to take note of the land as we went along, especially if it was land we were unfamiliar with. And we both had been doing that all along. But what I saw when we turned around, I'm telling you, it was not the same terrain we had just walked through. The land I looked down on now was much thicker with tree growth. I saw at once that many of the trees I saw did not seem to be the types of trees we had just walked through. The land we walked through had been mostly aspen, locust, hemlocks, and pine trees. And they weren't ancient old-growth trees either. But the trees I was looking down on now, they were huge, towering oaks, cedars, hickory, and poplars. It was a very different landscape altogether. I tried to chalk it up to maybe I was tired, and maybe I had just misidentified every single tree that we had walked by on our way up to that point. But when I looked back at the trees down that hill and up through the next that I could see, back the way that should have been where we came from, well, I'm telling you, as I did that, when I turned, it felt like I was in some kind of an electrical storm, as if all the hair over me stood up, like it did when you were a kid and you ran too fast on the carpet. Remember that? Static electricity. That's what it felt like. Now, neither of us said anything, which now looking back I find strange because we both have admitted we both felt something right then. Instead, we just started walking. The air also started feeling more humid and warm as we started walking. Then there were a few bursts of very cold breezes. They would just come out of nowhere. In our area in West Virginia, well, that means we have a mean storm about to hit. When you have that warm, humid air clashing with cold air, that's the perfect recipe for dangerous weather. I mentioned it to Aaron, and he said, yeah, he felt the cold breezes too. So we started hot-footing it on down the hill. We weren't going diagonal anymore. We just went straight down. We planned to make a straight beeline. We figured wherever we bottomed out, we should be able to follow the next hill up and over and down to the house. But that didn't happen. When we got to where it bottomed out, so to speak, we suddenly walked into an open break in the tree canopy overhead. And suddenly, there was sun, a lot of it. There was an open area right in front of us, maybe 100 feet wide between the tree canopies. In the middle of that area was a thin stream. It was maybe 2 or 3 feet wide, and it was very shallow. But the area there showed signs that that stream was often much bigger. There were mossy rocks and dried muddy flats stretching 15 or 20 feet out on both sides of the water. I looked left and right, and the stream ran as far as I could see in both directions. Now this made no sense. Given the path that we had taken, we would have had to cross this stream at some point on our diagonal once we came down from the first hill. Now Aaron and I talked about it. Then we decided that the only explanation for this was, well, the stream must have stopped somewhere along the way, or maybe it withered down to a little tiny trickle, and we stepped right over it, not knowing. What else could we think? That was reasonable and rational. So we decided to walk along the stream in the direction that had us heading back to the point that we would have crossed it at some point. Now we knew from the sun we were going in the right direction. We walked up the stream 100 yards or so, and suddenly we saw some shapes up ahead. By the way, the stream had gotten noticeably wider by that point, and seemed to be even wider up in the distance. We stopped when we saw those shapes. They were about 30 yards ahead of us on the side of the stream. There were 3 different shapes that I could see. They were very dark. Then I saw fur-covered. Aaron and I gave each other a look, and then he nodded over to the right, and I nodded yes back. We had been hunting together since we were boys, so I knew what that meant. Get out of sight, over there. I could hold down a few branches of the bush that I was now behind, and I could look at an angle down the stream so I could see better. I was fully expecting the shapes that we saw to be bears. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time that we'd walked right up on some black bears out there in the woods. And from this distance, we figured if we gave it a wide berth and went behind them, we could just continue on. That was the plan. It had worked before. And we had nothing with us but our pocket knives. We just came out to look at some land, and we just jumped up and took off right at the last second. So we had to be very careful while we were out there. The whole while, we could hear little bitty splashes and some other noises coming from down the stream. When we stopped and really listened and started to look, me and Aaron just looked at each other like saying, "What the heck? Naw, can't be." Those dark furry things were no more bears than I am. The 3 shapes were, I believed at the time, a small family. Then I suddenly saw there was actually a 4th one I had not seen. It was very small, and it was sitting on the other side of one of the larger ones that was sitting on the side of the stream. There was also a very large one. I took it to be the male. It was sitting behind the group. It was sitting on its haunches, maybe 10 feet away from them along the stream. It seemed to be keeping watch over them. The other large one I took to be a female, and I did see proof of that. But it was sitting sideways on its hip at the edge of the stream. It was leaning over, keeping a hold on the 3rd one, which was larger than the smaller one that was sitting by her, but it still wasn't even a third of the female's size. It was a juvenile, but older than the other one. It was sitting in the stream, sitting in the water that seemed to come all the way up to its chest. It was splashing and playing as the female rubbed water all over its fur. I guess it was washing it. I was mesmerized watching this. I took a look over at Aaron, and he was just staring at the little group in fascination too. I could still hear splashing, and then I heard a shrieking noise like I have never heard. It rattled in my ears and my chest. It was awful. I swear it sounded like something from a dinosaur movie. Whatever it was, it startled the little group at the stream as well. The female yanked the juvenile out of the water and scooped up the little one with the other arm. The male was on his feet in half a second and had a large club now in his hands. It must have been right beside him the whole time. He pushed the female and the little ones behind him into the darkness under the trees. I thought, well, okay, that's that. Whatever they are, they're gone now. I didn't know what had just happened, but I signaled to Aaron to get ready to move. I was going to give them some time to get gone. Then I wanted to keep moving in the direction we needed to go. But that didn't happen. Just when we were about to move, the little group came right back out. I guess the male decided the threat was now gone, but he stayed on his feet and kept looking around. He seemed especially focused on the opposite side of the opening, up in the trees on that side. So here's the thing that will really be hard for you to believe. Through all of this weirdness, I knew and yet didn't know exactly what they were. I remember thinking, wow, they're Bigfoots. At the same time, I remember having no reaction to thinking that. At that second, they were just another obstacle to getting out of, whatever predicament we were in. And to be clear, I knew we were in some kind of predicament. I just didn't know what. I'm still not sure I know what, but we'll get to that. The juvenile hopped right back into the stream and kept dunking itself in the water. I'm not sure it was only playing. Maybe it really had gotten into something. The female took the tiny one now and held it by its long arms and started doing an upsy-daisy motion with its legs into the water. The baby did not like that and started to make some noise. The female yanked it up and held it up close to her face and then covered its mouth with her hand. I heard it try to make some more noise, but it was muffled. In a second, it was quiet and had quit struggling. For just a moment, I thought she had killed it, but then she held it out by the arms again and did the same dunking motion into the stream. She only dunked it in to about the waist. It seemed to me that she was mostly trying to bathe its little bottom. It had probably made some messes. I watched this, fascinated, all the while not reacting to it. And the thing was, I knew I should have been reacting to it, but it felt like I was in a catatonic state or some kind of shock. I was aware of how incredible all of this was, but I was not acting accordingly. I know, it doesn't make sense to me either, but that's how it was. So this goes on for maybe 2 or 3 more minutes, and then the male steps forward, and I hear a weird sound, like a voice. It was deep and gruff. It might have been speaking, or it might have just been making some kind of noise. I only heard the sound of it from that distance, not what it distinctly was, if you can make that distinction. Then the female pulled the littlest one out of the water, and it wrapped itself around her and then held on to her fur. At the same time, the other juvenile also got out of the stream. And of course, where did they start walking? That's right down the stream area, right towards us. At this point, we really couldn't move. We would definitely be seen. And if we didn't move, we might be seen, and we might not be seen. I hoped their eyesight would go right over us as they walked. I held my breath as they walked ever closer and closer. The male was on point, and his gaze was going everywhere. At about 20 feet from us, the male slowed down and then came to a stop. Oh, crap, I thought. In a second, he made a beeline right for where we were. It all happened so fast, I almost didn't have time to react, but it's a good thing I did. He came down on the bush that was hiding us with that huge club, barely missing me, and he only missed because I had rolled sideways and away when I saw it coming. There was all kinds of scrabbling and noises as the male started searching the bush, and we were scrambling out, trying to get on our feet. I had just gotten to my feet and was about to run when I heard Aaron pitifully screech, "No, no, no." I turned to look, and the male had Aaron's arm with one hand, and the other hand had the club held high, about to hit him. Aaron was begging and pleading. I watched as the male's face went through a slideshow of different expressions. I think he was confused. It was like he had never seen a human before. All I could do was watch as the male pulled Aaron closer and sniffed him. Now, it sounds like a simple thing, but it was chilling to watch and hear. I was only 5 or 6 feet from them. That male could have just as easily grabbed me if he dropped his club, and he wouldn't have needed a club to kill us. The male drew long, deep breaths on Aaron's scent. Then he looked right into Aaron's face, only inches away. By then, Aaron had stopped begging. He knew it was futile, and he was sure he was about to die no matter what. The male suddenly let go of Aaron's arm and then quickly grabbed a handful of Aaron's shirt so fast I hardly saw it. The male was feeling the material, and he looked puzzled. He pulled the material away from Aaron's chest and seemed alarmed when it was able to do so, but he still didn't let Aaron go. I had been watching the male's face the whole time, and it was all the things people say. It was more human than animal, but at the same time, there was something in his reddish-brown eyes that seemed distant and animal-like more than human-like. I didn't see human intelligence in it. The eyes were rounded in the middle, but then pulled to almond points at each end, and there was white around the middle of the eyes, which were colored a reddish-brown. They were the color of old red ink, not shiny, but they were brown-hued and red all at once. The brow bone was very large, and the jaws had a powerful look to them, and they sat low on the collarbone and chest. The head was rounded and slanted upward. It was large, as Bigfoot seemed to be. I'm sitting here looking at the height of the ceiling in my office, which is in the older part of the house. I know it's an 8-foot ceiling in here. So I look at that, and I imagine the Bigfoot, and it's no stretch for me to say that Bigfoot was over 8 feet tall. The female was shorter, perhaps the 7-foot range, but both were wide across the chest. The male was incredibly muscular, but the female had her own set of muscles, to be sure. Either way, I wouldn't have wanted to tangle with either of them, not even for a thumb wrestling match. Again, all of this is classic Bigfoot description, I know. I've read hundreds of people's encounters and probably listened to hundreds more online, and I just can't find a better way to tell you what they look like. Oh, there was one other thing I noticed that I've never heard anyone else say. I noticed that there was something moving in spots on its fur. Lice, maybe? Do gorillas and apes and other primates, do they get lice? Or fleas? I don't know, maybe it was fleas. But I saw the fur on its face move at times when it held still, and I don't mean from muscles under the fur. Now, the longer the male held Aaron, the more I was sure we were not getting out of this alive. I was trying desperately to think of what to do, but what can you do? We didn't have any kind of weapon. The male had stopped looking at Aaron's shirt and was now staring him dead in the face, just inches away. By then, Aaron was so scared he had squeezed his eyes shut, resigned to whatever fate was to come, and I don't blame him. You've heard the expression of being saved by the bell, right? Well, this time we were saved by the shriek. It was the same chest-rattling, ear-splitting shriek we had heard earlier as it echoed down the stream area. The alarm that came to the male's face was clear. He dropped Aaron like a potato and then pushed the rest of his little group past us deeper into the woods. The female gave us a glance as she stepped past us. I saw the face of the little one that was clutching her fur. Its eyes were wide with fear, as were the other juvenile, who kept looking over their shoulder back to the stream. Whatever was making that sound had to be pretty bad to make them run. I no more thought that than I swear. It felt like the ground was shuddering, like something large was walking. Overhead I heard animals skittering, shrieking, and running from the treetops. I saw small animals jump from tree to tree. What kind of animals were those? I wondered. They sure weren't squirrels, and I thought I knew all the animals in West Virginia. Then strangely the thought came, I wasn't so sure I was in West Virginia anymore. My self-preservation kicked in, and I helped Aaron up, and we started running. Not exactly behind the Bigfoot group, but in that direction, veering further over another way. I remember as I ran thinking, this isn't happening. This isn't happening. I must have taken a fall while we were out. That's it. I'm hallucinating. I'm going to wake up any minute in the hospital, or maybe on the ground with Aaron standing over me calling my name. because there is no way I'm in some kind of time warp with a Bigfoot. And that's exactly what my brain told me. Time warp with a Bigfoot and maybe some dinosaurs running around. There's no way. And yes, my mind actually kept saying that to me over and over. It said, "Shaney, old boy, you done walked into a time warp. That's what you did." We ran on for a while, still hearing that shrieking far behind us, but it seemed to be fading as we ran. We were now heading back over what should have been the first hill. Then I had that electrical storm feeling all over again. Then there was suddenly rain coming down on us in torrents. We were slipping, trying to go uphill. But I noticed the trees now looked like normal trees, like the kind we had walked in under. Not some huge, ancient canopy of trees that were ancient and had never been logged or thinned out. The ground underfoot, even that felt different and smelled different. The wet air with the rain, well, that smelled normal too. Now there was one moment, though, just one moment, right before that last electrical storm feeling, or whatever you want to call it. Right before that moment, I heard a screech above. It was different, though. It was different from what we had left behind. I looked up, and I swear to you, I think I saw an ancient flying thing through the trees. Let's just call it a thunderbird. But you know the creature I mean, don't you? Anyway, when we crested that hill, we came face to face with a tree sporting 2 neon orange rings. So that meant we were nowhere near where we thought we were. So where had we been? Or when had we been? When we got back to the house, the man and woman, well, they were far gone. We were so shook up, I wasn't sure I was fit to drive us out of there. But I did. Now, this is so crazy. I know most people won't believe it. Maybe we didn't go into a time warp. And maybe I didn't really see a thunderbird. And maybe there is a perfectly reasonable explanation for the shrieking animal down by the stream and for the way the ground shook. But we did absolutely see a Bigfoot. And Aaron did come within a hair of getting his brains clubbed out of his head by a huge male Bigfoot. I will swear that to my dying day, and I'll swear it from further beyond. I know, I can't explain all of this. I can only tell you what happened as we experienced it. Of course, Aaron did not buy that land. He said they could have given that to him for free, and he would not have signed on the dotted line. We have never been able to figure out how it is we went 2 hills further than the property, or how we could have missed the property marks. But somehow we did. In the end, I don't have any explanations. I have theories. I have thoughts. I believe that day I did get stuck in a time warp with not 1, but technically 4 Bigfoots. So, make of it whatever you want. I swear to my dying day, that's what happened. Signed, Shane. Dear Nance, I have a long story to tell you. I can say that now. I mean, about how long it is. I just finished writing it, and I went back through to proofread it, so I know this got to be a very long email. I'm going to apologize up front to all those people who like stories that get straight to the Bigfoot. I understand. I get impatient listening to stories too. But in this one, I think getting a little sense of the events that led up to the Bigfoot and getting a sense of who this involves is important to the story. Otherwise, I could just say, my brother-in-law saw a Bigfoot, liked to take them food. I saw one once, and we could call this story done. Well, that's not much fun, is it? And it doesn't really tell you the story. I spent a lot of time bringing up many memories and emotions that I had not experienced in a very long time, some of which I had not touched upon in my memory in decades. But as I unpacked all of my memories, I found more and more that I had forgotten and I dove more deeply into those memories from decades ago. I will be 65 years old this summer, and to touch on these feelings and memories from so long ago, well, it's been incredibly powerful. Some of them are very sad for me, but mostly they are warm and bright memories of the crazy and wonderful family that I married into. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you have some patience, please, I request that you stay seated for the entire performance. All right, everyone, curtains up. Here we go. When I was at Ohio University, I met and fell in love with the girl that would become my wife. Her name was Tabitha, and believe you me, she was as bewitching as her name sounds. A few months after we had been dating came the inevitable, "I'd like you to meet my family" moment. At this point, she had met my parents when they came to Athens to visit me, and now it would be my turn to meet her family. Only we were going to stay the weekend with them at their house not far from Marietta, Ohio. In the back of my head, I kept hearing my father's stern voice, who many times had said to me, "You don't just marry the girl. You marry the family too, so choose wisely, son." I think he was speaking from his own experience, as my mother's family, shall we say, had some very shady characters. This was in 1982, and while the world was slowly changing, it had not changed enough that I had any expectation of staying in the same room as Tabitha that weekend. Today, no one bats an eye at some college-age couples and sometimes even high school sweethearts shacking up together in the same room at family functions. But take yourself back to 1982. It was a very different world. If you lived in it, you know what I mean. Think about it. Ronald Reagan was in the White House. Princess Diana was still young and had just given birth to Prince William. The first streaks of punk rock were rippling into the United States from across the ocean from the UK. Walter Cronkite was still on the evening news, and societal notions of what was and was not acceptable never included sleeping in the same room as your girlfriend in her parents' house. In short, society, at least in Ohio, especially rural Ohio, was still very conservative. As we drove from Athens to her parents' home located in a rural hilly township just beyond Marietta, Tabitha went over once again all the do's and don'ts when I got to her family's house, and alerted me to all the peculiarities of each family member and what to expect that weekend in general. All of her requests and instructions seemed quite normal, until she dropped a large, what I call, kook bomb on me. A kook bomb was my code word ever since 1982 for all the weird things that I would eventually discover about her family. And believe me, I discovered more than a few. Even long after we were married, she would start to tell me this or that about some person in her family, and I would stop her and say, wait, are you going to drop a kook bomb on me? To which she would usually playfully smack my arm, giggle, and then proceed to finish telling me all the latest news about whoever she had started telling me. Now, that also means it was almost always a kook bomb that she dropped on me. But the biggest kook bomb that she ever dropped on me in the 38 years that I was under her spell was the one she dropped on me that day as we drove toward her family's home. I remember I was driving that little 1976 Datsun wagon that my parents had bought used for me to take to university. My father was in the Air Force, and they were stationed at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base near Dayton, Ohio, and before they handed me the keys to that little wagon, I had to promise to call home every week at the very minimum, and I had to promise to drive home at least one weekend every month during the school year. And it turned out that was the sole reason they bought that car for me. They didn't want me to have a reason not to come home. And for the record, I believe I kept my word on both of those requests. Early on in our relationship, Tabitha had told me that she had a younger brother named Jamie who had Down syndrome. Again, take yourself back to 1982. It was a very different world, and not everyone was kind about Jamie or his condition. There were people who avoided Tabitha completely once they learned her brother had Down syndrome. Now see, today we see people with Down syndrome out and about in society quite often. But in 1982, that was rare. Most Down children, at least in most of Ohio that I knew of, well, they typically did not go home with their parents from the hospital after they were born. It's a sad, terrible thing to mention, but it was the way things were. As a result, it was less common to see Down syndrome's children in everyday life. I still remember Cicely, that was Tabitha's mother, crying as she told me about the very day that Jamie was born. She was holding little Jamie for the first time. She was still reeling from giving birth, dealing with afterbirth, and a well-meaning nurse leaned into Cicely and said, quote, "You know you don't have to take him home. There are places better suited to handle a mongoloid child." Unquote. Cicely said that was the word she used, the nurse, a mongoloid. Cicely was horrified. That was her baby, and she was taking him home, and she would raise him to the best of her ability no matter what, and no one was going to stop her. And heaven help you if you called her child a name like a mongoloid, or if you used that other word, the R word. And the thing is, those were acceptable words way back then. But Cicely was ahead of her time, and she would have none of it. Again, 1982. It was a different world for sure. I tell you these things not to shock you or to upset you, but to tell you truthfully about the nature of the people that I was about to meet. In a simple sentence, they were the kindest, most loving, honest, and most steadfast people with a strong sense of family that I've ever had the good fortune of knowing. In many ways, they were better than my own family. And even with all that kookiness, heck, maybe they were so awesome because of all the kookiness. So anyway, what was the big kook bomb that she laid on me as we drove? Well, Tabitha told me there were several Bigfoot on her family's property, and that her brother Jamie had formed a special bond with them. She thinks they had a mutual fascination, and that Jamie had actually seemed to have made friends with more than one of them. I remember looking over at Tabitha as I drove. I looked at her so long that she had to yell at me to go back to watch the road. I remember thinking, what have I gotten myself into? But it was too late to back out now. We were less than 10 miles from her family's place. I remember looking at the high ridges that were covered in heavy forest on both sides of the 2-lane road we were driving on, and I had to wonder, were those banjos I heard in the distance? "Bigfoot, huh?" I finally asked her. "Yeah," she said. "Jamie's the only one that they will come near." "Right," I said. "That makes sense." Yeah, I can't lie. The needle on my kook bomb meter was buried over into the red zone. "No, really," she said. I heard the exasperated tone in her voice. "Listen, I just don't want you to make fun of Jamie if he starts talking about it. He doesn't have a lot that he likes to talk about, but he does like to talk about them." Now somehow, what I heard from all of that she said was, "Jamie lives in a fantasy world. Don't tear down the white picket fence that he built up around that world." So I agreed that I would not poke fun at Jamie over Bigfoot. When we got to her parents' home, I was very relieved to find the sound of no banjos, and it was indeed a lovely, normal, non-kooky home. And the people I met, well, they weren't quite as kooky as my mind had made them out to be. Well, not at first, anyway. That came later. Herb and Cicely were lovely people, and Jamie, he was an exuberant boy of 14 who both liked knowing that he had your attention, and yet got shy and turned red because he knew he had your attention. I hadn't been there an hour when Jamie wanted to tell me all about his Bigfoot friends. At first I was only half listening, because I already believed that this young boy was just isolated and lonely, and he had made up these friends in his head. I thought maybe he'd seen like the $6 Million Man episode with Bigfoot or something else on television, and from there decided to make up his imaginary friends. Either way, I wanted Jamie to know that I would listen to him, that what he said mattered. I had made up my mind about that long before we ever got there, after Tabitha told me about a lot of the treatment that Jamie had received over the years. But as I listened to Jamie, what caught my attention was the detail he was going into. He had names for each of them. There were 3, Fred, Wilma, and Barney. Now, those weren't unusual, I guess, and I'm sure imaginary friends usually do have names. But as he described them in such detail, including what they liked and didn't like, well, he even included the sounds they made. Talked about how Fred was grumpy, and Wilma didn't let him get near Jamie because of that. He talked about how Barney was already taller than him, but he remembered when he was smaller than him, even though Barney was younger than him, that he was taller than him. Jamie had a lot of details, and from what I understood, Barney was Fred and Wilma's son. Yes, Jamie did watch the Flintstones, and I'm sure that is where the names came from. Anyway, I asked Jamie how he met his Bigfoot friends, and he said that they had come down to talk to him one day when he was out in the yard. After that, they came down to see him sometimes, and whenever he could, he would go up to the hill and see them. I looked over at Herb and Cicely. They had heard every word of what Jamie said. To be truthful, Jamie was the first person with Down syndrome that I had ever really talked to up to that point in my life. I mean, I had seen other children with Down syndrome, but most were being raised by their elderly grandparents, and they tended to just silently follow along with their grandparents. Usually their gaze was cast down at the ground. They seemed to exist more than live. I thought that was typical for Down syndrome children, having never seen anything else. But I quickly learned how wrong that idea was. I understood that it was very important to Jamie that I not just listened to him, but that I believed him. I assured him I did. Of course, I really didn't. Not right then, anyway. That weekend I met more of Tabby's family that came over for a barbecue, and all of them seemed to indulge Jamie with his Bigfoot talk, but I don't think any of them took him seriously. I found out that this had been going on since he was about 12. I also saw that Jamie had one of those Bigfoot action figures from the $6 Million Man show, and he carried it with him everywhere. When I saw that, I thought, aha, that's it. That's how all this started. This lonely, isolated child built a whole world around this little tiny action figure. I couldn't have been more wrong. As for Herb and Cicely and what they believed and what they knew, I can tell you that I know Herb believed him. I think Cicely did too, but in a slightly different way. They were vigilant parents, and they did all they could to discourage it and to keep an eye on Jamie and to not let him outside alone. One night, Herb and I were outside talking. We were talking about it, and I said that I figured it was just something Jamie had made up because maybe he was lonely. Herb went quiet for just a second. Then very quietly he said, "Listen, I'll tell you why I believe him. Because I saw one of those things myself." You could have knocked me over with a feather. When Herb told me this, I had gotten to already know him a little bit, and I knew he wasn't the kind to tell tales. So when he told me he saw one, I listened up. He said he had been up in the woods on their little trail after some pretty intense storms had rolled through. He was looking for fallen trees or damaged trees that could be marked to take down. They were always looking to put up more firewood to season, he said. He was walking straight up the trail when he saw a dark human shape, but it was very large, and it was vectoring to intersect him from the tree line. It ended up on the trail about 25 feet ahead of him. Whether it actually meant to run into him or not, Herb said he couldn't say for sure. He had been up and down that trail and over to the other side of that ridge probably 1,000 times in the 20-plus years they had lived there, and he had never seen anything like what he saw that day. He said the thing came to a stop on the trail, and it stared him down. This was a behemoth of a creature, he said. It looked powerful enough to rip a horse in half, never mind what it could do to a human. They had a moment of uncomfortable eye contact. Well, at least it was uncomfortable for Herb, he said. The Bigfoot seemed to be in a neutral stare, but Herb said that he felt that it could turn at any second. Herb said he didn't think twice. He started backing down the trail as quickly as he could without turning and running. He said it stood there, and it looked at him for several seconds as he retreated, before it went on to cross the side of the hill. There was something in the way Herb told me that story that made me believe every word he said. But if I believed Herb, well, didn't that mean that I should probably believe Jamie too? Now things seemed more serious, and I listened to Jamie more carefully when he talked about his Bigfoot friends. Herb also told me that they spent a lot of time making sure Jamie did not wander up into the trees on the hill, as he seemed to always be trying to do. But like any determined child, Jamie did manage to elude his parents more than once, and immediately he would make a beeline up the hill into the trees. When Jamie was not successful at eluding his parents, he would stand at the back fence of their yard and yell up into the hillside. Cicely had caught Jamie making sandwiches one time and throwing them as far as he could into the trees. When asked, Jamie said that he had promised his friends some food. Nothing Herb or Cicely did or said could make Jamie stop this behavior. One day Cicely said she indulged Jamie and pretended to be happy to help him make some sandwiches for his friends. She used this as an opportunity to get him to open up about these so-called friends. Cicely was still of half a mind that Jamie was being taken in by some cruel teenagers or someone else asking for food. Now, this was before Herb saw one himself, by the way. So Cicely casually asks him about his friends. Jamie said that Wilma was very hungry all the time now because Fred took all of the food, and now she had a baby in her stomach, and she wanted more food for the baby. Cicely said she was stunned. She had never really discussed the concept of pregnancy with Jamie, although she was pretty sure he was aware of it. Still, it was a surprise when he inserted that kind of detail about one of his Bigfoot friends. "How do you know she's got a baby in her stomach?" Cicely asked him. Jamie said because she was getting fat, and all she wanted was to eat food. And one time she touched her belly, then opened and closed her mouth several times. Somehow, to Jamie, a light bulb went off in his head, and he made the connection that she was pregnant with a baby in her stomach. After that, the sandwich making was out of control. Cicely found food missing all the time at alarming rates, though she could never find out exactly when Jamie was going missing. She was already keeping a very close eye on Jamie, and as autumn became winter, well, he was outside less and less, to her relief. So where was the food going? She asked Jamie finally, and finally he told her. He said that Wilma was coming right up to the house, right up to his window at night. He was giving her food from the window. Stunned, Cicely looked into his room to discover that the screed had indeed been removed from the window and was on the floor leaning against the wall. This alarmed Cicely greatly. She told Herb, and they decided that from then on, at night, Jamie would sleep in the guest room on the front side of the house next to their bedroom. But after a few nights, Cicely became concerned again and insisted that they move a single bed into their own bedroom, so Jamie slept in their room at night. She had a fear that no matter where he was going to open windows at night. After waking up and he wasn't in that single bed more than once, they opted to install a home security system that would set off an alarm if a window was opened. Jamie was not happy about that. Well, Herb had already seen one at a distance. Cicely had a very different sighting of what was probably one of the Bigfoots, but she didn't recognize it as such at the time. One day, Jamie was outside on his swing set. The phone rang in the kitchen, and Cicely stepped inside to answer it. From there, she stood in front of the kitchen sink, where she could look out the window into the backyard and watch Jamie. Only Jamie wasn't at the swing set anymore. Alarmed, she ran out to see Jamie at the far side of the yard at the fence line. He was animatedly talking loudly, almost at a yell, towards something in the trees on the hill. Those trees started about 125 to 150 feet away from the fence, according to my best guess from memory. Cicely looked up to see who he was talking to, but all she saw was a dark and hairy animal that she initially took to be a bear standing on its hind legs. As soon as she saw it, she said it dropped back to all four paws. Scared that a bear was about to run down and come over the fence, she grabbed Jamie by the arm and dragged him back to the house. She told me more about that day, but the important thing here was that Jamie was talking to what Cicely believed were bears. However, if you asked Cicely about this, even after Jamie identified his friends as being Bigfoot, she would say it was absolutely a bear she had seen that day. Herb did not seem to think so. Jamie sure did not agree with that, and from the way it was all described, I don't think those were bears either. Cicely was more vigilant whenever Jamie was outside, but this behavior did not stop. Jamie would go to the fence line and yell to the trees whenever he was outside. She never heard an answer, she said, but this behavior unnerved her nonetheless. And no matter how she or Herb tried, they could not get Jamie to stop. Jamie just called his friends big, hairy people to begin with. He didn't know the word for Bigfoot, I guess. It wasn't until he saw the $6 million man action Bigfoot toy at a church rummage sale down in Marietta. Then he grabbed it off the table and excitedly told Cicely this was what his friends in the trees looked like. Like this, Mom, this. Now, if you've ever seen the $6 million man version of Bigfoot, you know it really does look more human than Bigfoot-like. It looks more like a curly-haired man with just a lot of hair. I've included a picture that I found on the internet of the toy and a photo from the $6 million man show. You can see what he really looked like there. And you can see it looks more human in every way, doesn't it? Not at all as we think of a real Bigfoot. And just think, that is the best that costumers in Hollywood could cobble together with all of their vast expertise and a big costume budget in 1977. And that's why I believe the Patterson-Gimlin film shot 10 years earlier is the real deal. But that's another topic. Cicely bought that action figure for him that day because Jamie would not stop until she did. It became Jamie's prized possession. It still was his most prized possession when he passed away from a heart condition at the age of 31. But let's not go there yet. Let's go back to 1982 when Jamie was still an exuberant 14-year-old who was a long way off from that final day. Despite their best efforts, Herb and Cicely caught Jamie at the fence many more times, and to their horror, they once discovered that Jamie had gone over the fence and was long gone in the trees for hours one afternoon. You see, children with Down syndrome are kind of like children for their entire lives, and many retain the impulses of, say, a 3 or 4-year-old. Jamie was one of those. It didn't matter how many times you told him no or explained why. If he wanted to do something, he would do it. Jamie had trouble understanding consequences and, more importantly, understanding that danger could be ahead. Of course, that was part of what made Jamie so incredibly wonderful to be around. He had no cynicism, and he still saw the world as some wonderful place full of beautiful, blooming possibilities, and his curiosity was incredible. But those traits also could spell disaster for him at any moment, as any parent listening can well understand. But getting back to that weekend that I met her family, it was one big kook bomb after another all weekend. But the truth was, I really did like them all, especially Jamie. He was so excited to have someone new to talk to and to tell stories to, someone that was actually listening and talking back to him. He said he wanted me to meet his friends one day, and I said, "Sure, I'd like that." I said that, not believing for 1 second that there were any Bigfoot up there in those trees behind the house. It was a good, if overwhelming, weekend, and when we left, I said to myself, "Yeah, I could marry this girl and her family. Yeah, they're kooks, but they're the good kind of kooks. I can live with that." That thought came like a thunderbolt out of the blue from nowhere as we were driving toward Athens early one morning heading back to university. I looked over at Tabitha, sleeping in the passenger seat, and I knew it was true. I could marry her and her family. I was stunned because I had never thought in such a way before. Now fast forward 2 years, and I had spent many more weekends at her parents' house. When we both graduated in 1984, we got married that summer, right there at her parents' house. When we were planning the wedding, Jamie asked to be my wingman. I thought he meant my best man. But after talking, I understood that his slight speech impediment made it sound like wingman, but he was trying to say ring man. He wanted to carry the ring. He wanted to be the ring bearer. Of course he could be my wingman, ring man. Jamie took his duty, by the way, of being my wingman, ring man very seriously. He stared holes at that ring as he carried it on that pillow. You would have thought he was guarding the Hope Diamond. Jamie carrying that ring down the aisle that we made in the backyard had all the gravity of Queen Elizabeth II's procession entering Parliament. It's still one of my favorite moments from our wedding. In 1986, we welcomed our first child. Jamie, well, he was thrilled as bright punch when he first saw our little Charlotte, our daughter. But then he got sad and he said that Wilma didn't get to have her baby. Of course, I knew who Wilma was, or who he meant, but I was not aware of the Wilma/baby in the stomach situation previously, as he had told Cicely. So I was a little perplexed that he brought up such a strange and sad tale at that time. But Jamie told me that a while back, Wilma was supposed to have a baby, but something happened, and she was suddenly not fat anymore, but there was no baby there either, and she seemed very sad. Then he tells me that he hadn't seen Barney in such a long time. Barney was now gone too. Now, what supposedly happened, or really happened with those two stories in reality, I do not know. But they were upsetting enough that they affected Jamie for a very long time. Later, I found out the initial story that he had told Cicely, and then I told Cicely what he had told me. Seems he never told Cicely the other part of the missing baby, or that Barney was gone. Maybe because it had all upset Cicely. Now, these things went on for years. Jamie talking about Fred, Wilma, and Barney, or then talking about Barney's absence. And he talked about them as if they were real, everyday things going on, the way we give updates on family to each other. As for our part, it was hard to believe what Jamie was saying, but we were wary enough not to discount it. If Herb hadn't already seen one, and if Cicely hadn't seen a supposed bear that day, I think we all would have completely discounted all of Jamie's stories. I know this email has become all about Jamie. Maybe it's because I'm missing him so much lately. I lost Tabitha 2 years ago to COVID. That was quite unexpected. In 1993, Herb had a series of heart attacks and passed away. In 1997, Cicely's kidneys finally gave out from uncontrolled diabetes that had raged for more than 2 decades in her. That left Jamie alone. So we took him to live with us. We loved him and he loved us and he loved our children, his cousins. and all of them, and us, we treated him like gold. But the light was now gone from Jamie. He had lost his whole world, his parents, and his Bigfoot friends. I don't know who Jamie cried more bitter tears over. In 1999, Jamie's heart finally gave out. Like many Down syndrome children, he had been born with a congenital heart defect. And although he had had corrective surgery in the first few weeks of his life, his days were numbered. And whatever that number was, we all knew it was probably going to be much lower than most of ours. But it was still a great shock when it happened. To the very last day, Jamie insisted his Bigfoot friends were real. Do I believe it? Yes, I do. I did see one, you see, and I will get to that. But even before that, there were days when Jamie would disappear for a whole afternoon, and one time for most of the whole day. We were all very frantic, and we had already contacted the authorities who were on the scene talking to us, when Jamie casually came strolling down from the woods on the hill behind the house. He reeked of a pungent smell that's very difficult to describe. He said it was because Wilma hugged him to keep Fred from being mean to him. Fred, it seemed, did not like Jamie being too close to Wilma or Barney. And though Fred was bigger, it seemed Wilma ruled the roost, and Fred didn't cross her too very much. Jamie told so many stories of the afternoons spent with his Bigfoot friends on the hill. I wish I had really listened to him and remembered each and every one. But honestly, most of them were very similar. He would take them food, he would call out to them, he would go into the trees and wait. If they showed up, he would talk with them for a while, and they would eat the food that he gave them. And he said that Fred usually took most of the food right away, and he didn't always share. Jamie also told me that one time he tried to give some food to Fred, and he tried to hold some back to give to Wilma and Barney when Fred went away. But Fred was smart, and he knew that Jamie had more food. He pushed Jamie down and took the bag of food from him. Then Wilma became mad, and there was a shoving match between Wilma and Fred that ended with Fred taking all the food and running because Wilma began to chase him with a big stick. After a minute or two, Wilma came back to where Jamie was, and she made sure that Jamie was okay. He said what he really loved were the times that she would run the back of her hand down his face, and she would make strange throat noises while looking at him. It was clear Jamie had no fear of Wilma or Barney. But Fred was another story. He said that sometimes Fred wasn't actually mean, but he let Jamie know that he didn't like him and didn't like him being around. I asked Jamie one time what would happen if he went up on the hill and he met Fred without Wilma there. "Oh," Jamie said, "that's happened." I said, "What happened?" He said nothing. Fred would just stare at him, make some noises, but he would just walk away. Another story he told was of Fred starting to hit Barney. It started a year or so before Barney finally disappeared. He said it wasn't a fist that he hit Barney with. Jamie mimicked the action and took his whole arm and brought it up to the side of my head, with his forearm making contact with my ear on the side of my head. He said Fred would reach up and swing with his whole arm and catch Barney's head like that. I asked him why was he hitting Barney. Jamie said he didn't know. But then the day came that he never saw Barney again. He assumed it was because of Fred. And that was when Jamie really began to understand that Fred might be dangerous. He once whispered to me, even though we were in the house, he had to whisper it, like he was afraid his friends would hear. But he told me that he thought Fred killed Barney, and that Fred killed the baby that Wilma didn't have. Now, where he got those ideas, I don't know. I asked him if he saw anything other than Fred hitting Barney, and he said no. I asked him why he thought Fred had killed Barney and the baby. Jamie just looked at me and shook his head. He said, "I don't know, but I know that he did. I know he did it." He then said that Wilma kept trying to make Fred go away, but he wouldn't go away. After Barney was gone and Wilma had no baby, that, Jamie said, is when Wilma really started getting close to him sometimes and would touch him and hug him. Keep in mind that most of these details Jamie did not tell us at the time. If he had, I don't know what my in-laws would have done. Up until their dying days, they mostly believed that Jamie must have seen a Bigfoot in the distance, like Herb had. And at some point, maybe he saw the $6 Million Man episode with Bigfoot or some other thing on television, and everything else sprung up from that. At the same time, they worked hard to keep an eye on Jamie, which could be difficult, so that told me, despite what they said, they had to have believed him. Now, there's a lot more information out there today on this subject than there was back then. I think Herb and Cicely were just overwhelmed and unsure of what to do. Their only concern was keeping Jamie happy and safe, and they were very proactive in keeping him off the hill. They had once discussed moving at one point, mostly because by then Herb's health was beginning to go downhill. But all talk of moving stopped when Jamie had a meltdown that lasted for days and was like any other his parents had ever witnessed. Jamie would not hear of moving. He would not leave his Bigfoot friends. During the short time that Jamie lived with us, he seemed to spend his days in a half-dream state, reliving the times with his Bigfoot friends. I knew Jamie was lonely. I knew he was unhappy living with us in Pittsburgh. But what could I do? That was where our jobs were. That's where our children were enrolled in schools. That's where we had a home with a mortgage. We could not move back to Ohio. And as far as I knew, there were no Bigfoot families rolling around in Pittsburgh. Now, do I believe the things that Jamie said? Yes, I do. I absolutely do. You see, even if I hadn't seen one myself, which I will tell you about soon enough, I would still believe what Jamie said. I can't explain it. It defies all rationale and logic. It sounds absurd. But here's the thing. Jamie never once wavered in his recounting of his interactions with the Bigfoots. Not once. Now stop and consider that Jamie couldn't always remember the order of the letters in his own name to write it out, but he never forgot a single detail about his Bigfoot friends. And I'm not down-talking Jamie when I say he did not have the mental acuity to recreate and retain stories the way we do, not imaginary ones anyway. Now, real memories, real things that happened in real life, he could replay those in detail for you a decade later, down to what we were talking about as we drove somewhere, and sometimes he could even tell you what we were all wearing. But a story that was made up? Jamie didn't seem to have the ability to retell something like that again and again accurately. I have to make that distinction because so many people write Jamie and what he said off because he had Down syndrome, like he was a babbling idiot that didn't know what he was saying. But I can assure you, Jamie was no idiot, and he did know what he was saying. It's true, Jamie's mind worked in a curious way, quite differently sometimes than ours, but he was sharp in many ways. As I just mentioned, he could recall things that he himself had experienced in great detail. But trying to remember facts and abstract things like letters, numbers, dates, things that weren't something that he experienced as a memory, that was a bit more elusive for him. That was the difference, you see. If Jamie experienced it, it was a memory that he never forgot. If it was something that he was just supposed to remember, some fact, that was difficult for him to repeat correctly at a later time. I hope you can see that difference. The only time any of us deliberately let Jamie go into those woods on that hill was the very last day there, the day that we were closing and had to move him to Pittsburgh. Jamie understood. He could not stay there with his parents now gone, but his heartbreak was tremendous and very real. He packed a large grocery sack with a lot of the food that we bought specifically for him to give to the Bigfoots as his way of saying goodbye. As I watched him start toward the trees, I waited until he looked back one last time to make sure we weren't following him, and then I followed him just as Tabby and I had agreed upon. Agreeing to let Jamie say goodbye in his own way was the only way we could get Jamie to stop his continual meltdown in the weeks leading up to that. I knew Jamie for 17 years of his short life, and I had never seen him act like that. I heard it was pretty much the same when his parents had mentioned moving. I was armed, and I followed Jamie as stealthily as I could up that hill. I just wanted to make sure he was okay. And in truth, I was curious about whether or not these Bigfoots were real. In my mind, I half expected it was some habituated deer or maybe even some tame bear. Now that all sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? But watching my brother-in-law walk up a hill with a bag full of food for some Bigfoots was even more ridiculous, don't you think? Jamie stopped not far from the top of the hill. There was an area in a group of maples where he sat the bag down. I heard him calling out several times. I watched from a distance as he waited. Several minutes went by. Then Jamie called out again. He began to sound desperate as he called out over and over. I knew he was worried that they wouldn't come to see him. He had told me that they didn't always come. Sometimes they could be on another hill and they didn't know he was there. He was so scared that he wouldn't be able to see them one last time. He really wanted to see Wilma. I know he didn't care about Fred, but Fred was the reason I was there, and the reason I was armed. Again, if the Bigfoots were real, I felt Fred would be the threat, not Wilma, whose biggest crime had been to squish Jamie up with hugs, trying to protect him from Fred. No, I didn't think Wilma was a threat, if Wilma really existed. When no answers came back and no Bigfoot showed up, Jamie sat down and began crying pitifully. My heart broke as I listened to him. Deciding that this had gone on long enough and far enough, I took a few steps toward Jamie, and I stopped when I heard a breathy blowing sound very close to me, behind me to my left. It was like a strong hissing intake of breath. I turned my head quickly to see what I assumed was Wilma. She stood there staring at me, perhaps 20 feet away. I assume it was Wilma because of her large breasts. My mouth went dry, and 1,000 things went through my head, but through it all, I could not move. Wilma gave me a long look, and then began walking toward Jamie as he sat there on the ground crying. I couldn't believe my eyes, yet there it was, right there. It was all true. I watched breathlessly as Wilma went down to Jamie, who stopped crying when he saw her. He got up to his feet, and yet he still didn't come chest high to her. He started talking a mile a minute through all of his sniffles. I don't know how much Wilma understood, if any, but she seemed to listen to him. Then she stopped and she looked over in my direction. Jamie followed where she was looking, and he saw me. I saw surprise on his face. I called out and told Jamie that we needed to go soon. The truth was we didn't really. We still had time. But I had felt very vulnerable now out there. Now seeing the size of Wilma, who, by all accounts, according to Jamie, was much smaller than Fred. I was fearful that Fred might come along. Jamie kept saying his goodbyes over and over to Wilma. I don't know if Wilma understood the gravity of this situation. She seemed more interested in the food in the bag. To Wilma, maybe this was just another time that she happened to see Jamie. She was probably going to see him again. Maybe that's what she thought. Maybe it was best that way. As he wound up saying goodbye to her, Jamie started to edge closer, as if he wanted to hug her. She stopped him with a hard look. Jamie began to cry again. I saw Wilma reach up and touch his face with the back of her hand, just as Jamie had once described for me. I called out to Jamie again. I was really getting worried about Fred showing up now, since Jamie had said before that he seemed to zero in on the food, and he could get aggressive. Reluctantly, Jamie broke away from Wilma and came my way, crying harder and harder with every step. I got a hold of Jamie's arm, and together we walked down the hill under the very watchful eye of Wilma. I think she knew Jamie was upset, and I don't know if she thought I was the cause of it, but I thought it best to put some distance between us and her. This was very hard and emotional for Jamie, who had always had problems processing his emotions. The recent, almost back-to-back losses of his parents had left him reeling, and now being forced to say goodbye to this creature that he thought of as a friend, and possibly one of his very few friends, well, that was a terrible heartbreak for Jamie. I told Tabitha that I had seen the one that he called Wilma. She knew her dad had said he had seen one up there once before, but no one else we knew of had seen one, just Jamie. And well, now I had. I never again questioned Jamie's memories of those creatures. I let him talk about them all he wanted. But strangely, once we moved to Pittsburgh, Jamie spoke of them only rarely. In Pittsburgh, Jamie seemed to shut down. He now shuffled along with us, his head down, just as the other Down syndrome children I had seen before, the ones I had described to you earlier. He existed, but he was no longer really living. I think all the loss was too much for him, and all of it together broke the already fragile heart that he had been born with. Tabitha tucked the Bigfoot action figure into Jamie's casket before it was closed. If nothing else, Jamie had a friend with him forever. Thinking on all of this has brought up so many memories for me. Reading this back, I see it's a little bit more about Jamie than it is about Bigfoot. But I do hope there's enough Bigfoot here that you can find it usable for your videos. I wish I had written down everything Jamie told me about them. But over the years of listening to Jamie, it seemed to be the same stories over and over and over, and now they have all run together in my memory. Jamie will be gone 25 years this May. He was a special light in our lives, filled with happiness and curiosity. He saw the best in everything and everyone, even distant creatures out in the forest. Herb and Cicely had raised him to be confident and happy, and it showed in the way he handled things in life. Losing Jamie felt like Tabitha and I had lost one of our own children. I always missed Jamie, but once I lost Tabitha a few years ago, I began to miss him even more, and I cannot tell you why. I did find out, though, that after Tabitha and I were married, the entire family had been watching me that very first weekend to see how things went with Jamie. It was kind of a litmus test. If there had been one whiff of me ignoring Jamie, down-talking him, or being cruel in any way they didn't like, or anything that made Jamie feel less than welcome, well, Tabitha told me that they would never accept me, and neither would she. You see, everything hinged that weekend on Jamie. I didn't know it. My future happy life, my future wife, my future children, and my future grandchildren, it all hinged on a young man with Down syndrome who talked to me about Bigfoot one weekend. Lucky for me, he gave me the thumbs up and said that he liked me, or who knows where I would have ended up. But luckily, I married the girl and her kooky family. I have often wondered what happened to Wilma and Fred and Barney. And I wonder about that missing Bigfoot baby. What really happened there? I wonder what Wilma thought when she never saw Jamie again. Did she make the connection to the last time she saw him and understood then why he was crying? Can they process those kinds of thoughts, emotions, and memories? I'm going to bet that they can and that they do, although I have no evidence for that. So there, that's my story. This has been a really, really long email, but it really feels good getting it all out. You know, I don't know that I've ever told anyone outside of the family this entire story from beginning to end, all in one sitting. I know this has gone back and forth. I kept reading back through and adding things, so I apologize if some things are out of order. I'll be 65 this year, and I'm just not as sharp as I used to be. But thank you for reading this all the way to the end, if you did. If you decide to use this, please don't use my name. I'm now a retired physician in the Pittsburgh area, and I still sit on more than one board. This has been a labor of love to type out in an email. I've gone back over it a couple times. Thanks for everything, as I have enjoyed hearing other people's encounters on your channel, and I just wanted to add this one to the repository that seems to be growing online. I want people to know that while there are reports of angry, dangerous, vicious Bigfoots, not all of them are like that. Some of them have a soft spot for young children. Maybe they even like young children who have something special about them, the way Jamie did. I'm going to stop for now. If I don't, I think I could keep typing all night. But all that keeps spilling out is how much I miss them all. I could go on and on about seeing that Bigfoot and tell you how it changed many things for me. But all of it pales in comparison to Jamie's broken heart. So please, just sign me, Doctor-in-Law to the Kooks.